this or listening to this as you're doing your own deliveries. Or if you did deliveries today, hopefully you made money. And we're happy with what you had. All right, guys, I'm going to jump off here and focus on getting to the restaurant, and I'll be back with another update soon. All right, guys, talk to you in a moment. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So just completed the Uber order, and it was not a great order in terms of when you look at the tipping side of it, but obviously the money wasn't bad. The value to the order wasn't bad. So the value of that order, let's see here, and this is an example of what I'm talking about here, where, you know, the order value was $42.81, but the tip was only $6. A majority of this was base pay paid by Uber. So there's definitely not going to be any extra tip. Then there was some confusion at the drop-off because I guess I was dropping off to someone who didn't have the PIN, but I was able to figure it out. Little tip: if they don't have the PIN, you can put in, ask them for the last 4 digits of the phone number that's on the Uber account, and that actually will work. So that did work. That got us out of it. Then I got a $9.60 Grubhub order for a Chinese restaurant up here. So I'm going to pick that up now, as that's going to continue to propel us closer to closing out that second 100, which right now we only need. We are at 78. We're at $178.05. So we only need about $21 in order to do it. And I'm getting a $21 order right now from. So there it is. There we have it. We're gonna grab both of these orders up and get them done. A Roy Rogers order. So there it is. We've got potentially got it if we can figure all this out. Because I've got to go to this Chinese restaurant, pick it up, and figure out what direction we're all heading in here. I think we're going to be all heading in the same direction. So I'm going to try to get this done by picking up the Chinese order, and then I'll go pick up let me see here. I'm going to go check on the Chinese order. Anyways, I'll figure it out, guys. You saw it live, though. We just picked it up. We need $21. We have $21. We have $9. So we're going to be over if we pull this off, we'll be over 200 with this order, and we have completed our second 100. So anyways, we're going to make it work. We're going to figure it out. We're going to get it done. And guys, I'll be back to break it down for you and tell you how this goes. And I'll intermittently come back in and discuss it with you. All right, guys, talk to you in a minute. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So, wanted to bring you up to speed here on some things here, what's going on. So I did complete the Grubhub Uber stack. We are over $200. We are sitting at $210. I also got my Starbucks tip, and it was over $8. It was 61 cents over. It was $8.61. So I was right that it was a small one. So we rode back. Now that I'm over, it's only, guys, it was only, we finished that order at like 5:30 or a little before 5:30. So incredible. I checked the pace. We've been earning at a pace of $35 generated, gross revenue generated per hour. So we are earning at an incredible pace, over $40 an hour for delivery. So just an absolutely exceptional day, outstanding day. Just really, really, really solid. So things kind of slowed down after that, got back, didn't hear anything from Uber. Got a couple interesting Grubhub orders, which you may have seen, which we turned down. One of them heading back towards my house. Checked in with my wife, who's actually, off work today. So I checked in with her to say, hey, listen, we've already cracked that second 100 without even having to go through a full dinner. So I think after consulting with my wife, I am going to do the order I'm on right now, and I'm going to try to start heading in the direction of my house a little bit earlier than I was planning, and call it a little early, because we have the good fortune of having earned our money very quick. So now I want to invest my time in other things, because I've more than eclipsed the goals I set for myself in the day. Now, obviously, I could go run past and try to continue pushing, and I don't have a problem doing that. I'm going to do that in terms of I'm going to get the car in the direction of the house and see if I can continue to earn. But I don't really feel like I need to stay up here in this market to do that. So we're going to head home or head in the direction of home as soon as I drop this Wendy's order off for $7. So I'm assuming it's probably a $3 base, $4. There's only 2 items. $4 tip. We'll see. Maybe there could be a quarter or extra 50 cents on the order. You never know. Sometimes that happens. Or it could be a $5 tip. Some people are doing that where they're just giving a flat $5 for the smaller orders. So we'll see. And we'll take it from there. So guys, I just want to jump in here. I didn't want to leave you guys hanging. I want to make sure you knew what was going on. It's been an exceptional day. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope you've enjoyed watching the process today, looking at the orders. I'm sharing everything with you, sharing every order I saw. Or, I'm going to share with you my financials. You're going to see all the numbers. You've seen the process. You've seen the thought process. I've discussed it with you and brought it to you. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this, got something out of it. If you did, do me a favor, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this with somebody that, is wanting to learn about the gig economy and learn how to operate, how to be a gig business operator successfully. All right, guys, I will talk to you soon. I appreciate you coming in and riding along with me today. And I'll be back here in a little while. All right, guys, how you doing? Dad Dash is back here again with an update. So I've been trying to make it out of town, and I just haven't gotten out of town because I keep getting orders. So to fill you in, I got a $14.95 2-mile Blaze pizza order from Uber Eats. I had to take that. I was actually on the phone with my wife. We were talking, and I said, I got to take that order. It's going 2 miles. So I got that order completed. I actually accepted an order, and then I canceled it because I decided, you know what, I want premium orders only. So I'm on an order now that's a $10 order for Glory Days Grill. So and that's going like 3 miles. So and that one's from DoorDash. So I can't turn that one down either. $10 to go 3.5 miles is crazy. So I made the decision to stick with it. And I am actually, though, where I'm going to be delivering this, I'm actually probably going to be out of market because it's a little bit down the road. That's what I was explaining to my wife. So I am going to head towards my home market, I believe, next. And that's where I'm going to be heading after I get this order delivered. And then we will see what we can get on the way there. I'm sitting at, I believe, around $255 right now. So I'm about $45 away from finishing out the third 100 of the day, and it's only about 6:30. So it's been a phenomenal day. Any way you shake it. I slowed it down a little bit, obviously. There's been some orders I probably could have taken would have taken in normal circumstances. But I've gotten a little bit more selective and said, you know, listen, if I'm going to go to work and I'm going to go drive these miles, I'm going to do it for premium orders. And that's kind of how I go into premium mode once I hit my goals. It's like, all right, you know, I'm going to work when it makes sense and when it's profitable. And that's how you should do it as well. Unless you're just trying to push, you know, sometimes you just want to push to that next level and you go out there and grind it. But I'm not interested in going and, you know, putting another, you know, 60, 70 miles on the car if I don't need to, you know, because I've already hit my goals for today. So right now it's just extra. And I love extra money. I don't mind that at all. But I'm trying to do it for as few miles as possible and get these premium low mile orders. I'm on it all day. So I was also hoping I might catch something that would cover my miles home, which has been kind of my holdout situation. And here we go, Grubhub again. Let's see. It's been oh yeah, no good. My goodness. Poor Grubhub. Oh, Grubhub. It's horrible. 8.6 miles. $7. I mean, come on, Grubhub. This is, it's outrageous. Although I have to say, some of these, you know, they're showing the full miles from where I'm at right now to the restaurant. So I have to recalibrate some of these and think to myself, I can see on the map. And again, if I was really in the mode where I was grinding, you know, I might consider taking some of these orders because they're not as bad as they look. We talked about this earlier today. So anyways, but I'm not going to stick around here for $6 and $7 and $8 orders. That's not what I'm in the mood for right now. You know, my goal is to get this delivered, get this done, and get this order done that's in the car. And then we're going to head back down the road in the direction I'm coming from right now. And, you know, see what we can do here. So we'll go from there. So, guys, I will be back here shortly as soon as I have another update for you. And we'll see how we finish it out. See if we can knock out this last 100 or this third 100. Maybe we don't. Maybe we do. We'll see what happens. But it's been, regardless, it's been a very, very good day. Very, very strong day. All right, guys. I'll be talking to you soon. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So I am finally heading in the direction of my home territory, and I've gotten several offers. I just wanted to come on here and comment on this. You've probably seen them there. These are crazy Grubhub orders. Now, I do understand the premise Grubhub is kind of operating under. I guess they can see I'm heading in direction of this market. So to them, it's like, well, when you get here, you have a $13 order waiting for you, you know, because you were on your way here to this market. So it's like, okay, you know, but they're not really compensating me. I mean, it's crazy. I don't know. They're offering me like $13 for 18 miles, $11 for 17 miles or for 16 miles. These crazy orders that make no sense to me whatsoever. But anyways, I am getting I am in DoorDash range now. DoorDash just notified me that I'm in the market because I did the Dash Along the Way feature. I'm hoping that, you know, Uber will jump into the mix here. I'm going to go up close to the one place where I can really get normally pretty good offers, unless I actually get something decent from Grubhub. But the place I normally get something, you know, normally pretty decent. Yeah, there it is, 13.1 miles, $11.79. Burger King. They want, no way. Oh, my Lord. No way. I mean, that's crazy. Anyways, there's a place I know I can get pretty premium orders from, and I'm going to head in that direction and see if anything comes up. And like I said, right now, I'm under no pressure to accept any orders. And as I told my wife, once I got into my home territory, I would touch base about dinner, and begin looking at the exit plan, whether or not that involves doing any more orders. Like I said, I'm only looking for premium opportunities. And here we go, 746. Wow. 8.1 month. I'll tell you what, but they cannot get an order. All these upside down orders with Grubhub, it's crazy, man. It is crazy. It's like, and I don't know. Oh, here we go. All right. So first DoorDash order of the mix. Here we go. 975, 10.7 miles. Oh, no. Decline. So DoorDash is going to start dumping on me right now. Distance too far for certain. I'm not going to go 10 miles for $9. I mean, that's, again, we're going to just have to kind of hold up here, see what we can get. Like I said, I'm not going to sit here and do bad orders or orders that are going to make no sense. I mean, that's not how we're going to do it. And there's certain restaurants I'm not going to deal with because I'm looking for premium orders. So here we go. Chick-fil-A is up. Let's see here. 875 for 10 miles. That's a big fat no. So yeah, they're trying to see if I will obviously, since I'm fresh in the market, seeing if I'm willing to take whatever. Anyways, guys, I'll be back if I find an order. If not, I'll be back with a recap end the day, and I go over some final figures with you, and then we'll roll the financials. All right, guys, I'll be back here shortly. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here with another update. So I am still out. It's been kind of crazy. So I on my way in, I think I mentioned this. I'm not 100% certain if I did or didn't, but I took a Blaze pizza order for $9.21, going up to a hotel that's literally right next to the Blaze. It's like right around the corner from it. So I did that. Then I accepted a $9 Grubhub order for a Chinese restaurant that's heading in the direction of my house. And I thought, well, that'll be a good transitionary thing. We'll do that, right? Well, then as I'm delivering the Blaze pizza order, I get another Blaze offer. Well, first I get an offer from Uber for Applebee's. I don't do Applebee's in this area, so I turn that one down. Then I get an offer for $13 and some change for a Blaze pizza order. So I said, okay, I'll do that. No problems. Sounds good to me. So I canceled out the Grubhub order because it was going the opposite direction. Now, that's my third order I got out of today. I don't know if I'm pushing my luck with that. I know I got to stop. I'm not doing any more. I turned Grubhub off because I'm like, Grubhub is too, it's like I got to turn the other apps off when I do a Grubhub order because the orders in Grubhub are so questionable and on the line. This was like $9 for 6 miles. But the thing was the drop off to the customer was like right around the corner from the restaurant. So that entire 6 miles was driving to the restaurant, but that was miles I would have been driving anyways. So my rationale was like, it's not that bad. But when I saw the $13 6 mile order, I'm like, oh, I got to do that, right? So I got out of that. Then I got a $9 DoorDash offer going in the same direction. That's basically like 2 miles away from where I'm going to drop off the Blaze order for Panera Bread, but it's got like 16 items in it. So I'm thinking there's some overtip here. So I went ahead and took that order. In fact, I separated from a Wingstop order that was clearly a no-tip order, okay? Because the original offer was like $11.25, and this stayed at $9. So I could tell that right away because it popped up as 225 for the Wingstop order. So I canceled and unassigned the Wingstop order. Again, I encourage everyone to do that because that is a key strategy point that you should employ when looking at your orders, you know, and when you're assigned an order. If half of that order is no tip and you know it, don't do it. Anyways, so now I am heading up here with like $24 worth of orders in the car. So we'll see what happens here if my no tip gamble pays off, but I'm going opposite direction of my house. So it's like I'm getting deeper and deeper into this night. However, I'm getting closer and closer to finishing that third 100, which means now I'm getting more incentivized to stay out because I'm getting so close to chipping that away, chipping that off. Because I believe I had, I believe I was at like, I needed like $50-something to do that. And now I've raised, this is like 30 something, 30, almost $40. So I don't know. We'll see where this goes. And I believe if the base pay is like it was on the other Blaze Pizza, that this might even be a maxed out order for the Blaze Pizza that I'm delivering, although it's only one pizza. So I can't imagine them going too crazy if it's not just hanging a couple cents on the end of it. But anyways, I am about 2 miles from the house of the first drop off, and then I've got to get to the next drop off. So I should have all this done inside the next 12 minutes. And then I'm going to start heading back in the direction I was just coming from, and we'll see where everything goes. So it's only about 7:50 right now, so it's still relatively early. I was planning to quit tonight about 8:30, 9 o'clock anyways. Obviously, we're way over budget, you know, and I was not expecting to hit the 200 as fast as I did. Had I not played around so much, I probably would have had the 300 knocked out, which is kind of frustrating when you're like, all right, at one point, like, I'm not worried about it, then I'm worried about it. That's why sometimes you got to just call it and turn off all the apps, which is what I probably should have done. So now I'm in this quagmire to where it's like I'm getting close. So now I kind of want to finish it, and it's not as easy now. I had so many orders coming at me earlier, and they're still coming, but I know it's going to slow down. So we'll see what happens. All right, guys, I will talk to you in a minute. I will come back and update you on what happens with this order, with these orders, and where everything goes, and we'll go from there. All right, guys, talk to you soon. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash here. So the day is finally over. I decided to end it. I definitely stayed on way too long. It's about 9 o'clock. I'm sitting in the Walmart parking lot. I've got to go in here and buy some items. And man, I should have quit a long time ago, but I ended about 8 o'clock and started my way up here to the Walmart that near my home. You know, I kind of took a scenic route here just to see if there was anything else going on, and there really wasn't. I mean, there were some orders I could have taken, and you probably saw them in the lead up to this video, but like I said, my mind wasn't in it, and I was turning a lot down, and I could have hit 300 certainly if I wanted to stay out, but I'm done, man. I'm done. So I worked a total of, I guess it was, let's see here, 508 minutes. Let me divide that by 60. So I worked about 8.5 hours today total and made a total of about $33.47. That's what I was generating an hour for the total time I was out working. Now, delivery wise, obviously it was a little bit higher, but it was a good day. We ended up making, let's let's see here, 200, I believe it was $283. And let's see here, I've got it saved. 200 and let me see here. So 200, it looks like it was let's see, we're add this up really quick. I had to actually start a separate sheet because I did so many orders today. Ended up doing 23 orders. So we did 283.37 for today. So not a bad day at all. Really good day in my opinion. Like I said, I should have been at it. What I should have done in my opinion, and if I could go back, I'd do it this way is, I was trying to hit 300. I was trying to hit a home run. I actually had an order that would have brought me very close to the 300. And I let it go. And I believe there probably would have been some extra tip in there. And I ended up saying no to it when I meant to say yes. It was a joint order. It was going to end right near my house. But anyways, like I said, what I should have done was stayed up in Charlestown and stayed there till I got my 300. That probably would have been somewhere around 7:30, and then I could have headed home, and I'd have made it home probably around 8:30 or so. But instead, I headed home, then got distracted, that ended up on some orders that took me way out, and then was kind of non-committal to following through. But it is what it is. It's still a great day. Tomorrow I'll be out again. I hope you guys enjoyed it. It's a positive mindset, guys. You got to have a positive mindset, an abundant mindset. And that's what I had today. And things came and things happened for us. So it's a good day, very good day. I'm very happy with it. Anytime we can earn $283 in a day, I can't argue with that. I really can't. So I will, I will be back out tomorrow. I think it's going to be, I have to go in and I've got to get an inspection done on my car. I've got to get an oil change all in the morning. So it'll be an afternoon session. And then I'm only going to probably be out to about 7. So maybe 6:30, 7. So it's going to be a short abbreviated day. So it'll be definitely focusing on making at least $100. And, hopefully maybe a little bit more, but we'll see what the day does for us. So guys, in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and roll the financials, show you guys what the financial picture looks like, show you the breakdown, all the different stats. As I mentioned earlier today, if you're interested in the sheets you're about to see, send me an email, dad-13@gmail.com. Also put in that you're subscribed. And as long as I know you're subscribed, I'll send them to you. No cost, no charge. As a thank you for subscribing and supporting the channel. All right, guys, I will talk to you soon. Thanks for watching today, and let's roll those financials. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash back here with another earnings recap, and I wanted to first off start off this earnings recap by apologizing for the long delay. Last time I did an earnings recap was towards the middle of January, and it's been a little while. Unfortunately, there's a lot of stuff that has been going on, and it kind of prevented me from
keeping the schedule I wanted to keep, but I am hoping to resume that. And the first thing I want to do is catch everybody up to where we're at. So the first thing I want to start out by doing is just reminding everyone what our goals were for the year, which the goal was to make an average of $2,000 a month gross revenue for the business. As you know, obviously this is not a major full-time thing for me, but that's what we were looking to do. And I laid out that I thought that was a reasonable goal based on just the things that I am responsible for in the everyday, and that I thought that that was an average that we would be able to meet. Well, let's see. We're going to jump in there, and I wanted to bring that up because I wanted to make sure when we're looking at the numbers, everybody knows what we're looking for, what our goals are. So let's first jump into January here. Um, so January, you're going to see first there that we had a pretty good month. We actually earned $2,409.22. So our goal for the month, as you know, was $2,000, and we exceeded that goal. So we started the year out on the right note. We drove 2,071 miles. We did 157 deliveries. We worked 101 hours, and out of those 101 hours, I want to clarify here when we're talking about actual hours exactly what that means. So I'm not actually working during that time. All that means is that this is time that I've powered up my app and I'm willing to work. And I might be sorting through orders, but I'm also doing various other things. So this is not really labor hours as much as it's just availability. And again, this is more of something I use as a metric because what I'm looking to do is I'm looking to say, how much time do I need to make myself available to hit certain amounts of money? And even though I'm not necessarily doing work, I still count it as kind of work because I've blocked off that time. I'm focusing on working, and I'm willing to go do and deliver food if it makes profitable sense to the business. So that is what actual hours worked means. Now the delivery hours would be your traditional actual labor hours. That's the time that I've agreed to work for a specific app, and I'm working. I mean, there's no question about that. Now, obviously, once I get done with that contract and I fulfill that contract, I'm no longer working until I have another contract. In some cases, I will, if I get another order either from the same app I was working or something comes while I'm working on that order and I accept another app's order, then I will go ahead and immediately put the next order start time as the end time for the previous order. So it reflects just continuous work. So in this case, we worked 76 hours or just slightly under 2 weeks. Um, if you're tracking a work week as a 40-hour week. Now, our actual hours out is about $23.97. And our delivery hour, our labor cost, the amount we were getting paid, which has a huge effect on what we actually will earn and how fast we can earn. But that was $31.68 for the month. And our average order size for the month was $15.35. So overall, it was a very good month. We very easily hit our goals. We maintained a solid we maintained a solid hourly labor rate, and we ended up working less than 2 weeks for the month. So, if you figure that would have easily been potentially a $5,000 or $6,000 month, somewhere between 5,000 and 6,000, if we would have ended up working a full month. So, very exciting there on that. So, moving on to February. February was an entire month, and rather than take you through each week and break it all down, I'm just going to talk about high level numbers here, and then I'll go back to a weekly format in my next earnings review, as it is my goal to do this once a week, discuss where we're at, what we're doing, what changes we're making, so you can see the same thing. So let's queue up February here. February, we worked. We drove 1,109 miles. Um, we made only $1,306.70. We did 98 deliveries total for the month. We worked only 53 hours. And now remember, that's actual work hours. So we were out searching for orders for about 53 hours. And we were able to work and actually produce, work time for 43 hours. So not a bad ratio there in a sense. Um, Now our average hourly amount that we were paying, this is interesting here. It actually um, increased over last month for the actual hourly, which means the time we were compensated for the time out, meaning that we closed that gap a little bit this month. So that came in at 24.69. However, our labor rate, the actual amount we were being paid while we were doing actual work and we were actually contracted in on the apps, was $30.44. That is actually down a little bit from the previous month of 31.68. And our average contract size, we can say, is probably a driving factor in that, because our average contract size was down about $2 for $13.33. So, um, it was definitely not as good a month as last month. But the good news is, we only missed our goal of $4,000. That was our goal at the end of February, was to have made $4,000. We missed it only by $284.08, which is a figure that we can very easily make up. So what that would mean is this month we need to make about $2,300 in order to cover the shortage from last month and stay on track for this month. However, last month there was a lot of reasons why I ended up being out. There was a lot of family things going on. So um, it actually, I'm happy with what we've got here, and I'm happy with the fact that we did get some work in at least. Now, as I mentioned, as we go into March, in March, the goal will be to make about $2,300. That's going to be the goal in my mind. That's what I'm going to be thinking about. I'm going to be thinking about how we're doing it. So far, March has started out on a much nicer note. We're averaging about $30.55 an hour right now, and that's time out searching for orders. And the labor rate right now that we've been on average getting is about $37.34. Our average contract size continues to shrink, and it is now down to $12.97. Now, all of this is simply, um, just kind of an update on where we stand in the first week in March, which is the first business week for me that I'm tracking for March is right now. So we will get to the end. My goal is to have a uh, video out weekly that's addressing the earnings for each week. And then we will do, of course, our monthly, where we will dig a little deeper into the numbers. Now, going into the yearly summary, I'll throw that up there. You are going to see what I've already made for March, and you're going to see that we are already over $4,000 for the year, meaning we need about $1,900, a little under $1,900 to come in for the month of March for the next 3 weeks, in order for us to hit our $6,000 goal that we will have ending March. We've made, just to kind of go over some of the yearly figures here, we've made $4,104.91. We've driven a total of 3,421 business miles for the year. We've made 285 deliveries. Let's see here. So the total mileage deduction that we've earned right now is 19. Actually, you know what? I've got to change that because it's actually 58.5 cents. So let me change that. So our actual total mileage deduction that we've earned for the year is $2,001.29. Our average earned per delivery, our average delivery for the year has been $14.40. Our average mile per delivery is 12 miles per delivery. We definitely need to bring that down with gas prices spiking right now, but that's where we've been at. And our average spendable income per delivery has been about $13.88. And our average miles to money for the year has been $1.20. So obviously some room for improvement there, especially with the gas prices weighing us down. However, I am confident that we will absolutely be able to meet the challenge of 2022 and deliver with no problem on hitting the $6,000. So we're going to get to work this week coming up. It is my birthday weekend, so I am not able to go out right now, but um, I will be out and about again on Monday and Tuesday and Wednesday, and as much time as I can get out to try to earn as much money as we possibly can. So, guys, I hope you're enjoying this video. I hope you enjoyed looking at the stats and the figures for the monthly recap. Put your comments in there, what you think. Um, how do you think these numbers look? Where are you at right now for the year? How's your year looking? How have you been affected by gas prices? Let me know all of that. Let's get a good discussion going. All right, guys, I will be talking to you soon. I should be out on another ride along later this week. I just released a ride along video. I've got a couple other things that'll be coming out and coming up. And until then, guys, hope you're making money. Stay positive. Remember that a positive mindset is really all you need, and the rest will come as long as you're thinking positive. And thinking positive is not just asking for something positive, but it's truly a lifestyle. So consider that, guys. All right, I will be talking to you soon, guys. And like I said, in the meantime, hope you're dashing, delivering. Hope you make some money, and we'll be talking to you soon.
What's going on, guys? Dad Dash back here with a video that I wanted to bring to you in regard to some tips and tricks and things to look at when considering um, profitable orders and trying to deal with the gas slowdown. So I think there's one important factor that all of you need to consider, and when you're looking at the orders, that can help you get through this and help you still make plenty of money. Now, as you know, gas uh, prices are a huge thing right now. And obviously, it's one of our biggest expenses when it comes to considering whether or not it's profitable for us to be out here doing what we do. So, the first thing you need to do is you need to understand what is your gas cost. And you need to understand the formula to do that. So the first thing you're going to need to do is fill up your tank, all right. And then what I want you to do is use the trip monitor in your car and find out from start to finish, from when you fill up to when you uh, fill up again, how many miles have you actually driven? Not what your car tells you, but actual miles driven. And then I want you to also understand, all right, what is your gas tank, right? So once you have that information, you can then calculate exactly what your cost per mile is, and that is going to be very, very important. For my car being a Prius, it's about 7 cents a mile. For most people that are not driving a Prius, it's probably going to be somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 to 11 cents per mile. You can use 10 to 11 cents per mile if you want to do that, and that is, okay. So once you've figured that out, now what you're going to do is you're going to figure out, okay, what is, let's say, a 10-mile order. Okay. So 10-mile order, it costs, obviously if it was 10 cents, it's going to cost you about $1 to do that order of gas expense. If it's 7 cents, it's going to cost about 70 cents per 10 miles. Now, the next thing you want to do is you want to look at, all right, what is your dollars per mile right now? So if you're not already collecting data on this, you're going to have to go out and start collecting that data. Again, I have sheets that I use to do that. My average right now has been about $1.20 a mile. That's just my overall average for the year. So I can use that information there and knowing $1.20 and say, okay, so if I'm using $100, 100 miles, I'm going to make $100, right? And I'm going to say, okay, how many miles is that going to take? That's going to take about 83 miles for me to drive. Or we'll just round it up for an easy number to deal with. It's 83.33. I'll just round it up to 84. All right. So if I know that it's costing me 0.07 cents, so 7 cents a mile, that means I know $5.88 is going to be my actual cost. Okay. Now, what I do is I like to take about 50 cents an order and put it aside for car maintenance. That's what I do. It's a flat fee, and I will raise it if I need to, or lower it as I see fit. But I normally will do that, and that gets set aside for every single order. So the way I can look at this is I can say, okay, if I've made $100, normally that requires me to do about 12 orders, so that's about $6. So I'll add another $6. So what I know is it's going to cost me about $12, okay, to make $100, which means I'm really going to walk away with $88. Now I also know $100 is going to I'm going to have 58.50 to take out of every 100 I make, because that's going to be my mileage deduction, and I use about a 25% formula, so that's about 41.50 times 0.25. I'm going to set aside another $10.37, or I'll just round it up to $11. And we're going to say, okay, so the cost per 100, which is what I want you guys to figure out. My cost per 100 is $23, which means I will net take home about $77 for every $100 that I make. So the question is, how do you deal with that cost per 100? Where was it at last month? Where is it at this month? You should always be looking at your cost per 100. I think that's a very, very, very important number, because of the fact that $100 to me is the metric that any gig person should be looking at. How fast can you make $100, and how much of $100 am I taking home? Because that's where it all counts. So if I'm making 300 in a day, I know I'm going to take home about $77 per 100, which means I will be taking home roughly about $154 per $200, and I'd be taking home about $308 per $400. So I know, is that profitable for me to be out? Absolutely it is. Is that going to make me enough money to cover what I need? Absolutely it is. But it's going to allow you to figure out where you're at. Now, your cost per 100, obviously, if your gas cost per mile is higher and it's 10 or 11 cents, it could be a lot lower than that. And then you have to kind of determine, okay, what do you need to do and how do you do it? Number one, what are you going to say? You're going to say your maintenance cost is 50 cents per order. At least that's what I use. Therefore, that is what we call a set cost. So therefore, you can offset that by percentage of orders by getting larger orders. So what that's going to tell you is where do you need to fall in? How large does your order need to be, and where does your mileage breaking point need to be at? So that will help you set what your order ratios are. So for instance, if it's costing you $1, if it's costing you say 12 cents per mile, and you say, okay, I want to, and I need to be at, I would like to have my ratio of $75 per 100. You can backtrack from that, and that will tell you your order size and your mileage amount that you need to do. And will help you to understand where you need to be at. Then you can go out and test that information against your market and see if your market is workable. If it's not and you can't earn that, then you have to make a decision. Is what you're going to be able to earn, where does it fall in, and where can you make your money at, and how fast can you make your $100? Everything should be based around testing your $100. $100 is key. So the question is, how fast can you make 100? What's your ratio? In other words, what are you taking home against $100? So if you're sitting there taking $77 in for every 100 that you're making, and you can make $100 in 3 hours, well, then you can make $200 in 6 hours, right? And then you can say, okay, well, I'm going to be walking away with, $154 for 6 hours of work. Is that working? Yeah, I think it is, right? And at the same point, you're putting away maintenance money, and you're also, of course, going to have to be refilling your car. But that is what you need to do. This market right now is, the gas prices are always going to be an expense, whether they're $4, $2, $5, right? And the most important thing you have to do as a business person is say, okay, it doesn't mean you quit. It just means you make adjustments. If gas prices are lower, you can get a little more aggressive. But you have to question and ask yourself, your profit margins are the only thing that should take a hit. So in other words, let's say if you're already for instance, for myself, I average about $12 an order. That's my average overall so far this year. Actually, my average last month was $12. My average was $14 the previous month, and for the year so far, it's been about $13.20. So what does that tell me? That tells me that how many orders am I doing to make 100? Well, that tells me that at $13.20 per order, I'm doing about 7 orders, which means to make my 100, I'm doing about we're just going to say 7 orders. That's about $3.50 expense per 100. Okay, because I'm setting aside 50 cents for each. Now I'm driving about 12 miles per order. Okay, and I know that because I keep track of it. So then that is an expense of about 84 cents per order. So you take that times 7, and we say $5.93 plus $3.50. I have a $9.43 expense per 100. That's an excellent ratio. I'm taking home before taxes over $90. Now my tax rate on that is going to run me about $11 per 100. So that means I'm bringing home roughly about $80 and some change per 100. That's a great ratio, and that's for the year so far. Of course, with mileage costing at $7.07 per fill up. Now it used to be lower. I used to get around 5 and 6 cents per mile, and obviously I made a little bit more. But that's also another reason why the car you're driving, what your gas mileage is, and all of that makes a tremendous difference to your bottom line. But to me, when I'm looking at that, the gas at the pump doesn't matter. You've got to understand your numbers. And that's what I would encourage all of you to do. Understand your numbers. Understand what you're making when you're out. Document all of your information. Do not get caught up in the negativity, and have a positive outlook. Focus on what's important. And what's important is the first 100 you make today. Then you focus on the second 100 you're going to make today. And then the third. And you try to do it as fast as possible in the amount of time that you have allowable. And if you fall a little short, so be it. Figure out where you could have done better. Figure out what your average order size is. Figure out what your average miles was per order. See where the adjustments can be made. Come back the next day with a different strategy, adjust it. Maybe you need to go a little lower orders. Maybe maybe you need to do a higher volume of orders, which does mean your expense category is going to go up if you're using a fixed expense method in order to set aside money per order for auto maintenance, like I'm doing, 50 cents per order. However you want to do it. But the point is, make sure you know your numbers, guys. That's what this is. That's what's important here. And that's what's going to tell you whether or not this is a profitable situation for you or not. Once you start getting into those numbers, once you start understanding that, once you start looking at what you're doing, it's going to help guide you and tell you, okay, listen, I need to increase my order size. What I would tell you right now, the biggest thing you're going to do that everyone needs to do, increase your order sizes. Okay. That's going to drive the market up. Remember, we are market setters. In the end, we set the market. When we pass on an order and it moves on to the next dasher, yes, that next dasher benefits, or that next Uber Eats driver benefits, or that next Grubhub driver benefits, but we all benefit as a whole, because what we are telling the algorithms and the systems exactly what the market is for those type of orders. So the next time it comes around, they may start that order at a little higher. They may start that order at a little bit of a better price, and the price improves for everyone. So we're not talking about just arbitrarily declining things and doing all that. That doesn't necessarily work. What we're talking about is providing feedback to the market so that the market can make proper adjustments, and doing it in a thoughtful manner that makes sense. And when we're providing that feedback, we all become better because of it. Now, there is going to be people that are going to exit, and that is a positive thing. Is what that means is it leaves behind a market that's still going to be there, that the experienced people who know how to do business, who know how to work properly, who know how to work smartly, are going to come in and take advantage of it. And we can continue to set the market, continue to set the standards, continue to operate smartly, and we can profit off of even the high gas prices. So guys, leave me some comments on your thoughts. What is your average per mile gas price? Figure it out. I'd love to hear it. Put it in the comments. What is it costing you to drive around? and what is your ratio? How much are you bringing home per 100, guys? Figure it all out. Figure those numbers out. Collect your data, and you'll be fine. Everyone will be fine. All right, guys, I'm going to jump off here. Hopefully, you got something out of this. If you did, hit that thumbs up button. Also, hit that subscribe button. I've got much more content coming out, more ride alongs, more tips and tricks, more strategies. And also share it with someone who you think could benefit from this information and from the reflections of a driver that has been driving now for close to a year and completed north of 1,500 total deliveries in my lifetime. All right, guys, thanks for watching, and I'll be talking to you real soon. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash Industries here, and I am out on another ride along. So, guys, today we are going to be going out on a ride along and doing a dinner. So we are on our way into the market. It's about 4 o'clock. We're going to go about 4:30 to about 8:30. I'm scheduled to go on live with DoorDash about 5 o'clock. I've got Uber Eats powered up. I've got Grubhub powered up. I did get a Grubhub order as soon as I powered the app up, but it was definitely not worth it. It was $5.94 for 5.3 miles, so it did not meet any of my minimum guidelines. So we're not going to consider that. But we will continue watching, see what comes up as we drive through my home market to get to the Charlestown market, where we will be working this evening. So I will be back to update you guys periodically and take you along the way, show you what's going on. Today, the goal, as always, is $100 for dinner, since we're just doing a dinner. So goal is to try to make our 100 as fast as possible. And then, of course, once we get through our first 100, if we have time, we'll try to make a second 100, or at least some of a second 100. We'll see where it goes. Last couple Wednesdays have been very profitable days. I don't expect this will be any different, but we'll see. Gas prices, of course, are still all the rage. I did put out a video today. Hopefully everybody has watched that, enjoyed that, and understands what was said in that. And I'm going to expound on that a little bit more as we're going, as we're doing orders. We're going to be talking about that, talking about how to look at the orders and see, hey, look, is this a profitable order? How did this order do? How did it perform? Today, the metrics I'm looking at is my goal is to try to get at least $12 or more in order. Okay. That's my goal. My average order size this year has been $13. And that would, if we did 2 orders an hour, that would put us at $26 generated revenue per hour. But we're going to be looking and targeting orders at about 12 to $13 an hour, probably, or $12 to $13 an order. And we're going to be looking to do mileage of, if we can get it, 8 or less miles. Okay, 8 or less miles. If we have to do a little bit more, at least $1 a mile, we'll assess it, see how it goes, take a look at the profitability standards on that, and go from there. All right, guys, I will be talking to you. I'm also going to be getting some updated data on my gas mileage, because I did just have oil change, things like that. So I am doing a tracking, where I've been tracking. I've got about 94 miles left to my next fill up, so I'll be able to adjust my miles per fill up, and we'll see. And I'll take you through the process of that as well as we're going. So, anyways, guys, lots going on today. Hopefully, we can get a lot of good information flowing, and we'll go from there. All right, guys, I will be talking to you soon. Let's hope we get some good orders, and we'll go from there. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash back here. So wanted to give you an update here on things. It's been quite eventful. We got started about 5:15 with our first order, I believe it was. Double check that. Oh, sorry, 5:05. So it's been about we're just about 4 minutes shy of an hour, but we've been working steady. So we started out with a DoorDash order of $7. I suspected there could have been maybe a little bit of extra tip in there. It was a pizza order. I thought there was probably maybe an extra dollar, or it was going to be like $7.50 and something like that, maybe $8.50 or $8. I don't know. I was thinking because $3 is the minimum up here for DoorDash. Turns out it was straight $7. However, ended up with about a 30% expense ratio on that. So we collected about 70%. Now, while I was picking up the order at Pizza Hut, I got an order for Grubhub as I was pulling out, and it was $7 going 2 miles. I said, yeah, I'll do that. Absolutely. So then, as I'm about to go drop off the DoorDash order, I get an add-on for $9.68, going another 1.2 miles. Of course, I took that. So, got that was for Popeyes, which is right next to the Wendy's that I was picking up at. So I went, got those 2 orders, got those done. Drove about a total of actual miles was about 5 miles, but as you can imagine, very very good orders in terms of miles to money. Um, so put that first hour in the books for well over $25 because as I was dropping off the first half of that order, I ended up getting an $11 and I think it was 38 cents or 48 cents California tortilla order going 7 miles from where I was at. So some of those miles were included in the next order. So I was okay with it. So I accepted that for $11. So now I'm on duty with that order heading to California tortilla. So it has been a very, very solid day so far. Very solid start. Good flow. Grubhub's been definitely on fire. Uber Eats came at me with a $13.10 order, but it was going 7 miles. And I wasn't going to cancel or get out of the Grubhub order for that. So I went ahead and just left that on the cutting room floor. Grubhub, I ran into one issue on the Grubhub, well, the DoorDash / Grubhub. First of all, DoorDash's directions were totally off. I actually had to go find it myself, and luckily I was able to do so. Delivered it right to the customer, handed it off to the customer, and confirmed that I was at the right address. However, that did set me a little bit behind on Grubhub. However, I think Popeyes bailed me out from getting into any trouble because Popeyes, the order was not ready at Popeyes, so I got to flag that in my app, and I think that covered me for the lateness on the first order. I'm not 100% certain. We will find out, obviously, if anything comes up in the next couple days with an account violation or something like that. I would dispute that heavily because Popeyes wasn't ready. And the Wendy's order wasn't completely ready, but it was ready within like a minute of me getting in there. But the Popeyes order took about 10 minutes, 10 to 12 minutes, because it was not, even though I gotten a flag that it was ready, it was not ready when I got in there. And I've had that happen before with Grubhub where I've gotten notified that something was ready and it's not. So, anyways, guys, I'm going to jump off here. I've gone over a little bit too longer than I wanted to, but I wanted to give you a big update there on everything that happened and where we're at. So tonight, like I said, so far everything is looking good. Ratios are looking good, and money is flowing in at a steady rate. So we will see if that continues, and I'll take it from there. All right, guys, I will be talking to you soon, and I'll be back with an update. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash Industries here with another update there. So just got done delivering the California tortilla order, and things have slowed up a bit. No orders. Of course, I did get slightly outside of my market area, but no orders yet to follow up. I was hoping I might get something along the way and have something to ride right into. However, like I said, it was a great start to the evening. I'm hoping Uber Eats will jump in here and get involved. But this order ended up being about 7 miles. So not bad. It ended up being exactly 7 miles from the customer's house. So I'm guessing those 7 miles that were showing, Grubhub was figuring it from my drop off point. I wasn't certain 100%, but we did get $11.43. So it was over $1 a mile. So it was not bad at all. So that puts us at about $35, about 35% of the way to 100, and it's about 6:30. So we've got about 2 hours left. Hopefully, we can get some decent size orders to head into the next 2 hours, and we'll see what happens. All right, guys, talk to you in a minute. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here with another update. So, when we completed um, the order there, after I talked to you there, I said it slowed down. We got back to the shopping center and ended up getting another Wendy's order for $9.98 going 3 miles. So that was excellent. Took that order, got that delivered. Um, then we get another Grubhub order. Well, first we get a Grubhub order for Applebee's, which was, I think it was, I want to say it was $16 for 19 miles or something like that. And I turned that one down promptly. Then we followed up with a stacked order from Grubhub for IHOP and Taco Bell, which I just got done picking up for $20.22 going 11 miles. Now I went ahead and picked that up. And I'm going to give you the breakdown on this order and show you why I picked it up, because with the 11 miles, that creates a nice tax deduction, even though we are riding some miles. And then on top of that, it was big enough, in my opinion, that the profit margin on that is going to be big enough that we're going to make a nice profit. So far everything's going well with the order. I'm about it's a 13-minute drive to the first drop off, and I think about a 2-minute drive from that drop off to the next one. So I'll be back at the end of the order to go over the figures with you, discuss with you exactly how to process that order, and then we'll do kind of a comparison to say one of the smaller orders and look at it under the time frame on a minute by minute basis and see, hey, did we make more or less, or how did this thing turn out for us? So this is going to put us at about $65. So we're going to need about 35 bucks. Hopefully we'll be done with this order by about 7:30, and I'm hoping we can begin looking for our next order and maybe get something on the way back into town if all works out. All right, guys, I'll be talking to you soon. I appreciate you riding along with me. If you're enjoying tonight's video, if you're enjoying the discussion, enjoying me taking you along, please hit the subscribe button, share this video, and like this video. All right, guys, talk to you in a minute. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash Industries here, and I wanted to come back in here and let you know we did just complete the order for the double order there, and we are heading back towards our market. Ended up being a $35.68 value on the order, but I wanted to discuss with you the expense ratio on this order. So this is exactly what I was talking about earlier today. We did a $7 order for, I think it was like 3 miles. And the expense ratio on that order was about 30%, meaning the expenses, um, driving, the driving costs or gas mileage cost, and of course, the wear and tear on the car, all amounted to about 30% of that order. However, this particular order, because of the larger, even though because of the larger amount of um, miles, the taxes ended up only being about $3.54. Once you added in 84 cents for miles driven on top of the 50 cents that we allocate for each order for car maintenance, it ended up only being about a 24% expense ratio. So it fell right in there, right in the pocket of about 76% take home. So not bad at all. And you can see that was a larger order, and the expense ratio on this order ended up being stronger than the smaller orders. And we ended up walking away in that scenario with about $16 to the good. It was about $15 and I think 58 cents. So the time we spent on the order, now if you look at this and you say, okay, time we spent on this order was about 34 minutes. So if you look at that $16 per minute on a per minute basis, it was like $15.50 divided by 34 minutes. It was about 45 cents a minute. Now, if you take the order from earlier, we did 21 minutes and we ended up with let's see here, about $4.90. So divide that by 21, we ended up with a 23-cent per minute cost on that order. And that was because, of course, it ended up taking a while. So that tells you, even though you see these small, the big problem a lot of drivers have in making money is you're taking orders that are too small. And that's a blaring example. I took that order, $7, 3 miles. But by the time I dropped it off, by the time I picked it up, by the time I waited for the order, got going, the expense ratio was higher, the time on the order was higher, the dollars per minute take home was higher, and it ended up being, in my opinion, a lesser valued order, even though if you just looked at the miles and said, well, that's $7, or you said, okay, well, that's $7, completed it in 21 minutes, I could roll around and get another order and I'm right there. This order that took me a little farther out of the pocket ended up smoothing out and making the ratios better. We got paid better by minute. We had more in our pocket, and it ended up being an all-around better value of an order. So just take that into consideration, and these are the calculations you guys should be doing as well when you're looking at your orders. Now, guys, I'm heading back in the market. Looks like Grubhub is hitting me up with another order. I'll take a look at it live with you guys, and that is AWOC. Looks like they want me to go to another town over. It's 11.7 miles from where I'm at right now. I have to pay on pickup. I have to put the order in, and that is not going to happen. So we are going to offer too low for distance. And now DoorDash is getting involved. Brothers Pizza. And I'll show you that one there. And that is not going to work either because that one is $5 for 8.8 miles. Not going to do that. Too small. Definitely not a good value in those orders. So anyways, guys, the orders are going to hopefully start pouring in here. Hopefully we get some action. Would love to get some Uber Eats action. I'm waiting for it patiently. The only thing I've gotten was I did get a little attention earlier for the McDonald's order. Now it looks like Glory Days Grills and Sheets. It looks like it's a stacked order from DoorDash, which probably is the Sheets I just passed. It's $11, 7 miles. And nope, it looks like it's going to have me go to the Sheets right on my route. So, this is a difficult one because if you look at it on a by order basis, it's about $5.50 on, for 2 orders, but it's $11, 7 miles. But I got to stop at both places. I don't think it's a very good value. Order too small. I'm looking at it on a by order basis, and I recommend you do so too, because those are the type of orders that look decent if it was going to one place. But remember, you've got to go 2 places. You've got to wait 2 places. One of those is known for very long, extremely long wait times. So definitely not enough value in that order to do that. So anyways, guys, I'm going to jump off here. Hope you guys are enjoying tonight's ride along. I'll be back with an update shortly. And hopefully we'll get another order going. Looks like we got an Applebee's order, $8, 7.2 miles. Wow. All right, guys, I'm going to go ahead and jump off here and we'll see what we do here. I'm not sure if I'm going to take this or not. I will let you guys know. Thank you very much. Yep, you did. All right, guys. guys, Dad Dash back here with another update here. So we ended up getting kind of got some controversy going on here since we talked last. Basically, started out getting a $7 Wendy's order that looked like it was going to be decent because it was only 1 mile. However, got to Wendy's and the drive-through was literally all the way out into the street. So I thought, well, the lobby's open. I'd been in the lobby earlier today. Walked up to go in the lobby. It was closed. As I'm walking back to my car, I get a $10.49 0.7 mile Uber Eats order. And I'm like, okay, I'm getting out of this Wendy's order because there's no way I'm waiting for $7 for in this long line that probably would have at least been a 20-minute wait or longer that was going out into the street. So I canceled the Wendy's order, went on the Uber Eats order, which I have since completed. And then I got a DoorDash order that was $7. I think it was one that was offered to me earlier, but I'm not 100% certain. But went ahead and took it. It's moving me around the market. It's not taking me too far. It's actually keeping me in the market, but it's moving me around, hopefully attracting some other offers and paying me at the same time. So I don't believe there will be probably any extra pay in this because it's just one pizza. So I believe it'll probably be, if there is extra, it would be just a flat $5 tip with a $3 base pay. But I think more likely than not, it'll be $4 and $3. But anyways, I'm going to get this order delivered. This will put us at about $82. So again, we will be looking for about $18 once this order is done to push us over the $100 mark. So I'm hoping maybe Uber jumps in there, maybe something else comes in from Grubhub, or maybe DoorDash sends us an offer following this order. So we'll see what happens. Now looking at the ratio on this, I did a pre-calculation on this. It's about a 25% expense ratio on this. But we collect the negative part of it is we only collect about $3.82. We only collect about $5. I think it's $5.20 after expenses. And when you put the time into this, now we'll see if the time holds out. I was doing it at 23 minutes, which is what DoorDash was estimating the offer at. You're talking about 19 cents per minute, which is not great at all. We talked about that earlier when we did the larger order. It came in over 40 cents a minute. So anyways, guys, again, these smaller orders, you really got to watch. You want to watch your expense ratio. They don't press the expenses down like the larger orders do. And, they appear they're good for miles, but they don't do a good job of covering you. So anyways, just keep that in mind. We'll see how this order turns out. And of course, I'll update you when I'm talking to you here in a little bit. All right, guys, I'm going to jump off here, focus on getting this order delivered, and I'll be back with an update soon. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So just completed the final delivery tonight. Boy, was it an interesting one. I will review that in a minute, but I did want you to know we did hit our $100. It's we hit about $102, so we ended up averaging about $24.47 an hour while we were out of gross revenue. So it took us a little bit longer than 4 hours to earn the money, unfortunately. We were on a great pace early in the day, but it kind of faded off. But basically, since I left you last, we ended up picking up, we ended up delivering the DoorDash order that I was on, and that ended up being extra tip. So we did get an extra tip on that order, got $5 tip, $3 base. And then we headed back to market. I was getting ready to possibly leave the market, head towards my house, and see if I could pick up the remaining $16 that I needed, and I stopped off to get gas. While I was getting gas, I got a $9.58 Grubhub Mart order, which is basically a virtual 7-Eleven store. Went, delivered that order. As I was delivering that order, I got a $9.58 Brothers Pizza order, which put me over the $100. Now, I was kind of trying to hustle to get this done, get it all moving fast, and but I did end up delivering it slightly after. I guess I delivered it at 9:17, about 12 minutes after 9:05, which would have been exactly 4 hours. So we ended up working about 4 hours and 12 minutes tonight. Now, the interesting story I have to tell you about the final order is I delivered the order, put it down, got in my car, started driving off, and my phone rings. And the guy's like, "Did you just deliver to such and such address?" And I said, "Yes." And he said, "Well, no, you didn't, because it's not in front of my house." I said, "Well, I even had my GPS lined up where it tells me my GPS tracking, puts it in the picture." So I'm like, "All right, well, I'm just around the corner." I literally was. I pulled a UE, came back, grabbed the order, was still out front, and it turns out they were the house next door. So this time, instead of doing a no contact, I knocked because I wanted to make sure they got their food. They were very understanding. I was very apologetic, and we got that done. Now, as for our overall evening, where did we fall in at? We ended up driving at $1.18 a mile. We did 87 miles. So just to kind of give you the calculation that I've been talking about and that I talked about in my video earlier today that I put out as far as profitability, how profitable was this shift? Now, I spent about $40.87. So we have fresh numbers on gas. I drove, divide that by 509. That's about 8 cents a mile. So I'm now having to move my metric up to 8 cents a mile based on gas and the price of gas that I got. So at 8 cents a mile, 87 miles. So if we take 87 miles times it by 8 cents, that's $6.90, $6.96 gas costs for the night. Now, we also are going to say 0.585 for times 87. So 87 times 0.585 is $50.89. So we take $50.89 and subtract that from 102.79. So 102.79 minus $50.89, and that's $51.90. And we just set aside 25% of that. So that's $12.97. So now we've got $5. I believe it's $5.87 if my memory serves me right. I'm not writing any of this down. And plus the taxes, and then we did a total of 9 orders tonight. So $4.50 for car maintenance. So that means $23.34 was our total cost for the evening. And we divide that by 102.79. Divided by 102.79. And we had a 22% expense ratio. That means we are collecting about 78% of our money is coming home with us that we made tonight. So a 22% expense ratio to me is very, very good. That is actually outstanding. That's far better than a lot of times what you're getting when you're having withholding taxes and stuff like that. That's setting aside a good amount of money to cover the wear and tear on your vehicle, covering reimbursement of the gas that you used, on top of taxes to cover your taxes that you're going to be having to pay and should be paying on a quarterly basis, weekly basis, monthly basis, however you want to do it. But that's how I do it. That's how I look at it. To me, this was a profitable shift, definitely a profitable shift when I'm taking home 78% of the money, and that's my profits right there. So, guys, I appreciate you watching tonight. I'm going to roll the financials. You're going to see them come up. You can do your own calculations. Take a look at them. Take a look at all the metrics and ratios. I apologize for being so dark, but that's just the nature of the road. Hopefully you guys made some money if you were out today. And hit that like button If you enjoyed the video, share this video with anybody that you think it could be helpful to. And of course, if you're not subscribed, get subscribed so you can join the network, join the discussion, start sharing some information, and becoming a better gig business operator. All right, guys, I will be talking to you soon, and I thank you for watching. Let's roll the financials. All right, guys, Dad Dash here with a profit review, and we're going to be doing a order review here today, a profit review, where I'm going to take you through each order that I accepted on this shift that I did today, and I'm going to break down the profitability of each order so you can kind of see what the initial, and I'm going to take it through like this. I'm going to show you the initial offer screen, and then I'm going to show you the profitability of the order, so you can kind of see if it matches up with what you think would be a profitable order. And I think you're going to be surprised with some of the orders. And then I'm going to show you the overall profitability of the shift and exactly how much we made. So guys, hopefully before we get started here, if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, please subscribe to the channel. If you're liking what you're seeing on the channel, if you've been watching for a while, subscribe to the channel. If you get value out of this video today, please share it with anybody else that you think might gain value from this. And also, of course, if you're enjoying the content, hit like, just to let YouTube know that you like the content. Let me know that you're liking what I'm doing, and I'll produce more of this content. So without further ado, let's jump in here and look at this first order. So the first order today that I did end up accepting was this $10.50 DoorDash order. Now you're going to see here, interestingly enough, this is an order that a lot of people would turn down. However, I saw value in the order and believed it would represent a pretty strong value statement, and we're going to get into why that is. So let's jump in to the profitability breakdown of the order. It did end up having a little bit of extra tip, as you see there, of 25 cents. We ended up with a $10.75 payout. We ended up working 24 minutes on the order and driving 13 miles. Now, where does this end up putting our profitability of the order? Well, it ended up with $1.05 gas cost for myself, a 50-cent maintenance cost, because we set aside 50 cents for each order that we do. And we ended up with a total tax deduction of $7.61 due to the mileage deduction. So it ended up with a mileage withholding or tax withholding expense of 79 cents for a total order expense of $2.34. This left a profit of $8.41 after expenses, for a total profit per minute of 35 cents on the order, and taking that order profit for the hour of $21.03 of profit per hour, and an expense ratio, very strong expense ratio, under 25%, of 21.74%. So this ended up being a very profitable order. And anytime you're making 20 or more dollars of profit, now that's not gross revenue per hour, that is profit in your pocket per hour. That's where this order ended up. So this ended up being a very, very strong order. And as you can see there, it on that order screen that you saw was an order most of you would have probably turned down, but this is a profitable order that ended up making me money. And you'll see exactly how an order like this factors in when we get to the end of the day. So next order we did accept was a $7 DoorDash order from Glory Days Grill for 5.1 miles. It was 2 items big, and we end up with a little bit of extra hidden tip of 20 cents. So where does this order break down at? Let's take a look at it. Now this was 5 miles. It ended up being a little higher. I was thinking there could have been a little extra tip there. This did not end up being one of my most profitable orders, but it did not end up being bad either. It was just too low of an order without anything boosting in or adding any extra money on the hidden side. We ended up working 25 minutes. That was the downside because we got caught up with a little bit of a wait at the restaurant, and then we ended up with 10 miles driven. Now that ended up generating a gas cost of this order of 81 cents. We had a 50-cent maintenance cost, for a total tax deduction of $5.85, leaving only a 34-cent tax withholding for a total order expense of $1.65. This left a profit after expenses of $5.55, or a 22 cents per minute worked, profit per minute worked, or a $13.33 order profit value per hour, which again, this is turned into a very weak order due to the minutes worked. However, the expense ratio was in line. So the issue with this order really came down to the amount of time it took to complete the order. So we had a 22.85% expense ratio that came in line. So the initial read on this order, if this had been, say, a 10-minute order or 15-minute order, we would have been in much better position to have capitalized and made this a $20+ an hour profit, of a profit value. However, the order minutes worked got us. So moving on to the next order, we got this very nice order from Uber Eats of $14.50, going 3.8 miles for Glory Days Grill. That was the same place we just went to. Now, this one you're going to see ends up in a very different situation because of the size of the order, which I have stressed over and over again that order size makes a tremendous difference. So let's look at the overall profitability of this order. We worked the same amount of time as the previous order, 25 minutes. We only drove 7 miles, and our gas costs ended up being 57 cents. Our maintenance costs ended up being 50 cents. And we ended up with a $4.10 tax deduction. Our total tax withholding ended up being $2.60 for a total order expense of $3.67. Then a profit after expenses on this order ended up being $10.83. However, the profit per minute worked was 43 cents, and we ended up with an order profit per hour of about $26. So that is a very, very strong order. However, the expense ratio on this particular order ended up being 25.29%. So it's a little on the high end, but that was mainly because the miles that were driven were lower. So this is where you can see kind of the conflict there. When you drive the lower miles, you end up paying more in taxes. So obviously there's a case to be made that says, hey, you're, not putting the wear and tear on your vehicle. However, you are taking more money out of your pocket, potentially, because you're going to be paying more in taxes for the less miles that are being driven. In this case, we ended up with a very strong order profit value. Nonetheless, even with the high expense ratio, again, that is the magic of focusing on order size and making sure your order size is in line. Um, so our next order that we did was an $8 order for 4 items from DoorDash for 6.9 miles. Um, so I accepted this, believing that there would be extra money in the order, and I was correct, as this ended up cashing out at $11. And you can see here that this ended up being another strong order as far as profitability wise. We ended up with 20 minutes worked. We ended up with 11 miles driven. So our order gas cost ended up being 89 cents. We ended up with a 50-cent maintenance cost, a total tax deduction of $6.44 for a tax withholding of $1.14. Total order expense to complete the order was $2.53, with a profit after expenses of $8.47, or a 42-cent per minute worked, or which comes out to a order profit value per hour of $25.41 in our pocket per hour. So that ended up with being a very, very strong order, and our expense ratio came in right where we wanted it to be, under 25%. So this order ended up being a very, very strong order for us, and ended up being a huge profit generator here for us. So again, this is a type of order that you would look at and go, okay, it's $11. It ends up being 11 actual miles driven. I think it was actually showing 8 miles by DoorDash, but there was a few extra miles driven in there when we were trying to locate and get this order. So you can see here that again, it's creating a picture where the miles end up putting, again, it's a push pull of if you've got a car that can handle and is an efficient vehicle, then you can absorb some of that mileage cost and maintenance cost, um, and the miles driven actually can end up putting more money back in your pocket. So let's just continue watching this as we go through the shift. So the next order that we get is an Applebee's order going $10 for $10.28, going 4.6 miles. So we accepted that order and we got paid out $10.28. We ended up working 22 minutes on the order. We drove 8 actual miles. So you can see there was a few extra miles there because of miles that were driven prior to the order being accepted. We ended up with a gas cost, an actual gas cost on the order of 65 cents, a 50-cent maintenance cost, $4.68, which this order resulted in a $4.68 tax deduction, which resulted in a tax withholding of only $1.40, bringing our total order expense to $2.55. Now, this resulted in a $7.73 profit after expenses, which is very, very strong. And we ended up with a profit per minute worked of 35 cents. Now, the order profit here ended up being $21.09 that we cleared after. Again, you can see all of these orders coming in tonight well over the $20 mark, landing an expense ratio of 24.77%. So this came in just under the 25% that we want to be at. So it still came in line, even though obviously the miles were a little bit high on this order. The time worked ended up coming in our favor. It was just a hair over probably what we would have really liked to have seen, but nonetheless, it was still a very, very solid order. So moving on to the next order that we took, this actually turned into a stacked order, so I'm only able to show you. I did not get screenshots of both, but you'll see on the next screen the payout. This is the first half of that order of 1358, going 8.1 miles. So this is what we ended up with. We ended up getting an add-on to the order of I think it was about $7.97 on top of the 1358, and we ended up. Now this order, as you're going to see, it's interesting. This is a high value order, okay. But you're going to see the interesting part about this order is um, due to the miles driven and the minutes worked, the value of this order was a little bit less. So it's like we took a big order, but this ended up not being quite the value that I thought it would be, or probably that most would look at when you're looking at a $21 order. So let's see how this shapes out. We ended up working this order for 51 minutes. Do keep in mind it was 2 orders, and we drove 17 miles for the order. That created a gas cost of $1.37, a total maintenance cost of 50 cents. We only had a tax deduction of $9.95. So this did create a tax withholding of $2.90 for total expense for the order of $4.77. Now we did take in $16.78 profit after expenses, but it only resulted in a profit per minute of 33 cents and an order profit value of under $20. It is the second order of the evening that ended up under $20. This one ended up at 1974, so it's not absolutely terrible, but our expense ratio did end up under 25% at 22.16. And again, as you can see there, the larger the order is, the better it is on the expense side, and our expense ratio ended up being significantly lower. So this was a stacked order, but like I said, the big payout does help there. So moving on to the next order that we had, we then accepted this Taco Bell order, and you can see now this is another interesting order because it's 11.8 miles, $10.53. Many of you may say, why would you take this? Well, there's a few different reasons, but one of them being is because it was a profitable order, and you're going to see how it turns out, or was it? So my thought was it was a profitable order. However, you're going to see the main issue with this order ended up being the order, the time it took to complete the order. You see, the expense ratio was in line, and it's very well could have been a very good order had we ended up being able to complete this in, uh, under 20 minutes. But let's go into what exactly happened with this order. So we ended up with a $10.53 order. We ended up working 37 minutes. We drove 12 miles. We had an order gas cost of 97 cents, a maintenance cost of 50 cents, a total tax deduction of $7.02. This created an 88-cent tax withholding, and we ended up with a total order expense of $2.35. So not bad there on that because we kept our expense ratio at 22.29%. So our profit after expenses for this order was not bad at all. It was $8.18. However, where things went off the rails is in the profit per minute category, which ended up driving down our order profit value. We ended up with only a 22-cent per minute, a profit per minute work, which again resulted in that $13.27 per hour profit. So the issue we had here was it ended up being the minutes worked, and this was due to an excessive wait time at the restaurant. So, again, one of the things that you've got to be conscious of is the size of the order in relationship to the time you're going to work. In this case, had we gotten the order done in an appropriate amount of time, it would have been a profitable order. But in this case, it turned out not to be. But my central gut feeling at the beginning of this order when we accepted it, I think was sound. But this is just one of those things where sometimes you have an excessive amount of wait time and you have things going on at a restaurant. Now, this is also where you should be keeping track of this. And I did not do that. I was not necessarily keeping track of the order value, but this is one of the ways you can take a look at it and start to say, okay, the longer you're on this order, the farther that profit value is dropping. And therefore, is it worth your time, or should you try to search out and find a bigger order or a better order? You got to assess where you think your market's at that time, what time of day it is. Do you think you could find a more profitable order? In my opinion, at this time, I don't think I would have necessarily been able to find an order that would have made up for the time I already had invested. But that was a calculation I made, and we'll see how it, the overall day ended up and see how bad this order affected us. So let's move on to the next order. So the next order following this order was a $13.36 Uber order going 3 miles for Wendy's. Wendy's is known for its wait times. However, this Wendy's tends to be more efficient, although once you get into the late nights, as you notice, this is at 9:30 at night, you're going to end up with a wait, namely because they close the dining room and you can only get your orders in the drive-thru. So let's see, how did this develop? So we ended up with a $13.36 payout. We ended up with 26 minutes worked. Now, we ended up with 6 miles driven, and we ended up with a 48-cent gas cost, a 50-cent maintenance cost, for a total tax deduction of $3.51 and a tax withholding of only $2.46. Or not only a tax deduction, pretty large tax deduction of $2.46. And that was namely due to the mileage being so low. Now, this resulted in an order expense of $3.45, again, putting us over that 25% expense ratio goal, coming in at 25.80%. So this is important because our profit after expenses ended up being $9.91. How did that affect our profit per minute worked? Well, because we were able to keep the minutes worked at 26 minutes, well under 30 minutes. Now, we would have liked to have taken an order like this and kept it under 20, but we ended up at 26, which still ended up in an order profit value per hour of $22.88. So it's still well north of $20. Now, on this order, this ended up being a slight disaster. So we could have had it well under 20 minutes. We could have probably had it somewhere around 18 minutes. And this would have been a game changing situation because this was actually part of a created stack that I did. And it was a ill fated stack because what ended up happening is I ended up for the first time in my career, and unfortunately I wasn't doing a ride along to capture this error, but I ended up delivering this order to the wrong person. So I actually delivered a Taco Bell order that I had stacked with this to this customer. I was on my way to the second drop off, which I believed was going to be the Wendy's, and this customer called me and I had to return to their house. So the order minutes worked would have been probably 8 minutes, 6 to 8 minutes less, because I had to return back to the house, swap out the orders, and then head back on my road on my way to the uh, to drop off the Taco Bell order to its correct owner. So let's move on and take a look at the Taco Bell order here and see how all of this affected it. Because unfortunately, it did end up resulting in this order time being a little bit longer. So um, you can see here that, well, that this ended up being, sorry, this was an order that snuck in there. We did not end up doing this order, by the way. This was a turn down and a rejection. Um, so the order that was supposed to be showing up there was a Taco Bell order for Grubhub. I don't know if that's going to show up, and there it is, $12.91. So I apologize. It ended up getting out of order somehow. A declined order snuck in there, but this is the order for Taco Bell that we ended up showing up with: 2.5 miles, $12.91. Um, so very solid order on the front end. Now, this order you're going to see ended up being an absolutely outstanding valued order, even though we had a snafu. But those minutes ended up piled on that other order. But this order ended up being $12.91, 16 minutes worked, 6 miles driven. Now let's look at the expense ratio though on this. This is where it gets interesting. We ended up with a 48 cent gas cost. We ended up with a 50 cent maintenance cost, and only a $3.51 tax deduction. This resulted in a tax withholding of $2.35 and a total order expense of $3.33. This left a profit after expenses of $9.58. Now, the interesting part about this is that the expense ratio on this order ended up being over 25%. So it's $25 or 25.83%. However, because of the order size, even though our expense ratio came in much higher than what we intended, and the amount of time we were able to get this order completed, that we ended up with a profit per minute worked of a high for that day for today. This is our best profit per minute worked order of the day of 60 cents per minute. That is outstanding. This ended up with a order profit value. This is not gross revenue. This is an order profit value in our pocket of $35.91. Absolutely an outstanding order. Definitely was the ended up being the order of the day. Now, yes, this was helped out because of the way the numbers were represented here, because we did end up with some of the time shoveled onto the Wendy's order. So this ended up picking up when that one got done. But overall, this ended up representing a great value for the day. Now we'll jump through to the next order here, which ended up being another Wendy's order. And I apologize, it got out of order here. Or jump back. This was our final order of the day. It was $15.55 for 8.7 miles. Now, let's take a look and see how this ended up shaking out for us here. So, we ended up with 24 minutes worked. So, very strong minutes worked for that size of an order. We ended up driving 11 miles. We ended up with a gas cost of 89 cents, a maintenance cost of 50 cents, and a tax deduction of only $6.44, meaning we had a tax withholding of about $2.28. Now, this resulted in a total order expense of $3.67. Now, here, because of the size of the order, because we sized it right, our expense ratio, even with the lower tax deduction, okay, due to the miles being low in comparison to the amount of the order. We ended up with a 23.59% expense ratio. Our profit after expenses ended up being $11.88 in our pocket. This resulted in a 50-cent profit per minute worked, which came out to an order profit value of $29.71, our second best of the day. So this really ended up being an outstanding value and representing an outstanding value to us. So we ended the day with a very strong order. Now, looking at the shift as a whole, we ended up making and generating a total gross revenue of $127.63. We ended up working a total of labor minutes, meaning minutes we worked, of 265 minutes. We ended up driving 101 miles. So this resulted in total expenses for the entire time we worked: $8.16 total gas cost, a $5 shift, a $5 maintenance cost for today. This resulted in a total tax deduction of $59.09, with a total tax withholding of $17.14. And so our total shift expense to operate this shift ended up being $30.30. And this ended up with a profit after expense of nearly $100, just under $100, $97.33. So an excellent profit after expenses. This resulted in a profit per minute of 37 cents a minute worked. So 37 cents a minute worked, meaning we generated an hourly profit of $22.04. So that's over $20 an hour profit. That is not gross generated revenue. That is money in our pocket after we pay our expenses, after we pay our gas, maintenance costs, and taxes. We ended up with $22.04 and an expense ratio of 23.74%. So well under the 25% mark that we want, which resulted in an outstanding profit after expenses and an outstanding hourly profit value. So guys, it was a very, very good shift. We ended up making very strong profits. So it ended up being very profitable. And that was even driving 101 miles. Now, obviously, one of the things driving that low per mile gas cost that I'm enjoying right now is because I drive a Prius. So again, one of the things you want to focus on in my maintenance cost, you may say, well, wait a minute, that's pretty low compared to that's too low for me. Well, one of the nice parts about a Prius is it's very efficient. The maintenance costs are very low. So the 50 cents is a comfortable spot that I can put per order. And then of course we have the 50, even though it says 59 cents, it's rounding up, but it's 58.5 cents per mile tax deduction. So it allows me to take more advantage of that tax deduction and therefore put more profits in my pocket on a daily basis. So guys, I hope you enjoyed this. Give me your thoughts in the comments there. What are your thoughts on the shifts in the order or of the shift there and of the orders I took? What is your thoughts on what should be set aside on a per order basis, or should it be maybe a per mile basis? Give me your thoughts. What do you think? And also, guys, how are you doing it? How do you keep track of things, and how do you determine the profitability of your orders? So share all of that. And most importantly, guys, if you're enjoying this video, if you enjoyed this video and enjoy what I shared today, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, and share this video with anybody that you think might be able to gain something from this, especially if they're new to the gig economy and they're a new gig business operator. All right, guys, I appreciate you watching today, and I will be talking to you soon. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash Industries back here again with another video. And today's video is a topic that I wanted to discuss with you. First off, I wanted to start out by giving you context for the topic, by making an announcement. And that announcement is that I believe I bought a device, and it will be here in a couple days, that is going to be the best phone for gig business operators. Let me explain. That's what this video is about, so bear with me. First off, before we get into the video and all the information, I need you to do me a favor. Hit that subscribe button if you're not yet subscribed to the channel. If you're enjoying this content or you enjoy this content, before you get to the end of the video, hit like and also share this with anybody you know who might benefit from information regarding the gig business economy. So let's dive into this topic. Let me explain to you what I'm talking about. Let me tell you what that device is, and get into what I believe, what my hypothesis is, and what we're going to be doing on this channel over the next few weeks to prove or disprove what I'm about to say. So the device I'm talking about is the iPhone that was recently released by Apple at their March event. And you may say, okay, well, what is it, the Pro? No, it's not actually. It's the iPhone SE 3. And Apple made an upgrade to that device that I think absolutely, without a doubt, is one of the most important upgrades for a phone device for gig business operators all over. It has made that device absolutely a must-have device for every gig business operator that's out there. And I'm going to get into why I believe that. So the first thing I'm going to tell you, the first reason why I believe it's a must-have device is because it has the A15 chip. It has the chip that is in this device right here, which is my go-to device right now. And it will be. It's going to stay my go-to device. But this is the device that is my main device, my main driver, and that is the iPhone 13 Pro. That's right, guys. That device has the same chipset as Apple's most premium flagship phone. Now, you're going, okay, how does this tie in? Why does this make a difference? And why is this news, right? We all know that. Some of you, if you follow tech stuff, probably already knows that. And here's why, guys. First of all, that phone is using 7-year-old hardware. Everybody knows that. It's an SE device. Putting that level of chip with 7-year hardware is going to make that an efficiency and performance beast. So why is that important? Because for us, flipping between apps, multitasking, app performance, all of those things, those seconds make tremendous differences to our earning power. That device is going to be a handheld, fit perfectly in your hand device that's going to absolutely crush gig business operation tasks. It's going to crush it. And it's going to be the device that if you're flipping through it, if you're using a multi-app interface, as I discussed in one of my most recent videos, if you're using that, okay, if you're using the multi-app interface, it's going to absolutely kill that. You're going to be able to open apps, boom, just like that. You're going to be able to go in. It's going to absolutely destroy all of your daily tasks and everything you need to do when you're out on the road. Not to mention that it also has 5G connectivity, and it means that it's going to be a long-lasting device that you're going to be able to depend on for years, which is exactly what you need in a phone that you're purposing for gig work. So it is going to be the device that you're going to be able, it's going to be either positioned well, as I'm going to position it, as a secondary device to this phone. So when I'm doing multi-app stacks, or I need to have that second phone and that second screen, that's going to be the one I'm going to have. It's going to be sitting right there. It's going to fit nicely in my pocket. It's going to play nice if I have to throw both in my pocket and I'm running multiple apps on different phones. It's going to absolutely, in my opinion, change the game. So that is the big reason why this has attracted my attention. The second piece is, and you may have seen my video, and I talk about this all the time, between the two major operating systems that exist, or really the only two operating systems that work with gig apps, is Android and iOS. when you compare how Android interacts with the apps versus iOS, it is hands down, and I have used both. And as I mentioned, I use probably one of the most expensive premium phones that you can buy on Android, and I still had the same issues and gigs and bugs that I had when using $100 Android phone. Okay, and proving to me that regardless of how good the hardware is, the software is the problem when it comes to Android and how everything works and interacts. So my experience with iPhone, and again, I'm going to put this to the test by using their lowest end phone, their lowest end first generation phone that you can buy, which is the iPhone SE. I'm going to be using that, putting it to the test, although I'm already very confident that this phone is going to work well. But we're going to see. But you will not encounter the same bugs. The bugginess, the problems, the app crashes, all these things that can cost you precious time and that can wreck an hour, wreck a shift, wreck a day as far as earning power and slow you down and bring you to a standstill is phone issues. You're not going to have that. You're never going to have that problem with iOS devices. The third thing, and the third reason, is price. The price of this phone is going to be priced to absolutely be one of the most affordable devices you can put in your hand with long-lasting technology. The value statement in this particular phone is amazing, and that's what we're looking for. You want a phone, you want a device that's going to last you very long, and it's going to last you a very long time. This device is it. And the $430 price tag that you're going to get on that phone is an incredible value. But here's the deal. Here's the secret. It's not going to stay that expensive for long. Some people may say, well, that's way too much even for me. I'm looking at the 200. Don't worry. This device is the device that will be the free device on almost all major phone carriers. The prepaid carriers will give it away as well. They were giving away the iPhone SE 2. Give it a little bit of time and then get yourself one. If you're looking for that secondary device, get yourself one. This is going to be the device you need to have in your gig bag, in your gig equipment bag. And if you don't have it, I'm telling you, I'm convinced. So those are the three reasons why I believe that phone is going to be the ultimate gig device. And then there's a fourth reason that doesn't necessarily apply to every gig business operator, but also if you're a YouTube person, one of the benefits of iOS over Android, in my opinion, although if you're using all Samsung phones, I guess you could probably get the same thing, but the interaction between devices, iCloud, all the connections, and all the way to transfer data between all of them is far, far superior in my opinion. What I love about iOS is that I can film on this phone, I can collect screenshots on this phone, I can bring it all home to my home internet, everything uploads, and on my iPad Pro, there's a timeline of everything I did today. There's nothing more valuable to me than that. And I can even download GPS video for my GPS if I wanted to, bring it onto my phone, download that video to the phone, and it's going to go in my Photos app as well. And there it will sit along that timeline if I wanted to bring that in. So to me, there's nothing more valuable than iOS devices, especially if you're going to try to do a YouTube related channel with ride-alongs. It's the easiest way to organize your data and organize your film and your pictures and everything else. And even if you're not filming, to me, the idea that I can use this phone for screenshots and then I can be taking pictures with another phone if I wanted to, or I could use, maybe my secondary device as I can have two devices, and the screenshots for both are going to, if you're using it on the same iCloud account, are all going to converge together and create one nice timeline of records for you to have that you can use and keep records of everything. So to me, it's a absolute indispensable tool using and having iOS in the way it interacts and the efficiencies and power of an iPhone. So guys, that's what I wanted to talk about with you today. Hopefully you got something out of it. Hopefully for those of you considering about, making hardware decisions, or if you're just getting into the gig economy, there it is. If you're wondering what type of phone to use, iPhones. Now, I'm not telling you that you have to get a first run device, but if you want to get a first run device, and I'm going to do maybe some further videos on my thoughts on why you would buy a first run device if you're running a gig business versus maybe doing an older phone, and that's perfectly acceptable to buy the older phone. That, again, I have no problem with that. However, you want to buy a device that's going to last and give you length of time and give you great value over time. And the iPhone SE right now represents the greatest value that you're going to get hands down in any phone across the line. Period. And we're going to figure it out. So, guys, let me tell you what's coming up. Pay attention to this channel. Get your notifications turned on. Subscribe. When this phone arrives, I'm going to get it out of the box. I'm going to dust it off. I'm going to show it to you. I'm going to do a breakdown of the phone for you. We'll show you how I'm organizing it. I'm going to take you through that entire process. And then we're going to take it out and I'm going to vlog my use of that phone. And I am going to slide that into the main capacity, and I'm going to use my iPhone 13 as a secondary backup for about a week or two. Now, my only concern for that phone is going to be battery. But however, from my research, some of the things that are being said about this phone is that because of that better chipset, and that's helping it to be more efficient, and it is actually boosting the battery life. Now, I have, of course, lots of battery juice, lots of stuff. I have wireless charger here in the car. I've got cords galore that I can hook into this thing. I don't think battery life is going to necessarily be a problem. It does support fast charging, so that is essential. And again, I'm going to do more daily workflow videos of exactly what I do. And having a fast charge device is essential to your workflow because it allows you to take that break and have a 30-minute boost of 50 to 60% battery is unbelievable. So that is very important. But anyways, that's a video for another day. It's a topic for another day. But that's what we're going to do. We're going to fully test this out. And I'm going to give you, at the end of that process, I'm going to give you my thoughts and whether or not I'm keeping it or not. If I don't like the device or I run into problems or it's not the device I think it is, then I will publicly announce that and I will send it back to AT&T. I have 14 days to vet this device before it's mine to keep forever. And I will say AT&T gave me a fantastic deal on it. So hopefully it performs as well as I like, because I did, as through a special offer, did get the phone virtually for free. So, I mean, I'm going to be transparent on that, but it's not from Apple. It has nothing to do with the hardware. It just had to do with an issue that was on my account. AT&T made an offer to me due to some problems that occurred and said, hey, we'll give you a free phone and subsidize your line and everything else. And I said, well, you know what? This is a great opportunity. I've been thinking about it and wanting to try this phone out. And since it came out, it was really on my mind. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to scoop it up, grab it up, and let's see where this thing really stands and see if this theory holds water. So, guys, I'm going to jump off here. I've taken up enough of your time. If you made it to the end of the video, I'm forever grateful. Hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and share this with anybody that you think could benefit from the information that was provided in this video because they're part of the gig business economy. Or maybe it's just somebody curious about what we do. All right, guys, I'll be talking to you soon. All right, guys, it has arrived. It arrived a lot earlier than I thought, but it's here. The device that I think is going to end up being the preferred device for all gig operators out there. And that will be the best value device and usage device. So I'm going to go ahead and get this thing set up and get it ready to go. And now hopefully I can get some use of it today. But man, exciting. All right, guys, I'll be back. All right, guys, so I've got it setting up. It's restoring from the cloud, so hopefully it's not telling me yet how long. I guess it says it'll be ready in 1 minute. So I actually just was able to get activated on DoorDash. Um, so hopefully we'll be up and running here in about a minute, and I'll see if I can get logged into my apps and head towards get out there on the road and give this thing a test for the lunch. I'm going to be able to go to probably about 1, maybe 1:15, and then head up the road. So, um, and there it is right now. It's starting up. So, exciting times, guys. I'm going to be testing this out. We're going to put this through the paces. I'm going to, of course, be talking about it in the videos. I'm going to make this my primary device for the next week, and I will make the 13 Pro, which is normally my primary device, my secondary device, and I will see what I think about running things on this. I believe this thing is going to be so overclocked that I think it's going to just be an efficiency beast. It's going to run well. It's going to do everything I need it to do. The only question will be two questions, I think: screen and battery life. In other words, screen size for everything I need to do, and battery life. I think the screen size will probably be okay. Battery life will be an interesting point. Today, coming out of the box and all the setup, I'm going to give it a little bit of leeway, but we're only going to be working for 2 hours. All right, guys. So it is all set up. I am logged into all my apps. You can see that's my multi-app platform interface. I've got all the apps logged into. I've got DoorDash ready to roll. I've got Uber ready to roll. I've got Grubhub. I think you saw that at the beginning, ready to roll. There it is. It's in focus now. So we are ready to go, guys. We're going to give this a test, and you're going to see starting out. Hopefully you can see here. Let me get this thing to focus. Well, actually, no, there's nothing up there to see it. But when I checked the battery percentage, we were at about 76%. So obviously it's not getting the opportunity to fully charge, and I'm actually going to be running low on battery juice. So this is going to have to charge in the car. We'll see how it goes. But so far in hand, it actually feels really good in terms of just the way I do things. You get to see the finger travel, the one-handed finger travel. Everything on it feels really snappy, really fantastic. And of course I just have to get used to the old gestures and stuff. But I mean, it flows through apps. It loads apps up just lightning. And you can see there's zero lag there in opening that app. So, boom. I mean, and that's why I believe this is going to really be an outstanding device for a designated work device, right? Not a media consumption device. It's you pick it up, you take it out of your bag, you go get some work in, you have all your work stuff on it. You want the big fancy iPhone for watching stuff. You want the Android phone for watching stuff and doing your media consumption and all that good stuff. Filming your videos, great. You're probably going to need one of those. Just like I have a 13, which I'm actually filming this video on right now. However, this thing is going to get it done at a very decent price. Um, So I have the 64 gigabyte version. I bought the lowest model because I wanted to see how it would function, because I figured that would be the one that most people are going to want to look at. For like $50 more, you can go up to 128. I think another $50, you can go up to 256, or it might even be a 100 more, 150 more above base. But anyways, point is, this thing so far seems in hand and very snappy, very very nice. You can see, it's just an absolute beast so far as just a powerhouse. And we're just, like I said, bam, there you are. You're right back in the app, which is what you need. When you're out in the field. Now the only question is this doesn't have the same bands and things as far as cellular connection wise and everything. This is a dual band versus a quad band, so therefore it's not connecting as quickly. I mean, these are small little nuances, but they could make a difference when we're out there and seeing if this phone versus my iPhone 13, which one is getting the app, which ones are getting the orders and things like that. But we'll find all that out. All right, guys. So exciting times. We're going to end this video here. get out on the road. And like I said, I'll be doing some vlog style videos, giving you some reflections on my usage over the next week. In a week from now, we will decide whether this will head back to AT&T with buyer's remorse, and say, hey, it was a great theory, but it doesn't work, or whether this will stay in the lineup as my official second phone. I don't believe it will replace my iPhone 13 because it's an iPhone 13 Pro. It's got everything I need on it. It's fast, it's snappy, but having it as the secondary device, I needed to get one. It's reasonably priced. It'll help me with multi-app stacks. It'll be there to just help support me when I need it, and at a reasonable price. And we'll see. So, all right, guys, I'll be talking to you soon. Oh, there you go. We're at 67% before we walk out the door. So you can see already the battery life is really going to be the thing, because we started at 76. You just saw it drop 1%, and we've got the apps fired up in the background. Of course, it is also downloading a lot of stuff too as well. So I got to be fair to it in that regard, because it's still configuring the phone. So, but we'll see what happens. All right, guys. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash here with another ride along. So, guys, I wanted to do an introduction here while we're riding into the market here. It's about 3:40 on a Wednesday afternoon, so we're doing another Wednesday ride along, and we're a little bit of a distance away. I had some business to conduct, and I'm having to ride in. It'll probably be another hour before I actually reach Charlestown, West Virginia, which is where I want to do business today. However, I do have the Uber app on right now. I have the Grubhub app on, and DoorDash right now. I'm scheduled to go live in that market at 4:30. So I'm hoping that once I get within 15 minutes, it'll allow me to dash along the way, and then DoorDash will become relevant as well. That dash along the way is convenient if you're traveling. When you're traveling in an area, it'll let you grab that time slot, and it'll give you a reasonable amount of time, as long as you're within like 30 minutes of your area to get there. And then, of course, if you take orders, it's going to allow you to continue to reset that timer. So, anyways, guys, today, of course, as always, goal is $100 to earn that first 100. And then I'm going to probably be out till about 8:30 tonight. So probably looking at maybe about 4 hours out. So definitely 100 is what we want to do, if not a little bit more. And we'll always reach if we get there and try to reach past that. But we'll see what happens. So, guys, like I said, I just want to kind of come in here with a little bit of a welcome. So today, as you may have seen, or maybe the video may not even get out before here, so I'll kind of let you guys know inside this video as well. Some exciting news, because I am going to be testing live on the channel a device that I believe is the ultimate gig phone. That it just checks off all the boxes of what a gig business operator needs. It's the ultimate secondary phone. Might even be a great primary phone for everyone, but it's going to be here in a couple days. I'm going to be testing it out. I'm going to be popping this bad boy, and this is, in my opinion, make no doubts about it. This is the best gig phone, period, when it comes to performance. However, there's more to that equation when you're looking at it, and maybe even performance. Maybe this one gets nudged out a little bit based on what we see here when you look at the performance to value ratio, and that's something that'll be interesting to see. So, but anyways, guys, I'm going to be testing that live. We're going to be bringing that on our ride-alongs. I'm going to be doing doing some videos, updating you guys on my thoughts on it, and then doing a final call on, a final video after a period, after about a week or so, to say, hey, is this the real deal? Is it not? Is the hypothesis correct? All right, guys, I'm going to jump off here and focus on getting in. I'll be back to update you if I get an order. Um, let you know what's going on from time to time, and hopefully we make some money. All right, guys, I'll be talking to you soon. I appreciate you tuning in today, and I'll be back in a little bit. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash back here with an update. So we made it into the market. It took us a while. I actually worked on some work while I was waiting. It took that long. You probably saw a lot of the orders that we saw there coming into the market. Grubhub was throwing me a lot of orders that just were horrible. Um, Underwater orders, orders that made 0 cents, orders that would have had me delivering the food extremely late to customers. I turned them down, turned them all down. Then I got a DoorDash order finally from Five Guys. I was sitting right next to the Five Guys, and got a $7 order. And then I got a $5.50 add-on. Now, here's the interesting thing. I almost turned down the add-on because I was like, wait a minute, it's $5.50, too low of an order. And then something told me, just take it. Like, it's less than a mile, and it was to a virtual restaurant for Ruby Tuesday, so I didn't like the $5.50 part. And I thought, man, I'm going to have to end up waiting there at the restaurant and then going two places. I'm really glad I did, because it turns out that this was actually a double order for the same customer. Now, why DoorDash couldn't have just offered it all at once, I have no idea. But it was a double order for the same customer. So it's actually $12.50 for 3 miles, and really only going like 0.8 miles. It says 0.8 miles, but it's just, there's two exits to get to the place that I've got to go. It's a hotel that I got to drop it off at, which makes it even easier, in my opinion. Hotel drop-offs are very easy, even though you got to go in and you got to go up. But for $12.50 driving 3 miles, and I'm hopeful that when I get to Ruby Tuesdays, they will have my order ready. This should be a very easy order. So I'm heading there now to go get this order, and then I will be dropping it off. I don't believe there will be probably any hidden tip. Now, the Five Guys order was a French fries and a milkshake for $7. So I believe that person, probably $3 is the going rate. So my thought is, I was given a $4 tip based on the $3 base pay for this area. Then I got $1 knocked off because it's an add-on. So now I have the $5.50, which means DoorDash pays me $2 base pay, and I'm delivering brisket, like a pound of brisket, which is $35, which will end up being $3.50. So the customer is probably given $3.50, $4.50, and $5.50, and chose $3.50, knowing they were already giving me a $4 tip on a very small order, which means total tip is probably going to be about $7.50 for the order, and then there'll be about $5 base pay. I do not expect any extra tip on this order. However, the value on this order, looking at it, and I'm looking at it as just one order because it's going to the same customer, is through the roof, especially on the time front. Now, that could end up being, I might feel differently here once I get to Ruby Tuesdays if they make me wait. This place sometimes does have long waits, but it is a one-item order, and I'm hopeful that they'll have it ready to go, or at least it'll be ready to go very close to when I arrive. So anyways, I'm about to turn up to the Ruby Tuesdays now, guys. I will be back with an update to let you know how this goes, and of course, update you on whatever orders come afterwards. All right, guys, I'll be talking to you here shortly. And if you haven't yet, hit that like button. It helps me out. It lets YouTube know I'm doing a good job. Like this video, share this video, and then, of course, if you're not subscribed yet and you're watching this video, please subscribe. I really would appreciate it. I'm trying to build this channel, build my reach. And if you like the content, you want to be here because I do post a lot of stuff, throughout the week for your viewing pleasure. All right, guys, I will be talking to you soon, and I'll be back. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash back here with an update for you. So I was spot on with that last order. Ended up being $12.50, no extra tip. I was spot on with everything as far as the breakdown of the order. $5 base pay, $7.50 in tips. Start doing this for a little while, and you can do that. Pretty much predicting. So now, as soon as I was walking out of the hotel from the delivery, I got an order for $6.50 from McDonald's going about 2 miles. So I did snatch that up because the McDonald's was right down the street and it's still relatively early in the dinner period. So I thought, why not grab that and stay in the condensed area where Uber can find me for hopefully really good dinner orders, or at least that's how it had been previously, and we'll see if it continues tonight. I predict this will be a $3 and $3.50 order. Because this area has a $3 base pay. So the $4 maximum, and again, remember, as I've talked about on this channel, $4 is normally the maximum tip that DoorDash likes to show for the lower orders, the low mile orders, which is why $6.25 in some markets began to be the amount that showed there was extra tip. And in this market here, you would say $7 would be the starting point for extra tip here. So I don't think there will be extra tip, but we will see. So hopefully, like I said, I follow up with another order. This puts me at about $19 and I believe like 50 cents. So another quick order would be great and pop me over $20 for that first hour that I was working. That would be fantastic. Or even better yet, like, a $20 or $15 large order. So I am going to power up Grubhub here in just a moment. Let them get back in the mix, setting me bids on orders, because I've heard nothing from Uber Eats. So anyways, that's what it is. All right, guys, I will be back. I'll be back to update you. In the meantime, hit that subscribe button for me. Share this video, and please hit that like button. Give me a thumbs up. It really does help push me through the YouTube algorithm, and I really appreciate the help there if you're enjoying these videos. All right, guys, I will be talking to you soon. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash back here. Wanted to come back and update you on that order. So I called it right. $3.50 tip, $3 base pay. And good news is, as soon as I got done with that order, I got another order from Ruby Tuesdays for $45, a $45 ticket. It's for $7 going 2.9 miles, which tells me that is a max tip. So in other words, they would only show me $4. So I'm either going to get obviously a $4 tip with a $3 base pay, or there's going to be extra tip. I think there'll be extra tip on here. We shall see. My theory is it could be 50 cents. It could also be a $5 tip, being a $45, or it could even be better than that. It could be $13 because they could have given me $10 if they wanted to go 20%. So there's a variation there. Regardless, if hopefully the order is ready relatively quickly upon my arrival. If that is the case, it should be a quick drop off, and this should get me well over $20 for my first hour, which is exactly where I wanted to end it. I did get a Grubhub order on my way over there. It was not good at all. It was $13 for 22 miles. Grubhub's just out of control sometimes. And Uber remains still to be not present. And that's how it was the other night when I was up here. Uber kind of went to sleep on me. Not sure what's going on there. It's like Uber's hot and cold. I think it tends to also have an effect on how many drivers are out. So anyways, all right, guys, I just want to jump in here with that little update. I'll be back in a little while once I get done with this order, more likely than not. And we'll take it from there. to go over with you what's going on. So a little change of plan, so to speak, in terms of this order and the order that I was on. Now, I told you I'd accepted a Ruby Tuesdays order. It was a Ruby Tuesdays order. 4 items, $7, $45 ticket. On my way over, I got an $11 order as I was walking in the door because I realized that the drop-off was right behind a Ruby Tuesday. So I thought, okay, it's for a pizzeria. This place, that pizzeria normally has a long wait. Grubhub sends you the order right when you get it. And I thought if I pop in here, grab this food, go get it delivered, I can pop over to the pizzeria. So I get in there, check in with the host stand and let them know I'm there to pick up an order for DoorDash. And the host lets me know, you got like a 20-minute wait. I'm like, oh my God. And again, this is an order that I'm predicting maybe a 50-cent bonus on this thing, maybe $1. In the area that I was going to be delivering in, I don't believe I would have been getting a massive tip on this. But I could be wrong. You never judge a book by its cover, but that was my gut. So while I'm sitting there, I get another offer from Grubhub from the same pizzeria to go another $11.67. But this was going to go an additional 7 miles up into the mountains. Now, my issue with that is the weather's kind of bad. Has a high tendency for flooding during rain. And it's those 7 miles, you can track that as probably a 20 to 25 minute ride up into the mountain. And it was going deep into the mountain. And then you got probably another 15-minute ride back. So you're talking about 35 minutes. That was $22 technically for 12 miles. I did not see that as a valuable enough order to do that order. However, I did decide after I sat there waiting for a little bit, because I thought I'll give it a little bit of time. If Grubhub gives me the old tap on the shoulder that says, hey, get moving towards your pickup, I'll know it's time to go and we'll just get out. And I waited as long as I could, and then made the decision to abort the DoorDash order. So I got out of the DoorDash order, canceled it, and I believe that put me at about 90% cancellation rate. Hopefully it did not bottom me out below 90 because I'd worked hard to get it back up. We'll see here. 91%. So I'm still at 91% cancellation rate. So that's really good. This is weird, man. The countdown on my DoorDash, because I paused orders, kept resetting. Now it's sending me a DoorDash order. I don't know. Anyways, DoorDash app is having some problems tonight. So obviously I'm not going to be able to do this Chick-fil-A order because I'm right near this pizzeria. So I'm going to have to decline it. There's no way I'm going to be able to fulfill that order. We're just going to put order not ready, submit, and then we're going to let this, go back in here and let the order go, let DoorDash go back on pause. Anyways, I've got Uber on still. I just figured I'd leave it on because there's been nothing. And normally Uber will give you a little bit of time with your orders. Anyways, I'm going to go pick this order up with Grubhub. The order that I'm picking up is $11 for 4 miles. So to me, very good value. It's about 3 miles down the road from the pizzeria, 3 very quick miles, and I will still stay in range to get orders. So my hope is that I get something else relatively quickly when I finish this. I'll turn DoorDash on. DoorDash seems to be moving steady. And I've gotten a couple of decent orders. I got a Taco Bell order for like 2 miles for $7. I got a Chick-fil-A order. That Chick-fil-A order just came through. I think it was like 3 miles for $7. So we've got good orders coming through that are doable, that are quick orders. Now, I'd prefer to do larger orders, bigger ticket items, but DoorDash hides a lot of tips in this area because everything is small miles. So some of those $7 orders are really $10, $11, $12, or $13. So anyways, I will be back, guys. I'm arriving at the pizzeria. I'm going to come in here, pick this thing up, and then get going down here to get this delivered and hopefully get this shift back on track. All right, guys, I'll be talking to you soon. Dad Dash back here. It's been a little while for an update. It's been a little crazy. Lots going on, but we have been steadily working. So, last time I left you, I was on my way to the pizzeria to pick up the Brothers Pizza order after having gotten out of a DoorDash order that took too long at Ruby Tuesday. So, I did go pick that order up. It was ready. Not a long wait at all. And on my way to drop that order off, like clockwork, Grubhub sends me a $10 order covering all the miles back from that drop off back to the central hub where I wanted to be. So I agreed it was for a hibachi place. I agreed to do that, went ahead and accepted that order for, it was $10 and some change. Got that order, it was already ready, headed back. Now, when I got done with that order, I immediately accepted a $14.52 Uber order. And that was a very solid valued order. It only took me like 12 minutes to complete because it was at Glory Days Grill, which normally takes a long time. However, this time was different. The order was ready. Now, on my way to Glory Days, as I was pulling in the parking lot, a $12.52 6-mile Grubhub order popped up for a pizza place. Now, at this point, I wasn't certain what direction Grubhub was going to take me. So I accepted Uber was going to take me. So I went ahead and accepted the Grubhub order just to see where it was going to be at and preserve it, because I thought, well, that would be good to have $12 as quick as I'm going to complete this order. I knew it wasn't far because it was only 4 miles. So I figured it wasn't going to be too far away. So once I did pick up the Uber order, I checked on where the Uber was heading, and it was heading in the opposite direction. So I got out of the Grubhub order. As I was about to pull up, or probably about a half a mile from the drop off, I went ahead and accepted a $11.95 Grubhub order, which I'm on right now. That order was to Sheetz, a convenience store that's right up the street. So I'm on my way to Sheetz right now to pick up this $12 order. So it's maybe a difference of 50 cents. And this order was only about 5 miles. And that was from the point and location I was at when I accepted it. So not bad at all. The drop off was a lot closer. So the logistics of that order was a lot better. And this order is a pick up and go. The pizzeria order I turned down was going to be I have to pay. And that place also is notorious for waits. So overall, things are looking good. Not bad at all. We're staying steady working. You know, Uber did not follow up with another order. I'm hoping they hit me up with another order soon. I will power up DoorDash here very soon, as soon as I am close to the drop-off location for this order, which should not be long from now. So as of right now, we are sitting at, let's see here, needing $43.89 before you factor in the order that I've got. Once you factor this order in, we're only going to be needing about $32. So very good spot to be at 6:45. A lot of time left in the night, a lot of time left in the evening. So we're going to keep at it, guys. I will be back with an update very soon. And hopefully we can make some money. All right, guys, I'll be talking to you soon. Hit that subscribe button, like this video. Don't forget to do that if you haven't. We'll really appreciate it. And also share this with anybody that you think could benefit from seeing what it's like to be a gig business operator. And again, like I said, I'm always sharing tips, tricks, strategies. We've got a cool thing coming up here where I'm going to be showing you what I believe is the best gig phone device for you to have and operate your business with. So you don't want to miss any of that. Subscribe, have notifications on, share this video with anybody out there who you think could benefit. All right, guys, I'll be talking to you shortly. All right, guys, I'm back here with an update. So I want to give you an example here. What just happened here. This is why you need to make sure you utilize your cancellation rate correctly. So when I pulled up to the sheets after I got off from making the video with you guys and updating you, I picked up the food. It was already ready, and then I headed it back out to my car. As I was walking to the car, I got a $11.99 Applebee order. Now, normally I wouldn't have accepted it if it would have just been offered to me from Uber Eats, because Applebee's has a very long wait and historically is not very good as far as wait times are concerned. So the value in those orders is very low unless you're sitting at maybe a $20 order or an $18 order or something like that. Something you've got your hour captured with. Now, I accepted it because I knew I had to go make a drop off, and I thought I'll gamble, and hopefully when I get done with that order, it'll be finished. Now I already knew that was probably a no tip order because that Applebee's normally has about um, $11.99 is typically the base pay of those orders. So I accepted the order, headed down to my Grubhub drop off. The customer already started sending me messages, so I kind of was like, oh, here we go. You know, I need this, I need that. Make sure you do this. Make sure. And I'm like, all right, that's cool. But I still was going to stick with the order. I pulled up to my Grubhub drop off, and they offered me a $13 2.5 mile order at a Mexican restaurant that's right around the corner. And I absolutely grabbed that up for certain because that restaurant is always very good as far as having food ready, and it was a much better value order. So we're on that order right now, guys. Got another $13 in. We need $33. After this $13, we're going to need about $20 to get to our 100. So it's looking very good, looking very positive. Hopefully, we continue getting orders. Now, I did lose track of DoorDash and lost my DoorDash shift. So hopefully, I can get back on. I'm going to find out. I've got to go in. I'm going to do that after I pick this order up and figure out if I can get back on live with DoorDash. Although I really haven't needed them because Grubhub has been sending me decent orders, as has Uber Eats. So, all right, guys, I'm going to jump off here. I'm about to that restaurant, and I'll be back shortly with another update. Hopefully, we've got another order to report when we talk again. All right, guys, I'll be talking to you soon. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here. So I wanted to update you on what is going on with this order. So, as typical with Grubhub, I arrived and I was a little surprised by what I was told, but I went in and the lady said, listen, I'm going to let you know this order is going to be a very long time. And I said, well, give me an idea of what you mean by long time. She said 30, maybe 40 minutes. I said, okay. I put it in the app, let them know 30, 40 minutes. So I said, you know what? What I'm going to do is I'm going to sit outside this restaurant because she just told me there's a whole bunch of orders. And I'm going to see if I can catch some of those orders. And she said it hasn't even started yet. So I said, great information, great intel. And this is a $13 order. So I'm like, okay, I'm good with that. I know this is going to be delivered literally right around the corner from the restaurant. So I went, turned on the DoorDash app, was able to get back on with DoorDash, got a $7 5 mile order. Again, I've told you, DoorDash will hide tips. Anything above $4 normally for low miles. Normally about 6 to 7 miles is our cutoff where they're going to hide the tips. This was a $45 order, multiple items, like 4 items. So I'm going to deliver this. It's going to take 20 minutes round trip. It'll take about 10 miles round trip. So the way I'm seeing this is that's still 12 miles. And with this additional order added on to the 13, that's $20. If there's any extra tip, that's more than enough to cover my round trip. So I'm going to do that. And then I'm going to come back and I'm going to see where we're at with that order. See if it's any closer to being done. If it isn't, I'll turn my DoorDash app on and see if I can take some load off the restaurant and go deliver the other orders. So I figured, you know what? Why not take advantage of this wait time? So sometimes you can do that using that intel, have a conversation with the person. And, hey, if my order hasn't even started yet, I'm not giving it up. It's $13 for 2 miles. That's a really good value. I just need to figure out how to fill that wait time with money. And that's how you have other apps. I've got Uber. I've got DoorDash. I knew DoorDash dealt with them. So I was like, you know what? I'm powering the app up and let's see if they need anybody to carry anything around. Obviously, I'm not going to go, on a 30 or 40 minute journey especially not for $7. But was I willing to do a 20-minute round trip, which happens to be around the time I'm being told it's going to take for that order to be ready? I absolutely am. So, anyways, guys, that's where we're at with this. This puts us another step closer. I mentioned that we were $20 away with that $13 order. This will put us $13 away. Now, we still got to go back and get that $13 order and get it done. But provided we do that, provided everything goes as planned, we will be about $13 away when that order gets completed. And I'm hopeful it'll still be before 8 o'clock, which will be a very good position to be in. And my hope is we can snatch another order or two up and have that $100 in the bank with no problem this evening, hopefully before 8:30. So we'll see if that comes to fruition, and we'll see how it goes. All right, guys, I will be talking to you soon. I'm going to jump off here, focus on getting this order delivered, focus on getting back to the restaurant. I'll periodically update you on how this process is going, and maybe we'll catch something on this end and go to the other end and monetize the way back. We'll see what happens. All right, guys, be talking to you shortly. What's going on, guys? Sorry about the background here. You might hear my windows open, but just got done. Got reached over $100 before 8:30, and I am getting ready to head home. And I was possibly gonna, I normally would dash and do stuff along the way. I'm not doing that. This last order I went to was an absolute disaster in every way, shape, or that it could be. It was a double order for Burger King. It ended up taking an hour due to the drive-through. It was for over $20, and it was only like 6 miles. But the second house I had to deliver to, I believe I stepped in some sort of human waste when I was walking up to the door. My car smells. I believe it's from my shoes, and I got something splashed up all over me. I don't know. I just want to go home, get a shower. I'm probably going to throw out my shoes. Uh, I am beyond grossed out. It's just horrible. Um, but that's why my window's down. I'll put it up just for a moment because I'm trying to air my car out because whatever's on my shoes, and I've actually pulled off down from the customer's house, stomped out my feet, and tried to wipe what I looked at the bottoms of it. I don't know. I know I stepped in some sort of wet matter. It's raining, of course, but they had trash everywhere. It was not. It was. I don't know, and it was dark. It was very, very dark. So I have no idea what I was walking through. I thought I was walking through a rain puddle, but the smells coming from my feet were closed now. I guess because my up to my ankles, I went into some sort of wetness walking across their driveway. It was kind of their driveway sidewalk. There was a lot of trash bags, trash just everywhere, but it smells horrible. Um, so I am calling it, and I'm heading home, and I'm going to need a shower, and I'm going to probably throw my shoes away and wash my clothes because these shoes are pretty much, I think, ruined. So they're going to go. They're coming off before they even get in my house. But overall, it was a good day. I took a peek, and it looks like we averaged about $29, a little over $29 an hour gross revenue. That's not even delivery time. That's overall time we worked. We went from 4:38 till about 8:19 at night. So it was a very strong day, very strong order day. That order also had complications because the Coke machine, the Coke machine at the store, I guess, took a crap. So they got Cokes for my first order, and the second order they said they couldn't fulfill. So I had to let the customer know they got to get a refund. I don't know. It's just oof, horrible. So, anyways, um, I will. I'm making note of that address. I will never deliver there again. Certainly not in the dark. Certainly not in the rain. I've never had that type of experience before, but wow. And so far, I've heard nothing on my. You may have seen my video already on my contract violation. Nothing's come of that yet today. So we'll see. I'll continue to update when I'm out, and of course, I'll do a special video if something comes, if I hear something on it or there's a violation shows up. So hopefully, nothing happens, and we can steer clear of that. So, anyways, guys, I will talk to you soon. And I'll be back probably tomorrow. I'm going to try to do a lunch shift, and then I've got things I've got to do tomorrow evening. I may try to go out in the evening time as well, but I'm definitely going to do a lunch shift, and we'll see where things land us. All right, guys, I'll be talking to you soon. I'm going to go ahead and roll the financials. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe if you enjoyed today's video. Liking the video would be very helpful if you enjoyed it. Subscribing would be even better, and sharing it with anybody that you think could get some value from the video would be outstanding. So guys, I appreciate you watching. If you've watched to the end, let's roll the financials, and I'll be talking to you soon. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash here. So this is officially the second edition and installment of my phone vlog. As you know, we set the phone up today. I want to give you my thoughts, reflections on using the iPhone SE as a gig device. And as you know, the premise of this entire series, of this entire investigation, is that this is going to be considered to be, that this would be considered to be the ideal gig device for any gig worker doing gig work, that the value in this device, the price of this device, the longevity of this device, the performance of this device meets all those requirements. Now, I'm not saying this is the best device on the market. That is not what I'm saying. I'm clearly there's better. I own what I think is the best from a premium standpoint device on the market. However, what I'm saying is for a gig worker who wants to have a phone that's primarily for gig work, and I would recommend that you have a phone or two for gig work, or at least a backup secondary phone if you're going to try to do multi-app stacks or whatever. You should always have a secondary device. This is the perfect device for that purpose. It's price, from a pricing standpoint, it's going to be priced to move out the door. Right now, it's $430 if you buy it outright, but you're going to find carrier deals. You're going to find deals on the prepaid market where you're going to see things like Cricket will give this phone away eventually. They were giving away the SE2 for 3 years of for 3 months of prepaid service. Eventually, that's going to happen. But this device right here has the same chipset as the iPhone 13 Pro. So how did it perform today? I took it out on a lunch. What did I find? Well, here's what I found. Number one, absolutely from a performance standpoint, loading apps, everything, it's exactly as I said. There's zero lag, there's zero anything, okay? Now, what I found though was from a cellular connectivity basis, there's some investigating I need to do. Now, some of these issues at the end of the shift were better than they were at the beginning of the shift. So again, I got to take it all around. I'm planning to use this for an entire week and vlog with you and tell you exactly, how it's going and everything. But from a connectivity standpoint, there was some lag, there were some issues, and that was a concern of mine. However, I don't know if that was also because the phone was restoring as part of that process, so I'm going to reserve judgment on that. From a perspective of battery life, the battery went from I worked for an hour and a half when I started and left my home. It was at 66%. It was at 64%, I think it was. I don't know. You would have seen the video in the first installment. By the time I got done, I was at 52%. So it lost about 14% over an hour and a half. For me, that's not bad. Now, one of the things that I noticed is I wasn't closing out the apps in the background, and it got really, really hot. And I think it was really working the processor in there, or at least because this is the lowest amount of RAM in a phone. So when I did that, the battery life got better. I think it cooled down quite a bit. The other issue that I've noticed is outside, even in the car right now, the glare factor, the visibility factor is definitely an issue. How much of an issue it is, I don't think it really made a tremendous impact at all. It's just if you're out in direct sunlight, this phone could be a problem. But overall, I would say this phone is living up to my expectations as a gig device. Would I recommend this phone as a primary phone for media consumption? No. There's better phones on the market and spend more money on it. If you're, but this phone for the purpose of saying I'm going to buy it, I'm going to use it for gig apps. And man, look at that. I am active on DoorDash right now, just checking things out. But this area that I'm in is so bad. Um, I don't normally work in this area anymore, but it's exactly why I left it, and there's zero movement on that. But anyways, point is, this phone I think absolutely checks off all the boxes. I think it's the best phone you can possibly buy right now in the low end market. And if you can get a good deal on this phone, it is a go. It will last you for 5 strong years. You're going to get amazing value out of it. And the best part about it is if you're debating, like, all right, do I want to buy it, spend $1,000 on a phone for my business phone, or what can I do? You could buy 3 of these phones for a price of a 256 gigabyte iPhone Pro. So I would recommend absolutely you consider this phone at this point. We will see if that continues. So far, I'm impressed. So far, it's great. The other factor that I love is how it fits in my hand. Even my mini felt too small, even though this screen is smaller than the mini. The size of it, the way it fits in my hand, really is a positive. I really like it. I really like the portability of it. I'm going to be getting a case on this thing tomorrow. So we'll see how that feels once that happens. But really, overall, the size of it, the fast nature of how it loads the apps, it's ticking off all the boxes. And again, I come back to the value. It is a great value phone that I think is truly, in my opinion, the way the apps work, the interaction with the apps, all that stuff. You're not going to get better. This is it right here. So far, that's my episode 2 conclusions. We will see if that holds. So I'm going to get into it, looking at camera footage and stuff like that, because again, if you were interested in vlogging, I think the camera, from what I've seen, I've shot a couple small videos with it. I'm going to be using video from that within my ride-alongs. We'll see how it all processes out. But so far, everything is looking really solid. So, so far it's a go, I think. But we will continue to assess. Guys, I appreciate you watching. Give me your thoughts. If you're using this phone or you're using the SE2, give me your thoughts on what you think about it. For some reason, I just feel like this phone, the form factor, the home button, all of it, the way it's laid out, I really, really like it. I really, really like it. All right, guys, I'll be talking to you soon. I'll be filling you in here with a 3rd episode very soon with some more thoughts. I'm going out for dinner tonight. My plan is at the end of every shift to do a little reflections, where I'm at, how I'm feeling. Of course, while I'm riding along, I'll also be giving you my thoughts as well. And we'll go from there. Hopefully, you guys are enjoying what we're doing here. And like I said, I'm going to be putting it through the paces over the next week. All right, guys, I'll be talking to you soon, and go from there. Hit that subscribe button, guys. Make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss any of the videos coming out. On top of that, make sure you also like this video if you're enjoying it and share it with anybody that you think could get some value out of it. All right, guys, talk to you soon. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here again. Sorry I'm in the dark, but I wanted to do the recap, the reflections, how I'm feeling. The second full shift with this phone. This is the iPhone SE. As I told you, I started this out and got this idea because AT&T was willing to give me a free phone, basically. Well, almost a free phone. I got this phone. I'm going to, I'll go ahead and jump into it. I got this phone for $130. So the price that I got this phone for, they gave me $300 off. There was a customer service issue that we were dealing with, and they said, "Hey, we'll give you $300 off this new phone if you want it." And I said, "Yeah, heck yeah, I want it. I'll do it." Because I had this idea. I have 14 days to decide if I'm going to keep it and whether or not getting this phone for $130 is worth it. I had given my third phone up to my son. And I thought, you know what? I didn't want to go buy another $1,000 phone to have as a secondary phone. And when this opportunity came up, I took it. Now, the only decision I have to make is, do I keep it or do I send it back? However, right now I'm leaning towards keeping it. It's definitely living up to expectations. My hypothesis coming into this experiment was that this phone was the ideal gig device. It's not the premium gig device. It's not the best phone you could possibly own. But if you're looking for a work only phone, that this checked off all the boxes. So I'm going to go through the boxes and the theories. One, app interaction, bugginess, all of that. How did this do? No bugginess at all, really. Excellent experience with all of the apps. Everything loaded, everything was on time. Awesome. Secondly, multitasking. How did it go between the apps? App loading times. Perfection. Awesome. A beast for that. Usability in the hand. This is actually much more enjoyable to use in hand than it is with that 13 Pro. I don't have the 13 Pro Max that I use in hand because I felt like the Max was too big. I'm using that for filming. But in hand, perfect size. I even enjoy this better in hand than the Mini. I'm surprised I say that, but it just for some reason ergonomically fits, and for gig work it fits well. The one thing I want to figure out is if there's any possible way I could use this method, which is the method for screenshotting on the phones without home buttons, because if I could, it's perfect. That would make this the absolute perfect device. The only drawback right now is to do a screenshot without setting up extra features. The screenshotting is thumb. That's impossible to do when you're driving. So I've set up the back tap. I'm not crazy about the back tap because it doesn't always work. And there was a couple times today that it wasn't working. I had to pull over because I was trying to look at the order and do my methods, and I ended up losing the order, blew the order in my that I couldn't get it. So that's one frustration, but I think it's something that's more just what I'm used to between the two. So I'm going to continue to work on that and continue to examine if there's a better way to do it, and if I can, or just get used to back tapping, and drawing that. Overall, I did an okay job with it. The other thing is battery life. Now, this particular time, it's 10:40 at night. I got started today with this phone at 5:15. So I've used this phone for 5 hours and 30 or 25 minutes. I've used it using mapping apps. The screen's been on. It's been finding orders. I've used 3 different apps, although at one point I was using Grubhub over here, but there was a problem with that because Grubhub tends to get a little bit upset with you if you're using a phone that isn't registered your phone number. I found they will claim that they couldn't find you because they're looking for the phone number. So anyways, just something to keep in mind, but it has nothing to do with this phone. But anyways, I put this thing through the tasks. We're sitting at 24%. Do I believe I could have gotten another hour out of this? Absolutely. Maybe an hour and a half out of it? Yes. to get 5 to 6 hours is fantastic, because I don't normally like to work beyond 4 hours without taking a break. And when I take a break, I have my power packs, I put my work phones in it, I plug them up, and this does have fast charging. Earlier today, I utilized the fast charging, and in 30 minutes, I went to 100% from, I think I was sitting at about 54%. So this thing charges fast. Another huge tick off the box. So this phone, absolutely 100% is rock solid. I have not tested out the camera systems. I am going to take a day where I'm going to let this be my vlog camera for today, and I'm going to hook it up like I'm hooking up the iPhone 12 Pro Max right now, and I'm going to let it film. And that's the only way you're going to be able to test it, because some people may say, hey, I'm advocating that you could run everything you need with these phones for someone who doesn't want to spend thousands of dollars on phones and things like that. And you can even start documenting for YouTube and do all that stuff. I wouldn't recommend going on there and using LumaFusion. I'd recommend you buy more than the 64 gigs. And that'll, if you're going to do that. But we're going to try to do a couple vlog style videos, do a short little shift, and see how it does, holds up, and what the quality of video is like. And I'll let you know that video when I do it. But I haven't tested that. But overall, it is checking off all the boxes. It is a rock solid phone. It's doing really, really well. The battery is holding up so far well. The only other concern I have, besides the screenshotting issue, is cellular connectivity. There were a couple times tonight I questioned when orders slowed down. I wondered, as I'm looking, I don't see 5G up and stuff like that. And I'm going, is this an issue with this phone? Because I know this is a weaker band than the other phones I have. Am I missing out on something? I did have a situation where an order came through, because right now my phone numbers are still all hooked up to my iPhone 13 Pro, which I keep right next to me. I'm getting the text messages on it, and an order for McDonald's came through and it never showed up. And I don't know if it was the previous order, although there was 2 texts that came through back to back. It never said I missed an order. It never even registered on this phone. So those are things I'm going to take under advisement and see, what's really going on. But overall, guys, today, I'm very impressed. So tomorrow, if I go out, I'm not 100% certain what time I'll be going out. I'm going to try to go out, try to use this for a couple more hours tomorrow, and try to get more data and assessment of this. But so far, so good. It's looking like a keeper, especially for the price that I got it. But I'm also assessing this at, would I pay $430 for it? Right now, I would. I think that's a fantastic value when you're looking at the fact that this phone will last you for years. And especially the fact that I know carriers are going to give deals out with this phone. And if you can snatch up a deal, then it's an absolute no-brainer. And for $130, this is an absolute go, in my opinion. I don't see how I could turn down this opportunity. Anyways, guys, we'll jump off here. I appreciate you watching. If you're watching these vlogs, hopefully you like it. If you have questions about this phone, put them in the comments. I'll try to cover that as I'm going. And I'm going to try to get these videos out today and try to follow this in real time so that you guys can get your questions, especially if you're considering buying a phone or in the market for a phone or in the market for a secondary phone and you want to know about this. Let me know your questions and I will try to answer them. And we'll go from there. All right, guys, I will talk to you soon. Hit that subscribe button if you want to make sure you're seeing these videos and see how this goes and see what the final conclusion is. Like this video if you're enjoying it. Also, at the same time, share this video with anyone you think would get some benefits from watching this video. All right, guys, I appreciate it. I'll be talking to you soon. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash back here with another ride along, and it's an exciting one today because the promised device that I talked about in my last ride along, and I believe also put a video up and let you guys know what's coming, has arrived. That is the device that I'm calling potentially the best gig phone device that is available on the market from. Sorry about that, guys. That from a value perspective, from a performance perspective, we're going to be testing it out over the next week. I'm going to be talking about it during my ride-alongs. I'm also going to be doing separate vlog-style videos that are going to cover this thing. So far, I got it set up. It came this morning. I had the chance to get it set up and basically set it up just like my main phone, which is my normal main phone is the iPhone 13 Pro. I'm going to run this as my primary. My intention is not to do that in the long run. My intention is to make this a secondary device. For me, it would be secondary because I have a 13 Pro that is going to do that job really well. 2 reflections already that I've seen. 1, outside and outdoors. Because this is the lower end device, a lot of reflection, a lot of glare. That's problematic because, especially in the summer months, you really don't want to be sitting in a situation where you're walking outdoors or you're trying to maneuver your phone. It seems to be very hard to see. I'm going to follow that issue. Second concern I have is battery life. However, I have lots of chargers, lots of juice. We'll see how much of a factor that really is. And then the third thing is screen size. Screen size factor so far has not really been too much of a factor. The only other thing I need to get used to is how to do screenshots because I like to screenshot everything, keep a full record of my shift when I'm working. And I, am used to the very convenient function of screenshotting, which is grabbing the down button and the side button. I wish Apple would just convert that over to this phone, but instead you're back on this. Now I have set up the back tap so I can double click and bam, there it is. So I got to remember that. Just small little things. I've got a case that's arriving tomorrow. Like I said, I did not expect to receive this so fast. So we'll get this thing cased up because again, if I'm not 100% certain this will stay with me or become my secondary phone. We're going to test it out, but I think it's a very affordable. I think it's going to have more power than anybody could need for using it for gig business purposes. And, that's my assumption. So I'm actually getting ready to arrive at my first order. Now that I got that out of the way, I am doing a dash along the way. I got an $11 Wendy's order heading in the exact direction that I needed to go to. So I'm actually about to pull up to this Wendy's. We're going to see what's going on in there. This place, unfortunately, has had problems in the past. Now, look at this. First issue that I'm having right now, connectivity related. There it is. It took a little bit. Took a lot longer than I normally used to as far as connecting them. This phone's doing a lot of stuff in the background. You may see that, it is getting set up. It's actually a double order. So we'll see how this goes. All right, guys. Oh, Grubhub is in the mix. Let's see what they've got for us. And the Grubhub order has not yet arrived. I did get the notification. There it is. So a little bit slow. And this one is an order and pay order, $8.08, going 8.6 miles. Definitely not going to be doing that. There we go. Screenshotted it, double tap. Offer is just too low. There we go. So we got rid of that. So Grubhub order not happening. So yeah, guys, I'm going to run in here, grab up these orders. Hopefully they're ready to go. And I'll be back with some updates. All right, guys. Also, by the way, one other thing I wanted to cover. We're doing a lunch shift. So I'm going to be out probably for about, really looking at the time, only going to be out for probably about an hour, maybe hour and 15 minutes. Because the phone arrived and I had things I had to do, ran out of a lot of the time I was planning, but I've got a lot of stuff I've got to do this afternoon. So hopefully I'm hoping to get out again for dinner, but we'll see how much we make over the next hour or so. As far as money goes. All right, guys, I'll be talking to you soon. All right, guys, so I am back. I did pick up the order. It was already ready, so that is very, very good. However, a couple of reflections on the phone itself. So I've noticed just going through the normal actions, and I'm a little surprised by it because I really felt that having the same chipset as the iPhone 13 Pro would make a huge difference. However, what I think we're seeing here is, again, I didn't mention that at the beginning of this video, but I mentioned it in my, kick off to the vlog use video of this phone, and I'm going to mention it again when I put out something related to that, is that there's a difference in the cellular bands that are here. In other words, the iPhone Pros have like 4 bands. That helps with cellular connectivity. It helps especially in rural areas, or if you're out at the outskirts of where your coverage zones are at. And it's going to help it cover it better. It's going to help get that data to it better. And I wondered, does that make a difference when you're using this for purposes of intercepting orders, getting orders, processing this? Because obviously we have a very heavy workflow and workload on these phones as far as using cellular and data consumption. And from what I'm seeing, there's lag. And I don't believe it's processor related because it's got the same processor. Now, there's less RAM in this phone as well. So that could also be problematic as well. So I know the phone's still got a lot going on in the background. So today I'm going to give it a lot of leeway and a lot of slack. But once I know this thing is fully loaded and updated and ready to roll, we're going to really test that issue, because that's the thing I'm seeing right now. And then, like I said, outside, it's really, really tough to see. Now, on my iPhone 13 Pro, I have no problem seeing it outside at all, high brightness, as long as it's not, overrunning itself. But we'll see. We're going to see how this goes, guys. So far, it's not been a bad experience. I like the size of it. I like how it fits in the hand. I almost like using it better the way it fits in my hand than my iPhone mini, which I definitely do not use because it's got, because of all the extras that it's running, the battery life on that is pretty rough. And from what I've seen, this phone has actually beat out the iPhone mini on battery life. So that's one of the reasons why I want to test this. But also, the iPhone mini is not as affordable. What I'm looking for is not to go get something that's going to be $600-700. We're looking for something that's affordable, might be on the free end, that would allow either to be somebody's primary device or a secondary device. So anyways, guys, we are on our way to the first drop off. We're about 8 minutes away. And I'll be back on here to go over everything with you as these orders progress. Like I said, we'll be concluding probably in about 45 to 50 minutes. It's going to be short. Our goal is to make at least $25. We need to make about 14 if this order stays at $11 only. So we'll see how it all goes, guys. All right, I'll be talking to you soon. All right, guys, so I am back here. Just got done that order, the second order. So the first order went smooth. It ended up being a $2 base pay, $2 tip. Then the second order that I did, and again, this is where it's kind of like, man, they had me deliver the first order first, and this customer was a tipper, a big tipper. The second order was a $2 base pay with an $8 tip. So I ended up with $14 instead of $11. The order value on this only ended up being about $22.11. Now, some of that, I probably should have started the order timer when I left my house as opposed to when I received the order, because I did a few things in preparation to leave. I let my dog out, I packed my bag and got out of the house, and I had plenty of time to do it because I knew this Wendy's sometimes has a little bit of a wait time, and they had everything ready and waiting for me. So, order value might have been a little bit better. Who knows? Maybe I would have been waiting there, but we're going to leave it where it's at. I was doing it in fairness. That's when I accepted the order. That's when I picked the order up. So I am now making my way towards my market that I'm going to be working in. They're saving my spot. I should be there in probably like 5 minutes. And right now we need $11 more to hit the goal of $25 for the hour that I'm planning to work right now. So we started working at, just to be clear on this, at 12:03. It is 12:43. So at 1:03, we need to get an order at least between now and 1:03, and preferably be $11 or more. So we'll see what comes our way. either that or we need to complete 2 quick orders, at least, get one order that maybe I can complete within 15 minutes and then hopefully quickly grab another order that would take us well over the $25 mark. And then at that point, I've got to head, like I said, off shift for a little bit, off time. I've got a lot of stuff I got to do this afternoon. And then I'm hopeful I can come back in for a couple hours this evening. Yesterday, I only got in an evening, but we did some decent business. Did over $100 in like 3 hours. So anytime you can do over $100 in like a little over 3 hours, that's really excellent. So, anyways, you guys should have already seen that ride along, by the way. Anyways, I'm going to jump off here, focus on getting into the market. I'll be back to talk to you about whatever the next orders are. Also, on the phone wise, processing the orders out. Again, it's a little bit laggy, a little bit slower, but overall acceptable. I mean, we're talking, I am comparing this to the top device that you can own in Apple's lineup right now. So the way it's performing, I think it's acceptable. I have a few things I got to get used to because it is a lower end device, and some of the things you do because it has a home button is a little different. But like I said, overall so far, this device is excellent for the price. And I think for anyone that's, out there using iPhone 6s or 7s or 8s, this is the device that will last you probably could last you 7 to 8 years. I mean, to be honest with you, you'll be running absolutely top shelf probably for 5. And then the last 2 years, you'll be getting the performance you're getting out of an iPhone 6s right now, which is workable. But if you get 5 years out of this at $400, that's less than $100 a year cost wise to own this phone. If you buy it at $430, if you catch a deal, you're getting it for a heck of a lot less, and you're getting a performance beast for that price. All right, guys. Anyways, jump off here. I will be back, and I'll talk to you soon. And by the way, hit that subscribe button if you haven't yet. If you're watching this video and it's your first time, my name is Dad Dash. We go out and do ride-alongs, talk about the gig economy, talk about tips and tricks and strategies. If you're liking that, hit subscribe. If you know someone that you think might like it, share this video with them. And if you're enjoying the content that I'm providing you or that's being provided in this video, hit like on that video. It would really help me. All right, guys. Talk to you soon. All right, guys, I'm back here with an update. I did get an Uber order for $12.90 it's a shop and pay order, but it's picking up 6 items, but it's only really 2 items. It's 3 items each of 2 items. So I'm heading to go do that now. Obviously, I got to shop it, pay for it, and the drop off is right near where I have to pick up. So this is actually taking me right in the direction I would have been heading anyways. So, or at least somewhat in the direction I would have been heading anyways. So it's a good order from that perspective. So this will probably be the final order today. If it comes in $12.90, that means we will make just a little bit over the $25 goal that I set. I'm hopeful that I'll get there and we can get this delivered not too far past the 103 mark, because again, that'll kind of, we only have about $1.90 installation to cover us. So maybe there's some extra tip. I don't know how much this is going to pay on a shop and pay and shop and deliver. We'll see. I did go ahead and pause DoorDash. I paused Grubhub, but I'm keeping them, or I didn't pause Grubhub. I got out. I just turned Grubhub off. But I'm keeping DoorDash alive just in case. Sometimes with these Uber orders, they get canceled. There's weird stuff that happens. So, I want to kind of make sure and see exactly where things stand with this order. Make sure it goes through like I'm thinking it will. All right, guys, I will be back to update you on how this goes, how this shop and deliver goes. More likely than not, this will be the last order that we do for the lunch. It was a little short lunch. Hopefully you enjoyed it. We'll see how this phone holds up doing a shop and deliver. This will be a great challenge from a cell phone perspective. I'm going to bring my iPhone 13 Pro in the store with me because it's got the case has all my cards just in case we run into any major connectivity issues. This will be a great test for the phone here. All right, guys, I will be talking to you soon. I appreciate you sticking with me today. Hopefully, if you're out right now while you're watching this, you're making money. Hit that subscribe button if you don't mind. If you're enjoying today's video, share this video with anybody you think could gain something from it, and like this video if you're enjoying the content. All right, guys, I'll be talking to you soon, and I appreciate you watching. All right, guys, so I am back here. Wanted to come in here with an update real quick on how the shop went. Went well. Went in. It took me about 6 minutes to get it done. The phone held up well. Worked like a champ. So I am now heading to drop this off. It's about a 4-minute ride from the store, and then, like I said, I'm going to be calling it at that point. And more likely than not, this will be the last order that I do. I may try to pick up one more order. We'll see. Because I did get notification that one of the obligations I had got canceled and moved to tomorrow. So that's going to give me possibly a little bit extra time here to maybe try to generate a little bit of extra money. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn the DoorDash app back on here in a minute and see if anything comes through. And if nothing does, I am scheduled to go off DoorDash at 2:00 anyways. Even I took the latest off just in case. Sometimes you get a little extra time. Sometimes things run a little later. So we'll see how that goes. All right, guys. I will be back here in a moment. I'll let you know how the drop off goes. I'll let you know either I'll be wrapping up the lunch shift video, or maybe we'll be taking one more order and seeing exactly how much that is, and go from there. All right, guys. Talk to you soon. All right, guys, so we are here. We had to make this delivery in an office building, so I'm taking you along with me. I have to go to suite 315. Figure out where this says the door. Check the numbers out down here. See where we're at. This is 315. Outside the door. All right, guys. Dad Dash back here with an update. So good news on this order. I just got it done. As you know, you were with me until I dropped it off in the hallway there. As you know, it's in an office building. The good news about this order is it ended up being a base pay of $4.90. Remember how I've talked about mature markets for Uber having a lot lower payouts? This is one of those markets that is a lot lower. I'm in the Hagerstown market again today because it's just where it conveniently was located. What that basically means is Uber will show you a maximum of $8. So we are at a max tip. So we will either get $8 or we will get more. Now this order was probably, well, I know I paid for it. It was like a $68 order, I believe, almost $70 order. So there's a strong possibility, and given the fact this was a professional building, that this person having me pick these items up for them very well could give a 20%, maybe a 15% tip, maybe a $10 tip for doing this errand for them. And if that's the case, we would be talking about anywhere from, a couple cents extra to maybe $2, $3 extra. If it was a 20% tip that they were doing, it might even be as much as $3 or $4 extra. So we'll see when this order comes through what happens. Now, I did accept an order after I got done with this. Again, I mentioned This is what I call a mature market for almost all of the gig apps. DoorDash has a minimum order amount in this market of 225. Uber does 250 minimums, unless it's like a shop or something like that, or there's some distance involved. And of course, Grubhub has bottomed this market out as well. So I believe we have the potential for a no tip order, or not no tip, for an extra tip here in this. It's a 7-item Dunkin' Donuts order going again to another professional building, 7 items. Um, and I know $4 is the max that DoorDash likes to show on low mile orders to its dashers to start out. So this was a first run offer. I grabbed it up. If you see that 225 and and 225 is your low base, you can pretty much assume this is the first. This is the DoorDash making your first offer. You're seeing it for the first time. So I think we may have some extra tip there. I'm going to grab this order up. It's right around the corner. Get it delivered, and then make an assessment on whether or not I continue or do any more. So that's where we stand right now. Based on the 1290, like I said, we're well over $25, which is what I had set. We're about 27 minutes or about 26 minutes into our next hour. So this order will definitely help to kind of pad that extra time we ended up working. So we will see where this goes. All right, guys, I will be back with an update here shortly to let you know how this order goes. And we'll take it from there. All right, guys. So I just recorded a video and didn't even have it going. Just typical of the day. Anyways, so let me update you on what's going on right now. Just got done delivering the DoorDash order. That ended up being only the $6.25 that it was showing. Um, so a little disappointed there, but ultimately, um, I knew that was a possibility. I knew it was a first run order. I knew it hadn't been tossed around or vetted. I thought there was some potential there, but ultimately I was okay with it because it was a short distance. And it actually brought me back to where I was at. So it allowed me to add in some extra money there. Now, the value of the order wasn't strong. It was only $20 on an hourly basis. Profitability wise, I have a feeling it's going to be a low profitability offer because of just how low it is. And the amount of time it did take. That was an order that needed to take no more than 10 minutes in order to get that profitability where you want it to be at, which is at least $5 or more. Or actually, no, I guess it would be about $4 or more. But we'll see. We'll see. I always like to look at the profitability of every single shift that I work. I'm going to check it out as I would and see where that order comes in. Now, what I am doing right now is I am heading in the direction that I needed to go, but I have DoorDash powered up. I have Grubhub powered up. I have Uber powered up. Now, this is no longer my main Grubhub market, so I do not expect that I will get many Grubhub offers up here because I'm only going to get the worst of the worst like I used to in my old market that I'm at. So I expect to be ignored most of the time, and I expect the offers I do see to be quite, uh, you know, quite terrible. So I'm looking for Uber orders. I'm looking for DoorDash orders really primarily here. I've gotten a couple orders. They've all been $4 or less. Not interested in doing anything like that. I'll just continue riding on my path because, like I said, I am riding in a direction I need to be going anyways. So, all right, guys, I'm going to jump off here. I will be back. So far as how this phone's going, I've noticed that even though I've had it on my wireless charger, it's it still heats up. It heats up a lot. When I have it on this wireless charger, boy, it's heating up. Now, I did go into the background and close out some apps, and that helped. Um, but obviously, there's a lot of apps that are, I've got 3 apps right now that are working in the background, doing background stuff and looking for orders. So, um, you know, it 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 got pretty warm. Now I'm gonna have a case on this starting tomorrow, so we'll see what happens when a case is involved. But that's just another assessment. My iPhone 13 Pro doesn't really get very hot at all when you're just using gig apps, and of course, you've got a lot of differences between this phone and that phone. But anyways, overall, it's been a pretty decent experience. It's been a really, I mean, I think I think it does a damn good job, especially considering, that we're looking at 8, 9 year old technology in here, and it's, you know, the amount of money you're going to pay for this and what you're getting out of it, I think is just absolutely outstanding. But anyways, guys, I'm going to jump off here. I'll be back either wrapping up this shift or to let you know that I got another order, and we'll take it from there. All right, guys, talk to you soon. All right, guys, Dad Dash back here again with an update. So, wow, my schedule continues to clear up substantially for today. So, um, I've got a little bit of extra bonus time here. So, what I did is I did lose my DoorDash shift at 2 o'clock. They gave me a $4 Uber, or not Uber, a $4 order to end my time. I turned it down. They cut me off. So that puts us at right now, as I mentioned, we have not gotten the Uber figured out what the actual tip will be on that order. But as it stands right now, we're at $33.15 for the day. So we're averaging $11 per order. Um, if you look at the earnings rate, we were on duty from 12:03 until 1:41 at this point. Because if I don't do any more orders, I always count it from first to last order is the way I like to look at it. So I'm just sitting over here now in one of the shopping centers that I know of that, a lot of times does good business with Uber. I may move on here in a minute. I was just sitting here just kind of doing some wrap up videos and things, just to doing a video here just to talk to you guys and taking the opportunity and seeing if Uber. I've got a Panera Bread, Wendy's, Tropical Smoothie Cafe, Chipotle. If there's business to be had, I can get something here. I figured. We're roughly earning at a rate of about a little $20.30. And we're 22.35 delivery rate, meaning labor rate. So as you can tell, it's not strong at all, not comparatively speaking to other markets we've worked. But remember, we're running on a lot less base pay, and Grubhub is not active at all because this is not my primary anymore. So we're running off of Uber and DoorDash, and we kind of came in this market, at least at the tail end of the, not the strongest part of launch. This is when it dies. This is the best time to take a break. And we're trying to make any money here. So I expect it to be, I've been out here doing complete days and earned as little as $12, an hour gross revenue per hour. So it's a very weak market. It's a poor tipping market, and the base pay is very poor. So I don't expect a lot while I'm out here. I'm just kind of sitting here seeing what might come. So I'm going to consider this probably my wrap up video. If something else develops, I will let you know. I'm contemplating now whether or not I'm actually going to do any more work, or I'm going to go ahead and get something to eat and then go into direction. I know I have some obligations in about an hour and a half that I've got to take care of. So I'm just trying to figure out what the best use of my time is. I want to eat. I haven't eaten anything yet today, so I'm a little hungry. And I'm thinking, you know what, I don't think it's going to be really worth my time from a time value standpoint. I can do other things. So guys, I appreciate you watching. If this is the end of our lunch, then hey, you know what? We worked about an hour and hour and a half, made $33.15 as of now. Uber will come in eventually here. Let me see what time Uber is coming in at. So the Uber order should be here in about 14 minutes. I'll know what the Uber order is. And again, I expect there to be maybe some extra change to possibly 3 or 4 extra bucks. Probably more likely than that. I'm feeling like maybe $2 extra to add on, which means we'd be at $35, which means it'd probably bring us up to about $21. So whichever, if there's extra, there's extra, or maybe it'll just be $8, but we'll find out. So, all right, guys, I'm going to jump off here. I'll be back tonight, hopefully. Go out for a couple hours tonight. The good news is for our, my $100 a day goal, if I go out tonight, I've taken a lot of the stress off. We only need $66.85 as of right now without any extra Uber tip coming in 14 minutes. So not bad. as far as on the phone front, not a bad experience at all. Very pleased with the experience thus far. I've got it on a charger right now. I'm charging it up. I want to see how fast it charges. And see if we can get it up to 100% for the first time. So, I can't argue. It's not bad. Like I said, there's been a few things I've noticed, but I know the phone right now is working hard. I think it's still downloading some apps and things because I wasn't able to get it fully restored to where it needs to be at. Although looking through here, it looks like that might be completed. And I do notice that it's significantly, now that I think it's completed the process of downloading apps, I notice it's significantly cooler. So I'll keep you guys abreast. As I noted for the next week, this will be the star of the show. And then in a week, I'll let you guys know what I plan to do. All right, guys, I'll be talking to you soon. I appreciate you watching. If you're enjoying the video, if you enjoyed today's video, please hit that like button, share this video, and also, most importantly, subscribe to the channel if you're not yet subscribed. Appreciate it, guys. I'll be talking to you soon. And without further ado, we'll go ahead and roll the financials for this lunch shift. Thank you, guys. Guys, Dad Dash here. So I am here for the dinner shift. Now, I already did do an order. You may have already seen it on there for the dinner. Earlier today, I was out. I made it was about $35 on doing about an hour and a half at lunch. And on that order, by the way, to update you guys, if you were watching that video, you probably saw it when I rolled the financials because I updated the financials. But at the time I did my wrap-up video, the order had not popped through, but I ended up making $15.55 on the Uber order in question. It was a $12.90 order. I called it right. It's like an extra $2 and some change. I thought I figured that was going to be the case based on where I delivered to and all that good stuff. So anyways, that was a good day. That was not bad. It ended up coming out a little over $21 an hour for the period of time, generating that gross revenue. Now, I haven't done the profit breakdown and all that stuff. I'll do that later today. But overall, I can't complain. I did 3 orders and made $35. So now I'm out for dinner. I was picking up my kids and getting them where they need to be. And in my travels, I actually ran into the potential to create a multi-app stack that was going to be pretty decent. It was at $9 and I think 80 something cents. Sally Beauty Supplies pickup, and those are pretty easy. You just go in, they already have it bagged up, pick it up, and it was all heading in the same general direction. Unfortunately, the customer canceled their order with Sally's, so when I got there, they told me it's canceled. I had to cancel it within the app. I did get the second half of that order, so we've already got $12 and some change. I think it's $12.42 that's on the board already for tonight. Our goal tonight is to make about I guess about $65. So we've already made 12 of that 65. So we need to make 53 more, and it's about 6:45, and we're going to be working my home market. And let me tell you, we just got an order, but it's for the Burger King up right near my house, and they're having some problems over here tonight. So we will not be dealing with them. Not to mention this was 650 for 8 miles, but they had to close down their lobby because they've got like two people working, and the drive through is like, crazy. We'll see if it's still bad over there, but there's no way I'm going to get involved in that. Not especially not for 650. It looks like it's actually not too bad now. It was really bad earlier when I came through. They were all the way out into the street, like coming down the street area. Now I'm getting out of this area and I'm heading towards the central hub because this area up here, um, it's got some decent stuff if you're just looking to just, do a little bit. But they've got Outback, Ruby Tuesdays, Chili's, a lot of good Uber Eats stuff down there that can become very lucrative. And that's what I'm hoping to tap into tonight. So we're heading down that direction. I've got my iPhone SE that I'm testing, and I'm actually testing the dual setup here. I've got the 13 Pro running Grubhub, and this one running, wow, look at that. That is a doozy, guys. 12 miles, 650. It's the Walmart I just passed. I mean, that's clearly a no-tip order. And that one we're going to just get rid of. Absolutely. Decline. Order is too small. Bam. Out. That was horrible. Anyways. Oh, now we got a Grubhub getting into the action. So now we got Martinsburg Family Diner. This one is up where we're heading towards. 13.9 miles. $9.60. Now this is one of those that's, you might consider taking simply because that the mileage, if we were near this restaurant, would actually not be too bad. So Grubhub kind of gives you an opportunity, even knowing it's like they know you're heading in that direction. So they give you the opportunity to accept it. But I'm turning it down. Offer's just too low. I'm not taking that order. But they give you the opportunity to accept it. So when you it'll get you up there, pick the order up. Now the thing with Grubhub is, if it gets busy, they like to stack orders. And normally we're not talking about stacking $2 and $3 orders on. They would stack another $9 order. So there's always potential with Grubhub, and you want to watch this if Grubhub's in your area, that order might, again, I might regret not having taken that order because it's possible I could have arrived there, and if there was a second order available, they'd offer it to me, and it might be another $9 or $10. The only question is how many miles, because Grubhub is notorious for taking you two different directions on stacks, at least in my area. Anyways, guys, I'm going to jump off here. I've gone on way too long. But jump off here. I'll be back in a moment to go over everything with you once I get an order finally. All right, guys. Talk to you soon. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash back here with an update. So I did get into the area up here where I said I wanted to be, and I got an $8 Five Guys order for 4 items. Arrived there. This Five Guys is actually pretty decent at getting orders turned over pretty quickly. So they got me my food. I only had about a 5-minute wait, which wasn't bad at all. Very nice. Got down the road, just delivered it, and it did turn into a little bit of extra tip. It was $8.50 for 4 miles, so it wasn't a bad order at all. From a value perspective, the order was, let's see here, about $24.29. Gross revenue per hour. That was the order value on that order. That's gross, of course. So it wasn't too bad. However, the issue we've had since delivering that order is we haven't got another one. So it did kind of take us out a little bit. It's now been about, let's Let's see here. It's been about 5 minutes or so. So I like to get an order turned over pretty quickly, especially this time of night because it's showing busy everywhere I'm looking. But for whatever reason, the orders aren't coming. Now I had gotten a couple, and of course turned it down. I was hoping DoorDash would keep it steady going, but we're heading back to the center, and we're gonna post up here, and I'm gonna post up in front near the Outback and see what we can get. Maybe we can attract a decent Uber order, or even a decent Grubhub order. Grubhub did send me a couple orders on my way out, and but they were not good at all. One of them was like $14 for like 18 miles or something like that, somewhere in that neighborhood. There was another one that was like close to a dollar for dollar, like it was like just under $1 per mile, but it was going way down the road. Um, Now for Grubhub, the area is a little different because they're covering a huge landscape of area, a lot different than how DoorDash is shaped in this area. So if you're following around, I could have probably very easily gotten something up there. You just don't know if it's going to be worth it or not. So, anyways, guys, I'm going to get posted up here. As soon as I get another order, I'll try to come on and update you, let you know how it's going, and we'll see what we can do. We need about 40. It looks like we need about $44 right now, after that order that we just completed, in order to hit the $100 for today that we're shooting for. All right, guys, I'll be talking to you here shortly, and hopefully, like I said, we find an order relatively quickly. Guys, Dad Dash back here with an update. So got down here to the shopping center, sifted through some really nasty orders, but finally got one, a 625 1.2 mile Cracker Barrel order. It's like, I think it's 6 items for $73. So I am anticipating some extra tip here. I could see the tip being at least $7, maybe $7.50 plus $2.25, maybe being $9.75 is what I would see possibly. But we'll see. You never know. Earlier today, I got burned on one. It looks like they're adding 0.6 miles. They're adding another $6 to my route to go 0.6 miles for Tender Shack. So I'm going to go ahead and accept that, just because, I mean, we're going like less than 2 miles for $12. So I'm gonna go in here, hopefully pick up this Cracker Barrel order, and see what we got going on here, guys. So you just saw it happen live. The order grew to $12. So that's what's nice sometimes when you get these stacked orders. So I've got a $12.25 order now, 2 places for 2 miles. So $12.25 for 2 miles. I mean, it does not get better than that. All right. Anyways, I'm gonna jump in here, get to work on this order. Hopefully everything goes smooth, and we don't have too long of a wait. All right, guys. Hello, how you doing?
Good, thank you.
No problem. You have a great one.
You too.
Thank you. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash back here with an update. So, as you guys saw, last time we talked, I accepted a Cracker Barrel order followed by an add-on order of $6. Now, I want to discuss this order with you because it really brings up a great point, and how you got to take every order into consideration in its own way, right? So I took this order knowing that Cracker Barrel tends to sometimes have longer waits. However, what I also knew is that I had about a 5-minute trip from Cracker Barrel to customer, and the add-on order was going to be about all in the same vicinity. So it was going to be probably maybe 7 or 8 minute ride tops to the customer. Now, I bring this up because when I got into Cracker Barrel, I had an extremely long wait, extremely long, excessively long. I was waiting probably 15 minutes, I'd say 16 minutes at the Cracker Barrel. However, I stuck with it, and the reason why was because the order itself, the $12 order, I knew I was eating up wait time definitely at the Tender Shack, which was at the Outback. The Outback here actually does a really good job moving orders along. So knowing that, and knowing that the Outback does a good job, but also knowing that I had $12.25 showing. So in my opinion, I had probably 28 minutes to do the order. Now, which meant for me, really what I had was 20 minutes to wait between the two restaurants. That was the cash flow of the order. Because I was picking up two orders. The Outback was across the street. Now, I'm glad I stuck with it. I watched some dashers in there come in and leave. Again, I don't know what their situation was or what their order offers were. However, what I do know is that by sticking with this order, I ended up with only $6 on the Tender Shack order, which, okay, fine. It was a $4 tip, $2 order. It would have been, that order would have easily come through at $6.25, and it still would have been a decent order to have taken as long as you could pick it up quickly. However, the Cracker Barrel order, as I had recognized that it had a $78 price tag, that one came in at $13.10. Or, yeah, no, sorry, $13.35 was the total payout of that order. So that it turned into a total order of $19.35, a total hourly gross revenue value of over $40 an hour. So that was an excellent order. So right now, the way I'm looking at this, if you look at the beginning point of that order till now, I only spent about 24 minutes on the order, I think it was, maybe. So what that means is, I was saying is, right now I have like 35 minutes to find $6 more to hit my goal of generating $25 gross revenue per hour. Point is, this is the type of order that some would have given up and some would have gotten frustrated and said, well, I'm not waiting for this order. I don't have the time to wait. So I'm giving up and walked out. But this is where it comes in that sometimes it's okay to wait if you've got a big enough order, and you've got to understand your order flow. You've got to understand your pull through rate. What is this pulling through an hour? Having 12:25 showing tells you you actually have longer to wait than you think, because if you give up that order, there's no telling you're going to get another order that's going to be that's going to be that good. And what you're getting is you're getting the benefit of having to travel less miles. So instead of having to travel, yes, it would be great if you could pull through a couple more orders. I understand that concept, but the point is you have wait time. And if it's a really good order, you might as well. And here we go. It's just wings. So this is an interesting order. 725, 13 items. Here we have a doable order. We're going forward with this one. I don't know if you can see it. This is an Outback Steakhouse, 1075, 6.8 miles. Bam. What I'm waiting on. I've been waiting on Outback to give me something all night. We're going for it. And it says we're ready for pickup, which is even better. So let's just do an assessment of this order and see. $53. So there we go, guys. This is going to be a good order. This is going to be a good order, I think. All right. Anyways, so we accepted some orders live. I apologize for the length of this video. But anyways, the point of what I want you to take was that the size of your order, and the miles you're going to travel, you have to do some calculating when you're looking at this stuff to make sure you're not getting out of a good opportunity. All right, guys, talk to you soon. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash back here. It's a little dark, as you can see. It's obviously a little bit later than when we talked last time. So last time we talked, I was picking up a set of Outback orders. Now, it's important to understand with those Outback orders, I was expecting extra tip, right? And thought, well, maybe there would be a little extra tip on the order. And I was right. There was a little bit of extra tip. We started out with a $20 order. There was a $1.25 extra tip. And it was actually on the order we stacked with. So the initial order that I thought might have extra tip had none. The second order actually had some. So that order ended up at $21.25. Really strong order value of $32.69 gross revenue per hour. On our way back, as we were approaching that shopping center, I went back because we still needed like $3 to reach the $65 goal I'd set to go over 100 for today. Since we'd worked a little bit earlier, I got a $16.25 offer. It started out as a $10.25 offer from Outback, going 10.3 miles. Now in this market, I'd had an interesting situation where an underwater order turned out with extra tip. And based on the amount of items, it was Outback. I thought, well, maybe this is the case, but I expected I would get stacked, and I did. As soon as I accepted it, boom, second order comes through because this Outback is very busy. So I ended up with a $16.25 order going 11 miles. Obviously a little bit bulky and hefty on the mile side, but I took it nonetheless, and we just completed it. Unfortunately, in this case, there was no extra tip, disappointingly enough. So now I am heading back towards, well, you could say towards the shopping center, towards my house. I'm going to see if anything comes through. If something does that's decent, I may consider taking it, because right now today we're sitting at about $112. So we're over our 100 for today. I had a lot on my plate today, so this is very good that we were able to do it. I had to split the day up. Guys, I'm going to sign off here, focus on getting back in, getting home safely, or finding another order if something comes my way. And we're good from there. All right, guys, I'll be talking to you soon. I appreciate you watching. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash back here. So I am back in my driveway. I am finished for the day. So let's see here. How did it end today? Basically, I didn't really get any type of. I got an order. I did an order. I ended up doing an order at the very last minute. There was peak pay in my DoorDash area, but I really didn't get many order opportunities. So I did end up taking a regretful order for McDonald's for $9 that it just took too long. The value of this order ended up being $20.77. So it definitely was a drag, not a enhancement. But I did end up earning the $65 I set out to earn. I actually went over the goal and earned $86.77. Earlier today, I'd earned, I believe it was like $35 and some change. So we earned well over $100 by my estimation. We ended up earning about $121 for today. So not a bad day. Tonight we ended up working a total of, well, delivery hours, we worked 173 minutes. So basically just under 3 hours while we were out delivering. And total time out was 210 minutes. So I'd say about 3 hours and about 3 hours and 30 minutes total. So 3.5 hours out. And then earlier today, we were out for lunch. We were out about 1.5 hours. So we were out total today about 5 hours. And probably made somewhere around $22-23 gross revenue per hour while we were out. Like I said, the beginning of the day was kind of slow with the market we were in, but overall, it wasn't a bad day. We hit our 100. That's what I wanted to do. Anyways, guys, I'm going to jump off here. And this night, we're going to roll the financials. I appreciate you guys watching. If you've made it to the end, thank you so much. Hit that subscribe button right now if you're not subscribed. Like this video, help me out. Tell YouTube you like what I'm doing. And 3, share this video with anybody you think you get some benefits from it. Guys, I'll be talking to you soon. And, I'll be back with another ride along, hopefully within the next few days. All right, guys. Thank you. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash here. So we are here for an order review, and we're going to go through the orders today that I did on the 23rd, and we're going to look at a profitability review. I'm going to go over just how profitable the decisions I made. And one of the things I like to preach to my kids, to myself, to people out there in the gig economy is that, good choices lead to good results. So this is how I like to go through and review the choices I made, learn from the choices, see which ones bore good results, see which ones I maybe need to make adjustments on based on what I saw when I was out in the field. So let's jump right in, guys, and get into the video. So here we are, guys. This is the first order that I saw that I accepted. I'm not going to go through the declines. I'm only going to be going through the ones that I accepted. So the first one was a 5 guys, 2.1 miles. You're going to see it was 2.1 miles. And it was to this is the main shopping center area right here. And over in this area over here is other restaurants. But I accepted this. And then after getting this one for $7 for 2.1 miles, I got an add-on. And you can see I was actually at the drop off here when I got this add-on, but I got an add-on for 5.1 miles for $5.50 going an additional 1.1 miles. So I accepted this order and went ahead with it. And actually it was really not 1.1 miles at all because the drop off for the first one was here. And it actually ended up being the same customer. So as I was on my way here, I got this, and then I ended up going past the hotel to here. It was actually a hotel was where I was dropping it off. So jumping into the order itself, we ended up making $12.50. Get made exactly what the offer was offering. Now, per mile gas cost for this shift was 8 cents a mile. I was doing a 50 cent per order maintenance cost. Wasn't doing it by mile, just 50 cents per order that I did. And per mile tax, and on stacked orders, still 50 cents. Per mile tax deduction, 59 cents. It's rounding up, but it's actually 58.5 cents, which is the current per mile tax deduction. The total time that this order took was 27 minutes. Miles driven was total 34 miles. Now, why is it 34 miles? You see too, and that's because there were miles I drove into the market. I had my app on, and as a result, I went ahead and count those miles because I was looking for orders. I just did not receive anything on the way in. Order gas cost for the orders was $2.75. Maintenance cost 50 cents. Total tax deduction was $19.89, which means we paid no taxes on this order. So the only thing we were charged this order was the maintenance cost, the gas cost. Total cost of the order to get it done, $3.25. Total profit after expenses was $9.25. We still ended up with an expense ratio, even though we didn't pay taxes, of well over 25%. So that tells you probably we needed to reach for about $13 or more. I always say when I drive into a market from outside and I'm looking for orders that means I've got to find at least $13 to $14 in my first order. Sometimes you find it, sometimes you don't. Profit per minute in this case was 34 cents a minute for a total order profit value of $20.56. And I will remind everyone, I'm looking for $20 or more per hour profit value. And the reason for that is because I want to be able to cover wait times and things in between orders when I'm searching orders. And that's going to get me a very healthy profit at the end of the day. Now, that is not gross revenue. Gross revenue I'm looking for is $25 or more gross revenue per hour. So that gives me $5 to spend on expenses, gas, and taxes. And if it all maps out well, I'm looking for 20 or more. So let's move on to the next order here. Next order we got was right as we got done and made that delivery. I took this low ball order thinking that, hey, you know what? It's 5:30. It's right around the corner, 2.9 miles. Let's keep moving. Let's do this, $6.50. And we'll take a look and see how this mapped out. But you can see in the mapping here, places here, right down here is where the drop off was at. It looked decent. It looked like it was something I could get done quickly in a small order that's under $10. Speed is key. So let's see how this order turned out. Let's see how it did. DoorDash was telling me I was going to get it done in 17 minutes. Whoops, went too far. All right, so did not fall in what DoorDash said because part of the reason was there was a wait. Wait time got me here. It took 22 minutes to complete the order, and you're going to see this definitely very negatively affected the outcome of this order. We drove 3 total miles. Gas order cost was only 24 cents. Maintenance cost was 50 cents. Total tax deduction was $1.76 due to the low miles. Total order expense was $1.93. Our profit after expense was only $4.57. And because we worked 22 minutes, this thing really was a very, very weak 21 cents per minute worked for a total order profit value. Reminding you, this is not gross revenue. This is the profit I took home of $12.47 an hour for an expense ratio of a whopping $29.67. A lot of that due to the size of this order and the fact that we drove 3 miles. And, with these smaller orders, you're going to have a higher expense ratio, but you're hoping to make your profit on a per minute basis by making more per minute, by getting it done faster and being able to turn that hour into more. And we did not do that here. It was not successful. Now, next, I got this opportunity for Brothers Pizzeria, Italian restaurant. You can see here, we're going to be doing a little bit of traveling here, but it was 4.4 miles from this point right here, which I was on my way back from the drop off there. So we went ahead and accepted this. Let's see how this one turned out. $11.67. I ended up taking 29 minutes for the order. We drove 7 total miles, so it was actually a little bit more than what they told me, which sometimes I find this to be the case with Grubhub because it actually, and I probably misstated there. I said that I thought it was from the moment of acceptance. I believe it's from restaurant to customer. I don't think they're factoring in for moment of acceptance because as you can see there, I was on my way there and they were factoring it out at 4.7 miles. And we were probably about 3 miles from the restaurant from that position you saw there in the slide. Anyways, gas order cost 57 cents per mile. Maintenance cost 50 cents. Total tax deduction $4.10. Again, this was a lower miles, right? So you're going to see a trend here where you see the lower mile orders tend to have a higher expense ratio, but you're hoping to offset the higher expense ratio with lower time. Let's see. How did this all play out? Profit after expense in this case was $8.71. That resulted in a 30-cent per minute profit. This came out with an expense ratio over 25%, which is higher than what we wanted. And that was at 25.36%. But we ended up with an order profit value of under $20, which again was under our goal for the order, and that was $18.02. So stress was on here to try to find a better order to follow this up with. We need to find a really profitable order. Let's see what we pop through next. So from the drop-off location, right, this was accepted on the way from the restaurant to the customer's house. I knew the location of this restaurant based on that customer's address that I already had in front of me was this was right around the corner. This was like a mile to not even a mile, probably a half a mile. You literally went across the street and this place was there. So I knew this was a covered a miles back. I knew the area I was going to be in did not have DoorDash support. I knew it was very unlikely I was getting any other orders if I turned this one down because, I would have to be waiting and driving at least 4 to 5 miles to head back based on the positioning that I was going to be at. So I took this order. A lot of you probably look at this and say, 10.29 to $10.92, 9 miles. What are you doing? Well, let's just see how profitable this was because this was all about time and speed that was going to make this order profitable. Was it profitable? Let's find out. Here we go. $10.92 obviously was what the order was because it was Grubhub. We only worked 20 minutes on this order. So first of all, speed worked out. Gas cost 73 cents. Maintenance cost 50 cents. Because of the size of the order, because it was over $10, we still were able to maintain, even with going 9 miles, an expense ratio of under 25%. Okay. So the size of the order, along with the miles driven, drove our expense ratio under 25%, which is what I wanted. And we ended up with an order profit value. Well, first of all, we ended up with profit after expense of $8.28. We ended up with a profit per minute of over 40 cents, 41 cents per minute. This resulted in an order profit value of 24.84. So a very, very strong order profit value. Now, this was because of the time we were able to spend doing the order because I knew the market, I knew where it was taking me to, and I also knew this was going to put me right back where I wanted to be at in position to get another order. Drove up the profitabilities of the order, drove up the profitabilities of the shift. Let's see how this thing plays out now. Did we get another order that was worth it? Well, we're going to find out. So next order I get, you can see Grubhub was pinging me. This is at the drop off actually of that order of the hibachi order. We end up with a $14.26 Glory Days grill. Now I knew this place was right around the corner, it was right up the street. I went ahead, I accepted it. Uber was estimating 20 minutes. Just looking at that alone tells me the profitability of this order is through the roof. Now, the expense ratio was going to be potentially a problem, but offsetting the expense ratio with the time was going to be huge for this order. So I went ahead and snapped this up. Even though I knew there was a potential for a wait, I was right around the corner. I knew I had that full 20 minutes. At least I had at least 30 minutes because I would be at $30 gross revenue per hour, even at a 30-minute work part. And I knew I was only traveling a very light amount of miles. So I was all over this order. So we took it. Let's see how it turned out. So we ended up working the order. This ended up being one of our best orders of the evening, bar none. So this, again, all came about because Yate Hibachi order was taken. It put me in proximity to Glory Days Grill, which allowed for this to all transpire. 11 minutes worked, $14.52 order amount. We didn't get any extra tip, which Uber is known for extra tips, but this order did not have it. 32-cent gas cost, maintenance cost of 50 cents. We only had a tax deduction of $2.34. Tax withholding ended up being $3.05. Expense ratio was high, 26.64%. However, it was offset by the speed and time we were able to get this order done. We ended up with a $10.65 profit, but for 11 minutes of work, that ended up in a 97 cents per minute profit per minute. That ended up with an order profit value of $58.10 per hour. That is exceptionally strong. So this was one of our strongest orders of the evening, bar none. All right, so next we got done with this order. The key here is finding another order. This still left us in great positioning to find another order. However, there was a little bit of a lull, but we did find an order not too long after. This one was a Grubhub order, $11.95 for 5.1 miles. You can see it's all in a close proximity. It's all in that tight proximity, which this is the area we want to be in. This is the hub of activity, all in a tight area. Still 6:30 in the evening, still a strong time. Sheetz normally has their orders ready. I knew that. So we went ahead and accepted it. How did this order turn out? Well, let's see. We ended up with a 24-minute. We ended up working for 24 minutes on this order. We drove 6 miles. We had a 48-cent gas cost, a maintenance cost of 50 cents, for a total tax deduction of $3.51 based on those 6 miles. That resulted in a tax withholding of $2.11. So our total order expense to do this order was $3.09. We came in just over where we wanted to be at, which was $25 or 25.9%. But even though we were slightly over, we still came in under where we could still be profitable and hit that $20 or more. We came in at $8.86 profit after expenses. Our profit per minute worked was 37 cents a minute. That's outstanding. And our order profit value was $22.14. Again, outstanding. So, very happy with this result. So once we got done with this order, let's see what came next. We got this $13 2.5 mile order. All right. Now, if you watch my ride along, you'll see how crazy this order got. But we're going to just take this order on based on what ended up being worked and the time we spent on it. We actually ended up combining another order with this because this restaurant was extremely busy and had like a 45-minute wait time. But a DoorDash order came on before this one. But we're going to take each order as its own profitability center. So here it was. We ended up with 22 minutes worked on this order. Even though the wait time was longer, I offset some of that wait time that could have made this a really disastrous order by accepting that other DoorDash order, which we're going to look at next. This ended up resulting in a 5-mile drive. Some of that's because I had to drive away from the restaurant. That resulted in a 40-cent gas cost on the order, 50-cent maintenance cost, $2.93 on the tax deduction. Total tax withholding of $2.52 for a total order expense of $3.42. Now, what did this result in as far as expense ratio goes? You'd think with a $13 order, we could have held that below 25%. We did not. It was 26.33%. However, the ability to get the order done in 22 minutes certainly helped with our profit per minute, and that ended up at 44 cents per minute and an order profit value of $26.12. So it ended up being a very strong order in regards to order per minute. All right, guys. So the next order that we got, let's take a look at the next order. Now, the next order I mentioned was kind of a unique situation because there was a DoorDash. It looks like, hold on, I lost the slide there. No, there was no slide. Where did the slide? Oh, there it is. Sorry, I skipped the slide. Apologize about that. So the next order I mentioned here ends up being a DoorDash order. Now, this order was taken on while I was waiting for that $13 order to complete. So I took this order simply because I was at the restaurant, and the way I was looking at this was I had 2 miles on that order. This is 5 miles. So I'm really looking at this as a $20 7-mile order because I was willing to help the restaurant out a little bit because they were really busy. Figured I'll take this order. I thought there could be maybe some extra tip. So I've not really gotten any extra tip at this point in the evening. So I thought, well, maybe we'll have some. So let's check it out. Ended up with a $7.50 order. So I did end up with 50 cents extra tip. We worked 12 minutes. So the timing of the order was very strong because I was able to begin this order. The moment I got it, I walked in, it was ready, and got out of there and got across town. It was a really easy drive to get over there. The 5 miles that I drove there, I covered in this order. So I was able to offset the return miles back onto that $13 order. And by beginning that miles for that order on that one. So we ended up with 5 miles driven, 40-cent gas cost, 50-cent maintenance cost, $2.93 tax deduction, which resulted in a tax withholding of $1.14 for a total order expense of $2.05. Now we ended up with an expense ratio of $27.3%. However, again, this is a situation where the ability to get this order done quickly made this order more profitable. And offset the expense ratio. We had $5.45 after expenses. Profit per minute was 45 cents. Order profit value on this order was $27.26 per hour. So this is a strong lesson, and it's really pounding home the idea that you've got to focus on order time on the smaller orders. You have to make sure you know your restaurants. You have to make sure in that if you need to make some audibles or changes, you can throw things in the middle there and to try to enhance these orders. Because when you put both of those orders together, they both the overall period, if you looked at it as a multi-stack that was done, it's still a very, very profitable two orders, even when you put them together. So after this, we followed up with this Burger King order, which was $8.12, which also turned into a stack of $12.69 for 2.4 miles. So going back and looking at this, we had 2.9 miles, 2.4 miles more, which ends up resulting in about 6 miles for $20. So I like this. We ended up completing it. Total order amount ended up being $20.81. We ended up working the order for 37 minutes. We ended up with 9 total miles driven because the way Grubhub does their things, they don't give you the miles until you're at the restaurant, which I have discovered now and realized this. So when I'm looking at that, I have to actually factor in phantom miles that are not even being shown to me on the screen. It's a little bit upsetting, but that's how it is. We drove 9 miles. We had a 73-cent gas cost, a 50-cent maintenance cost, a $5.27 tax deduction based on those 9 miles, and $3.89 withholding for a total of $5.11 order expense. We ended up with an order expense of under 25% at 24.57%. A profit after expense was a profit after expense was $15.70. A profit per minute worked was 42 cents for a total order profit value of $25.45. I apologize for the disruption here, guys. And this ended up being our last order of the day. All right, guys, so let's take a look at the final order of the day, or not final order of the day, sorry, the wrap up of the day here for the total profitability of our shift. So total for the shift earnings was $109.37. We worked a total of 204 minutes for 82 miles driven. This created a shift gas cost of $6.63 to be out. A maintenance cost that we set aside was $4.50 for the day or for that shift. And a total tax deduction for the shift of $47.97. This resulted in a total tax withholding for the shift of $15.35. Total shift expenses were to run this shift was $26.48, including taxes, maintenance costs, and gas, and actual gas expense. So profit after expenses was $82.89. This breaks down to 41 cents per minute and a hourly profit value of $24.38, guys. Now, that is not gross revenue. That's taking home $24.38 an hour while I was out. And that created an expense ratio that came in at under 25%. So we ended up doing that as well, which is really, really strong. And that was just due to the overall orders and how it all blended together. So this shift was very successful, very profitable. It was exactly what I would like, what I like to see when I go out. And only having an expense ratio of 24.21% is absolutely phenomenal, especially in the times of high gas prices that we're in right now. That is also partially due to the fact that I have a Prius, and that is why something that I would strongly encourage everyone to consider. If this is your full-time gig, if this is your full-time job, consider getting a Prius, getting some sort of electrical car that's going to help with those expenses and help with those costs and help you out there right now during this time of really extremely high gas prices. So, guys, I hope you got something out of this today. And I hope you enjoyed it. Like I said, this is something that I do and reevaluate all my choices. I can, like I said, the worst choice of the day was taking that McDonald's order. And I should have known based on that McDonald's wait times and things of that nature that was probably the wrong order to take. Now, one thing you could go back and look and say, well, if I didn't take that order, right, the overall shift ended up okay. Had I not taken that order, I may have never gotten the pizzeria order. And therefore, a whole cascade of events may not have occurred. Now, if you look at the order as a whole and you see there's a whole lot more to all these things based on the turndowns and the flow of the day, and it's quite crazy. I encourage you, and I'll put a link in this video to that ride along. should check it out. You'll see exactly what happened in the story behind all of these orders and how we got to where we were at. Very profitable shift, though. Hopefully, you enjoyed it. Hopefully, this gives you some insight into how I think about it, and hopefully, maybe gives you something to think about as well on how you should be thinking about your orders and the things you should be looking at when you're considering how to run your shift, what to look at, and how to evaluate whether you made profitable decisions that led to profitable results. All right, guys, I'm going to wrap it up here. Hit that subscribe button if you enjoyed today's video. Hit that like button to let me know that you and let YouTube know as well that you enjoyed the content. And also, please share this with any other business operators out there that you think could benefit from this video. Share it with them. Hit that share button. Get it out. Get this message out. Also, like I said, join the network of drivers that's are out here supporting each other, sharing information, and trying to help everyone become better gig business operators every single day. All right, guys, Dad Dash here, signing off. Thanks for watching, and I'll be talking to you soon. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash Industries here, and I'm here with a special video today. I wanted to do something a little different than my normal let's talk about it and things, and I wanted to give my opinion on the 3 best tips for anybody who wants to enter food delivery, whether it's delivering for DoorDash, Grubhub, or Uber Eats. And the things that I think are the 3 most important things that you should know. If you're doing it right now, you should know these things. And if you aren't aware of these things or haven't thought of them, this is something that I hope will get you to give some thought. My name is Dad Dash. This is the first video you've ever seen or first way you found me. I entered the gig economy about a year ago and run my own gig operated business, delivering for DoorDash, Uber Eats, Grubhub. I do grocery delivery, Amazon Flex. I'm signed up with Draver, haven't done one yet of those. I do point pickup. I'm signed up with lots of different apps and lots of different opportunities. As the name states, I'm also a dad, a full-time dad, as well as dashing around delivering food on the in-between when I'm not delivering my kids to the various places they need to be. So, guys, if that's something that's interesting to you, if you like to, if you're interested in the gig economy, go ahead and subscribe now so you can see any other new content that's coming out. I do ride-alongs. I talk about things that are associated with the gig economy. I do order breakdowns, profit breakdowns. Try to share as much information as I can so that you can see my journey and hopefully get something out of it. And I'd love to watch other videos as well and support other channels. So, like I said, if you just found this, please hit that subscribe button. If you know anybody who is entering the gig economy, who's in the gig economy, hey, share my channel with them, share this video with them. And of course, if you like what you've seen in this video or what you're going to see in this video, hit that like button. So guys, without further ado, let's jump into the video and let's get into the first tip I want to talk about today. All right, guys, so tip number 1, as you saw there, is multi-app. And what do I mean by multi-app? For those of you that are new to the gig economy, what I mean by multi-app is you need to be working multiple apps at a time. And what that means is I'm not saying you need to be doing 2 orders at one time, but I mean you need to have multiple relationships set up so that when you go out and you start and you are in the order acceptance phase where you're looking for an order, that you have at least 2 or more apps on at that time so you can look at as many orders as you can, so you can look at the highest volume of orders that you can. And by doing that, that is going to help you be more profitable. More apps equals more order opportunities, and that equals more money. It's that simple. So I recommend, I always have on Uber Eats, Grubhub, and DoorDash at all times when I'm out. Now, I have videos on how to do ethical multi-apping. I am going to be putting out videos on the various different ways you can do it. But the biggest thing you want to do is have those apps on so that you're getting as many orders as possible so that you can see as many opportunities and make sure and find the most profitable opportunities for you to go to work for. If you're working for just one app, you're going to be missing out on a lot. You're probably not going to hit your profit goals. I think it's very difficult to just work for one app. Now, I actually personally work for about 7. I have on the grocery delivery apps. I'll have Instacart shipped. I used to have Walmart Spark on when I was with them. I'll also have, like I said, Uber Eats, Grubhub, and DoorDash. I'll have Point Pickup on if I'm, I always have Point Pickup on looking to see what's going on around me with them. And then I always have Amazon Flex on. Draver is on. Not big in my area. I've not yet gotten an offer or opportunity with Draver. I'm hoping that changes. But I always have those apps on, and I'm always, allowing them to send me things. Now, when I get an order from one of the food delivery apps, I turn off the other 2 food delivery apps so that I can focus on that order that's coming in. I normally don't turn off Instacart or Ship because they're just sending orders out that are available, and their method of working orders is slightly different than the food delivery apps. But that is tip number 1. That is perhaps one of the most important things you can know to do. You've got to get good at it. You've got to go and train yourself on how you can work multiple apps. Don't let it overwhelm you. Don't let it scare you. If you do it, you're going to make more money than you could ever make working just one app. So guys, let's move on to tip number 2. All right, guys, tip number 2 for working food delivery, and that is turn down offers. Your acceptance rate does not matter. Many people who are new to the gig economy think acceptance rate matters. It does not. My acceptance rate hovers normally anywhere from, is going down as low as 2%. To as high as sometimes 50 or 60%. It just depends on the offers that are being offered in the market that I'm in. Some markets are better than others, but I am never afraid to turn down an offer that I don't think is profitable or I don't think makes sense for whatever's going on with my business at that particular time. As an independent contractor, as a business owner, it is your right to not do the order. Now, once you do the order, you accept the order, that's a totally different situation because you have accepted a contractual obligation with that app. So they can hold you accountable if you are accepting contracts and then not fulfilling the contracts. However, it's still at times acceptable if you accept the contract that you think is profitable, you can still get out of it because there is an allowance of a certain amount of times that you can turn down or cancel a contract that you've accepted. But look, on the point of turning down offers, do not be afraid to do so. You need to make the apps compete for your business. This ties in with number 1, which is multi-apping. If you are multi-apping and you are turning down offers, then you are allowing the apps to compete for your business. So if you're sitting in a busy place or a busy shopping plaza, you have the ability to see all of these orders at one time. I recommend using 2 screens if you are going to be a serious multi-apper. I have 2 screens. It's very important you do so you can see, especially if you're doing 2 apps or if you're doing 3 apps, and you know what your busy app is, and you know what your second busiest and your third busiest. Put your second and third on screen 2, your first busiest on screen 1, and that way you can have them going up and you're going between them, and they're shooting orders out to you, and you can very easily and very simply look at these offers and try to find the most profitable offer. You need to establish profit guidelines for when you're accepting orders, and you should only take orders that meet your profitability guidelines. Do not be afraid to do that. And if you are working multiple apps, if you have multiple apps working for you, you will have no problem meeting your goals for in the long term. You may have a short couple hours, you may have a bad afternoon, but over the course of a month, you will meet your goals because you're going to see a large volume of orders and a large volume of opportunities. And the slow 2 hours can be offset by a really, booming 2 hours later on in the day or later on in the month. It will all balance out. Just do not be afraid to turn these orders down, and don't take an order that you don't think is profitable. The last thing I'll leave you on this topic with is just remember, you are not an employee. If you are coming from an employee-based business, you've got to leave the employee mindset back behind you. That's in the rear view. You've got to act like a business owner. You are a business. You are the business, and you've got to act like it. You've got to make sure that you make the decisions that are not best for anyone else but your business and the profitability of your business. If you're making decisions that you think are better for the app than yourself, then you will not get to where you need to get to. And that is a huge mistake that a lot of food delivery drivers and a lot of gig business owners make, because they don't even realize they're a business owner. They don't even realize that they're running a business, and they're still thinking like an employee, like they have to please the apps, and that is not true. Now, I will reiterate it. Once you accept the contract, you do have certain obligations that come with that, and you've got to fulfill that contract. But when you're trying to figure out what contracts you want to take and what ones you want to accept for your business, you're perfectly within rights to turn down any offer that does not fit whatever guidelines you set for yourself. Let's move on to tip number 3. All right, guys. So tip number 3 is understanding how completion time of an order can make or break the profitability of your orders and therefore your business. The most important metric is not order size, although that's a piece of it. It's not miles. That's a piece of it. It's order time. It's understanding your market and understanding how long it will take you to complete that order. And you've got to understand how fast, and you've got to understand what your goal is to complete that order. In other words, that what is the amount of time that you need to complete that order in order for you to achieve whatever financial goal you set for yourself for that day and for that period of time that you're working. So if your goal is to earn $25 gross revenue per hour, you got to understand what do you need, what order per minute, what do you need to earn per minute when you're doing these orders in order to achieve that. If you're not aware of that, you will not, more likely than not, meet your goals because you don't know what you're working towards. You have to know what you're working towards, and you've got to understand exactly how fast you must be to complete orders. So to do that, you've got to know your divisors. So I'm going to throw up there on the screen. It's just a little screenshot there of the divisors that I like to do depending on time of day. I do not like to earn under $20 gross revenue per hour for an order. If that order represents less than that, then I know it's not going to help me be as profitable as possible. In fact, it could put me into a negative situation when you get to the end of the day if you're working orders that are under $20 per hour gross revenue. So I have it set up here. Very easy. I recommend you could put it in your visor right up here. If you want to print it out, put it on like an index card and tape it to your visor. That way you pull it down, you look at it, and you know, okay, this order, my goal today is $25. That's 41 cents. My goal today is 26. That's 43 cents. 27, 45 cents, 30, 50 cents, or 22, 36 cents, or I'm working lunch. It's 33 cents. You're going to be able to know right away what that figure is. You don't have to think about it. And if you don't remember, you just pull your visor down and it's right there. All you need to do is take that figure, divide that by the order amount, and you have the minutes that you need to complete that order in. You can also use this when making assessments in regards to completion rate. I touched on completion rate, and that is you canceling an order after you've accepted it. And there is an allowance for a driver to cancel a certain amount of orders, but you don't want to do it all the time. So you need to understand, when should you do it? When shouldn't you do it? When does an order call for it? One of the ways you can make those decisions and make profitable decisions in that is understanding how long you actually have to work that order based on the size of the order. And as you're doing that, you're going to start to understand exactly what order sizes you should be looking for and exactly what you should be accepting. And there will be times that order size can actually trump mileage, that you could take a little bit of an underwater order and still make it profitable, still make it really profitable if it's an order that you can get done quickly, and where you're going to deliver the order is a place that you can get to fast, and you can get orders fast afterwards. You want to understand the divisor, and you want to understand exactly what that is. Now, I'll give you some examples of what you can do here. Just and this is just a quick example of what you should be using the divisor for. So say you get an order and you get a $12 order, right? And it's going 7 miles. So when you do your calculation on that order, you're going to figure out that you have 29 minutes to complete that order, to stay at to be at $25 an hour gross revenue, and 24 minutes to stay at $30 an hour gross revenue. So if you complete it between 24 and 29 minutes, and your goal is to fall between $25 and $30, you would know you have 24 to 29 minutes. So once you've accepted this order, so you head to the restaurant, you get to the restaurant, you find you burn 5 minutes from when you accepted the order. So now you know you're down to 19 to 24 minutes. Now, once you get to the restaurant, you're told, hey, look, there's a wait. So the first thing you should do at that point is, unless it's Uber Eats and you don't have the address, you can go and make an estimate by pulling up the address either through Grubhub or through DoorDash, and you figure out how long that distance is to that customer's house. Subtract that out of whatever's remaining. And at that point, you will know how long you can wait. So say in this instance, you have, you realize you have a 10-minute drive and you're at 19 to 24 minutes. That means you have 9 to 14 minutes that you can wait. So if they tell you, hey, it's going to be a 10-minute wait, that's still going to fall within that $25 to $30 range, and you can feel secure waiting, knowing that you're still going to be in profit and that you would even still have a few extra minutes if something comes up on the way. And you're not cutting it close. On the other hand, if they told you there was a 20-minute wait, you would know now that you're going to fall below where you want it to be at. You could even get out your chart and figure out, okay, well, where does that put me at? Because now this order, when you add up all the time, you might realize, hey, it's going to be at, 35 cents. So that's going to say, okay, that's a $21 order value. You know that right away by using your little card that you will have right there and say, wait a minute, is it worth it to me to do a $21 order? Is that valuable enough for me that you can do it? So that's how you can use it, and you can do that really quickly at the restaurant. You've got, while you have the time, it's not heavy math. You can do this on your calculator on your phone, and it will help you to understand how to make, or it will help you to make more profitable decisions by understanding this piece and understanding exactly what the value of the order is in terms of minutes, and what the minutes do to the value of that order based on whatever the size is. It's also going to help you price orders, as I mentioned, over the long term. So when you put these 3 tips together, if you follow these 3 tips and use it all together, you'll see they're all kind of linked. Then this can really help you to be a more profitable driver and help you to have more success. All right, guys. So in conclusion, I hope you enjoyed today's video. I hope you enjoyed the tips that I shared with you. And I hope that you put this to work for you. Give me your reaction in the comments. What do you think about the tips here today? Have you been doing these things? Do you look at these factors when you're out here accepting orders? And do you take into consideration exactly what your minute value is? And have you figured out a way that you can calculate these things fast so that you can make the best, most profitable decisions? If you follow these 3 tips, I believe this is going to absolutely help increase your profits, increase your earnings, and will absolutely make your business operate more efficiently, more profitably, and put more money in your pocket. And that's what we all want at the end of the day. So, guys, I thank you for watching today. Like I said, please put in the comments your thoughts about this, about what I've gone over today. If you've enjoyed the tips that I brought to you, please hit that like button. If you think that there's someone out there that could benefit from the information I've put forth in this video, share this video with them, or just share this video overall. Share it on social media, put it out so people can see it and get in front of people's eyes. And on top of that, if you're not yet subscribed, and I've only got 101 subscribers, so I know there's a lot of you that aren't. I'm trying to get to that coveted 1,000 subscribers, and then moving beyond that as well. But if you can help me do that, that would be fantastic. It will also let YouTube know that you think I'm doing a good job, and it will also allow you to be there when additional content comes out so that we can interact and get better together. All right, guys, I will be talking to you soon. Thanks for watching, and keep dashing and stay profitable, guys. Talk to you later. Guys, Dad Dash be doing probably about a 1 to 8:30, 9 o'clock run today. We're going to have a break in between. Looking like we're going to start out here in the Hagerstown area and start out our shift up here. So right now it's about, like I said, because it's about 1 o'clock, I'm going to be looking for orders. Anything over $7, that's at least $1 per mile. Between now and probably about 3 o'clock, I'm going to be willing to accept, probably about 3:30, because this is the slower times. So a lot of times you got to make those adjustments. I am hanging out up here in Hagerstown just to see if I can maybe attract some Amazon Flex orders, because Amazon Flex, I noticed the other day, was paying out at about $30 an hour at one point. So if there's something that comes up like that, I'm willing to jump all over an Amazon Flex shift for $30 an hour. If that doesn't happen, it looks like Charlestown has an opening at 5 o'clock from 5 to midnight, although I won't go that long. And I will start making my way in that direction probably about 3:30. Figure I'll stay up here unless it slows down completely and I can't find anything. Once I hit the dinner shift tonight, I am going to try a new concept, and that is where I am going to examine the idea that order size is more important than mileage, because mileage can become an expense. And I'm going to set an order amount. I'm thinking either somewhere between $10 to $12 minimum, and only accept $10 to $12 orders. Anything lower than that, I'm not looking at. However, I'm not going to worry about the miles. I'm only going to worry about the order size, and I'm going to see where it comes out. I'm going to see if we're profitable, if I make my goal, and see just where the night lands. Now, if over a course of time this becomes problematic or I begin not being able to find orders, I'm leaving myself the leeway of checking it out. But I'm going to at least try the first hour of dinner, like probably starting about 5 o'clock or so, where I'm going to take this approach. I'm going to do it on a multi-apping basis, and then we're going to see where this goes, and see if we can make that work for us and make some money. And then in the meantime, like I said, between now and about 3:30, when I decide when I'm going to start making my change of areas, I'm going to stay at looking for a minimum order of $7 or more for $1 or more a mile. And of course, I will examine anything between that $6 and $7 range, looking at about $2 a mile at least. And anything $5 and under would have to be at least $4 or more a mile, and I'd have to have the confidence in the restaurant that I can in fact complete the order within the amount of time needed to make it profitable, which normally means you need to be able to do it within 12 to 15 minutes, no more than 15 minutes, no long waits, etc. So that's what we're looking at, guys. We'll see how we do. I'm going to jump into it, start looking for an order, and I'll be back. What's going on, guys? Just want to let you know, jump in here and let you know that I just got this order right here through Grubhub. I'm on my way to pick up a Chick-fil-A order going in the direction, basically the same direction as this order, and I'm about to go ahead and accept this order. But this order is $18.48. It is going 16 miles. It hits my dollar a mile, but I wanted to come on there and explain that because I have a $9 order right now on DoorDash. And let me go ahead and accept this. Boom. Looks like Uber's jumping in here too. $4.18. We're going to get rid of that. But Grubhub order now. I just accepted the Grubhub order. We are now on an $18 Grubhub order, a $9 DoorDash order for a total of $28. That should all be retired within the next 30 minutes. So this is exactly how you want to do multi-app stacks. Just want to jump on there real quick and let you know that. We're about to pull up to Chick-fil-A right now and go grab this order from Chick-fil-A. Then we're going to head down and drop that off. Then we're going to go pick up the Grubhub order and then drop that off, and then probably get an early start heading into the market in Charlestown, West Virginia. All right, guys. See you back in a second. So we're here to drop off for Chick-fil-A. Have a little bit of a wait. We're at the Amazon building. Waiting for the food to come out. Hopefully they come out soon. Let's see what happens here. All right, guys. Dad Dash wanted to jump in here for an update on how this multi-app stack is going. So, as you saw there, I had a little bit of a wait. I did get it delivered. It was handed to me. I ended up having to deliver to the left of my camera because I had my dash cam set up right on the building, but that should show that I was there. If there's any problems, I don't think there will be. Two, the Grubhub order, I've already gotten warned once that I wasn't heading in the direction, and that was right when I was leaving the restaurant. So far, no other warnings have come. I did get a notification that the order was ready, and I'm I'd say about, let's see here, 4 minutes away. So I went ahead and got off my DoorDash, which I had, like I mentioned earlier, was on till like midnight if I wanted to in that area. Although that area is not the most profitable area to DoorDash in. So because this is taking me in the direction of where I want to end up, which is the Charlestown, West Virginia market, I am on my way there now, and this will actually take me on that path. So I went ahead and picked up a 2:30 to 3 DoorDash shift, which will allow me to see if there's anything on DoorDash's app once I get done with the Grubhub shift. Now the Grubhub shift, Grubhub order. Now Grubhub is still showing orange in the Martinsburg area and all over the map. So I'm expecting there's a possibility that I could end up with another order right away. Grubhub, if it's busy, they're going to keep sending you orders. Now, if it's not that busy, then you won't get an order for a while and you have to drive around a little bit. So we shall see if it still stays busy or not. Regardless, we're going to head in the direction of Charlestown and try to get up there. I went ahead and picked up the 5 to 12 that's available up there for DoorDash. So if I get up there before 5 and it goes red, I can get on early. If it doesn't, I'll focus on Uber and Grubhub. And Grubhub up there really is strong as far as producing orders. And then we'll begin the process of, I think I've decided I'm going to try out $12 first. And then if 12 isn't bearing fruit, I may back it down to 11 and then try 10. And then if it gets really bad for some reason and I can't seem to find orders at those amounts, which I don't really think that will be a problem, then I will, continue abandoning it if I'm not making money. But we're going to start it out that way. I'm going to accept any order that's $12 or higher, regardless of miles. I mean, and see how it goes, looking at orders from that perspective and saying, hey, you know what? I believe firmly if you set that order size is, I'm testing out the theory whether or not order size is more important than miles. And I believe it is, because I believe a large order can counteract the miles on any order, because miles, remember, the more miles you're driving, yes, you're driving up some expense on the expense side. So it also, of course, with me driving a Prius, the cost of miles isn't as high, but you're generating a tax write-off. So the larger your order is, the more tax write-off you have, the more opportunity you have to make a profitable order, because you may eliminate completely your tax liability on that particular order. So anyways, we're going to test it out, see how it goes. All right, guys, I am pulling up here to my pickup for Grubhub, and we're going to get this order and get on the road. Talk to you in a minute. Guys, Dad Dash back here with an update. So, first mistake of the day. I realized that I left my wallet portion of my phone case for my iPhone 13 Pro, which is my main device that I use. Besides when I've been testing out this iPhone SE, like I have been for the last little while. I left, I guess I had taken it off when I was charging it at the house and was probably checking some things and left it in my desk. So I accepted a red card order for Wise Markets. It was 1025, 2 miles. I thought it was a very solid order. After I got done delivering the Grubhub order that I was on, the $18 Grubhub order, which by the way ended up with an exceptional order value of over $40 an hour gross revenue. So got that order and was like, hey, yeah, heck yeah, I'm locking that up. That'll lock me in at almost $47, and we're at 2:30 in the afternoon, and that's going to be bode really well for the upcoming dinner that'll happen down in the Charlestown market. And I thought, yeah, that's really solid. This is going very well. And then I pulled up to the Wise Market, started looking for my wallet, and realized it's nowhere to be found because it's on my desk at home. So I am now heading back to the house to go rectify that situation. So I'm going to grab that. I've got all my apps back on because I'm going to hopefully be able to just run in and grab it. I've got a lot of areas that are active for DoorDash, Grubhub, all that good stuff. Grubhub is showing active it's showing as a hot zone up in my area near my house. So hopefully maybe I can pick up another Grubhub order when I go up to get my wallet, and maybe it'll bring me hopefully back in the direction that I was heading anyways. On DoorDash here, I was live 2:30 to 3, so I'm catching that half hour, just a half hour shift, which tends to be a dump. They know you're only going to be here for a short time, so they just dump their low orders, and that is exactly what's going on. I've gotten, except for the Wise order, which now I'm being, I guess, punished with low orders. This one, 425 for 2 miles, and I am not doing that. Order too small, boom. Like I said, I'm looking at $7, $1 a mile. And that's what I'm willing to do right now for DoorDash, Grubhub, or Uber Eats. Whoever wants to throw me an order that meets that criteria. Because it is that slow time of the day, but I'm willing to do $7 or more. And then, like I said, $6 to $7 I'll put under advisement if it's $2 or more a mile. And anything under $5 has to be, $4 or $5 a mile and be able to be done within 12 to 15 minutes. And a lot of the restaurants, like that $4 order that would have been through McDonald's, the McDonald's here tends to have longer waits. So I'm not going to go do a $4 order at McDonald's. There it is. Popeyes, $9.75, 21.4 miles. That is just insane. What? No way. Certainly not that restaurant. Anyways, that was over $7, but that was an insane amount of miles to travel for that. So we're not even going to think about doing that. But anyways, guys, I'm going to continue heading to my house and continue seeing if something comes through. Another undoable order, guys. This one, 15.7 miles, $11.50. We're getting a little live order play here, and it is not pretty. Turn down. Distance too far. Boom. Done. Rejected. Anyways, I'm going to jump off here, guys. Continue my direction home, and I'll be back to update you in a little bit. Hopefully I find an order to do as soon as I'm able to grab this wallet and get back on the road. So I brought you guys in. We're dropping off a pizza. I'll tell you the story later But it's been a crazy order. But I'm gonna bring you guys in here so you can see. Hopefully, the drop off 310. What's this it right here? 312. 310 is right up there. So that way. All right, guys. I'm gonna go get this dropped off. I'll be right back. Hello.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, no problem. You have a good one.
You too, man. All right, get it in the door.
All right, guys. So you saw me deliver that order. I want to give you the breakdown of exactly what happened on that order, and I'll explain it to you here in just a second. So I did accept, after I got my wallet, I accepted a $20 Grubhub order, and it got a little crazy because the order was a double order, but it was actually a mistake situation where, for some reason, Grubhub processed the order twice for the same item for the customer. I let when the customer contacted me as soon as I accepted the order and said, I've been waiting like forever for this order. I'm really hungry. I'm really starved. Please, put a speed on it as fast as you can. And I said, I will. So, and then I said, hey, by the way, did you order two pizzas or one? He said, I only ordered one. So when I got to the restaurant, the merchant only had one made. So it was pretty easy. I picked it up and then I called support and said, hey, this is what's going on. Uh, Explain the entire situation. They canceled one order and they left one order with me. It appears I've gotten paid for both. So it did end up in my benefit to have taken that order for $20. I was concerned they would have, they were going to somehow cancel one and not pay me for one, and somehow I'd get stuck with the lesser of the two. My only concern right now is the order they canceled was the one I had marked pickup, and I had left one as an open item. So what I'm concerned about is that if somehow this looks like I picked an order up, reported it, it gets canceled. So it looks like, hey, did I have the food on that order? And then of course I have my second order then that I took that I said I had to say, well, I picked it up and have it. I don't want to get dinged for picking up an order and not delivering it. So I saved all of my communications already with that customer. I documented, as you just saw, the pickup, the drop off of that order, so they can see I dropped off one pizza. And of course, there was a call in to support. So I hope I have enough documentation to ensure that this order doesn't go haywire with me. So, anyways, guys, I am now heading to Charlestown. I got done with that order. We've made about $56, it appears, $56.89 for the first part of the day. I'm going to focus on heading down to Charlestown. I've got to be down there by 5 to get on with DoorDash down there. So far, we've got a very good good position to be in right now to head into the dinner, as we only need $43.11. So I believe that shouldn't be too hard to get, especially considering that we're going to be getting a start on this really right now. I am still up on Grubhub. I am up on Uber Eats. I'm hoping that maybe we get some Uber Eats action finally. It's been very light on the activity here of late, but I'm hoping that maybe tonight we get an Uber Eats order or two that are decent. Remember, when we get down there for dinner, we're doing a $12 minimum, regardless of miles. So let's see how this goes. See how fast we can get that 40 some dollars. Of course, we can hit the abort switch on this if we need to, if it gets too out of control or we can't find orders that meet our criteria. But we're going to see how that works, and I'll continue reporting to you guys as we go. So I'm going to jump off here, guys. I want to jump in here with a little update, give you a little background on what's going on, and we're going to head into dinner. Talk to you in a minute. Hey guys, I wanted to bring you into this situation. I guess the power just went out. There's no stop lights at all in this town. This is the biggest mess I've ever seen. I did accept an order um, that I'm on my way to get right now, but man, this is going to really be an interesting situation traveling to get this order because it is like nothing I've ever seen before in terms of just how this is working. I guess we're going to have to kind of like everybody's just kind of like one car at a time goes, the next car goes. We're kind of creating our own rules out here. So this is nuts, man. This is the craziest thing I've ever seen. And I guess, I don't know, man, I need to get the local police out or something, because as you can see out here, I'm showing you what it is. You're seeing there's no stop lights. That's what this has been like all the way down. It just happened like a minute ago. It was like all the lights just they started flickering, and then they just, boom, they're out. And this is just insane, man. Like I said, I'm on an order for Grubhub, or for Grubhub right now. Uber just sent me an order for $7 going completely opposite direction. And honestly, I don't even know what I'm going to do here, because as long as it's like this is not going to be tolerable at all. That's kind of why I took an order that was heading somewhat out of the direction of where I'm going. But I just figured I'd bring you guys in and let you see this incredible scene that's happening and unfolding. And then I guess we're going to kind of just, you can see how we're kind of just like, let one person go. And then me and my guy next to me, we went. And I mean, it's all the lights. This light is out. It's like the apocalypse. You know, the electricity's just gone. So I don't think this market is going to be the right market to work, because this is going to really create a lot of congestion issues. Somebody must have hit something and knocked out just the entire electrical grid, it looks like, up here. I'm seeing, looking around at shops, restaurants, they're all dark. I mean, this is really an incredible scene. So anyways, guys, I'm going to jump off here. I just want to bring you in, let you know what was up. I'm going to pick up a $12 Grubhub order. I don't even know if this is going to be able to be picked up or not, because it's from a 7-Eleven. Oh my God, it could be an accident. I don't know if it's going to be able to be picked up or not. I don't know if this issue extends all the way down to where I'm going, but we will find out. I'm hoping it doesn't. One of the reasons why I took an order outside of this area, and then I'm going to decide what I'm going to do and where I'm going to go from here. So this definitely changes the plans for the evening in a big way. All right, guys. Talk to you soon. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash back here, and the $10, $12 minimum experiment has blown up in my face with the first order I took. So probably, definitely, this was a horrible order. So obviously, as you guys have already seen, there was a apocalyptic event due to a rainstorm in Charlestown. So all of the electricity across the entire community just went out. So needless to say, I knew I was probably going to need to find another place to go tonight. I wasn't sure what the ETA on all that was. It was going to wreak havoc with all the restaurants. So I had accepted an order away from the mess, thinking, well, I'll go down and get this order and get back. So I did that, accepted that order, and it was a $12 for 14 miles. Now, I know everybody's going, what do you expect? Well, it was as bad as it seems. And clearly, my thought process about miles, especially when it comes to Grubhub orders, and looking at the landing spot, this landed me in a place that I've gotten no order activity. Now, what I have done, because I understood that this market was potentially dead on arrival because of this whole electrical issue, I am now going to a market that I have wanted to try out for some time, and it's about 19 minutes away from here. And since I'm already this far down the road, I'm going to go. I was able to get a place till 9:30 in that market on DoorDash. I should have the opportunity to work Uber Eats as well. And of course, Grubhub will be out of market orders. So they will be limited. So I went ahead and I'm heading now in the direction of that market. So maybe this set into effect, this either put in play events that have led to maybe a more profitable day, or this may end up being just one in many things that led to a regretful day. The good news is, regardless, I always want to make at least 100 when I'm out. I'm about $33 from 100. It's about 5:23. We're not even in the heart of dinner. We should arrive still with plenty of dinner left, plenty of opportunity left to make this work for us and test out this new market, see if it's worth putting on the list of markets to work. All right, guys, I'm going to jump off here, focus on getting in the market. Once we get in there, I'll come in eventually with an update, let you know how things are going, and give you a rundown of things that occurred, and we'll take it from there. All right, guys, talk to you soon. That's right. What you're seeing right now, I don't even have my microphone in right now. But what you're seeing is a massive rainstorm when I'm in a market I don't even know. Horrible visibility, and wow. All I can say is I'll be in with an update. But this has been a disaster day. Just complete disaster. And of course, I cannot turn off my vents because, well, I need them to make sure I have at least some visibility out here. We're in a severe thunderstorm warning. I've got connectivity issues up here. It's just, and of course, the big issue being I don't even know where I'm going or anything like that. So this was a terrible day, but we're going to make the best of it. I'll be back soon with an update. Guys, so I am back here for an update, and wow, what a colossally disastrous evening this has turned out to be. It's 9 o'clock. I'm still out. If there's any good news about this evening, I am over $100 finally. I just got done finally eating for the first time today. It's just been really horrible. As you know, I was trying out a market, and I will tell you right now, we will not be back to that market that I was just in without me doing some intensive scouting. It's a very big market, And if you don't know the market, you don't know what you're taking, you don't know if an order is good. I took a couple orders and ended up in some issues. The first major thing was when I got into town, a major rainstorm, which you guys saw a little bit of that, hit. And man, it was major. No visibility. I ended up having to park. I had a double Uber order at that point. I could not figure out how to get back to the restaurant or back where I needed to. My GPS was going all wild. I don't know if it's because the iPhone SE had the Uber app going, and the Uber app constantly runs GPS, and it was doing something to that. However, I was able to run it with no problem on my 13 Pro, but it got real dicey. So I eventually got out of that Uber order because I just could not deal with it. And Grubhub saved the day with a $17 4-mile order that I completed. And that was the last order I did. Because Uber jumped back in the mix with a $13 order at BJ's Brew House, a place that I was pretty familiar with in this area. I looked at the map. I thought, okay, we can handle it. We're just going to see where this goes. It was 8 miles, $13. I thought there was possibility that we had a max tip there. Well, it turns out it was one of those floaters that apparently it never came through BJ's system, and about 4 other Uber Eats drivers had taken had come in. Now, I had my iPhone SE, and I guess everything was set up under my Pro, and I tried to call support to do the right thing, and I couldn't get through it. I just went through and canceled it. I didn't even get the typical $2 or $3 they give you. Just walked away from the order and said, you know what, this is the type of evening, type of day, that the only way you cure it is you just end. You just end the day. You got to stop leaning into it. It's just not coming together. Had the potential to be so much more, but we had so many things happen to us today between a major rainstorm, the electrical grid of an entire town shut down, and it's just unbelievable. So, anyways, all a day in the life of this job. It's what we take. It's what we do. And hey, we still made our 100. The only thing I wasted was time. But I got to be out here making videos and having the experience. Anyways, guys, jump off here, stop rambling. I'll talk to you soon. Hit that like button. Subscribe. Your subscription after a day like today would mean the world. And like the video as well. And share it with anybody who you think could benefit. All right, guys. Talk to you soon. What's going on, guys? So I'm here to wrap it up. As you probably saw, it did not get better. It got worse. As far as just craziness. So after I left you, I was heading, as I mentioned, to go through the Charlestown market and go home. And I got you may have saw there, I accepted and then I canceled or had to cancel what looked like a very great Uber order. It started out at $18. They added on $7 more. It was going to be like 11 miles for like 20 some bucks. I was like, all right, I'll do it. And I was thinking, it was a Papa John's order. I thought, well, this is a pizza order. This has to be, some hidden tip here, more likely than not. And I thought, what a way to end it, right? So I get to that Papa John's, and the reason why I had to cancel it is, well, the store canceled it. They closed early, which is why the order was so high, because it kept getting tossed around. So then it got canceled, and then I wasn't going to go 11 miles for $7, so I canceled the McDonald's add-on And I'd even gone back like 5 miles backwards to, or 4.2 miles backwards to go get back to the Papa John's. So again, craziness just kept going. But you got to smile about it. You got to just take it in stride. There are days like this that just do not work out, that things happen. I mean, to have the amount of things that occurred, from an electrical grid failure to a horrible thunderstorm that occurs when you're trying out a new market. I mean, what are you going to do, right? So ultimately, we ended up at let's see here, up for the day, making $113.24. Delivery minutes, we delivered, and if this gives you an idea of the kind of day we had, we only delivered for 236 minutes. So that's roughly just under, I want to say just under 4 hours of delivery time while we were out the entire day. Our delivery rate was $28.79 an hour, our gross revenue. But obviously that's not going to be what our time out was. We drove a whopping 194 miles for 58 cents per mile. So I think that says it all, guys. It was a very, very rough day. So guys, hope you enjoyed it today. If you did, and you want to help me out and hey, make this day mean something, subscribe to the channel. If you're not subscribed, hit that like button and share this video. Until next time, guys, let's roll the financials, and I will of course be talking to you soon. Hopefully I'll get out soon in the next couple days and try to just erase this memory. But in the meantime, guys, you have days like this, you got to smile, you got to stay positive, and you got to just look and be willing to learn from the day, and use it as motivation to get back out there and very quickly get a good day in the column. All right, guys, talk to you soon. Thanks for watching. What's going on, guys? Dad Dash back here again with another video, and I wanted to talk about the upcoming rumored lowering of base pay on DoorDash and what that could mean for us out here. And what do I think it means? I think it means nothing. I think that what the important core thing that everybody needs to understand when dealing with things like pay reductions and stuff like that is that what this means is that there's going to be, you still set your limits and set your standards. And again, this is where we talk about order value and why order value is the most important metric that drives everything. So in other words, if you are wanting to have a certain order value that you're wanting to focus on when you're out working, and that these orders must meet and qualify for that particular value, then all you're going to be focusing on is orders that will meet that criteria. By DoorDash offering less, that's going to require them to have to figure out how they're either going to have to encourage a customer to tip more, which is I think what they're going to do, or B, they're going to have to figure out, how to get the orders out and what level to get the orders out at. So in other words, they can lower the base pay as much as they like. All that is a starting point. So if we continue to not accept orders at below a certain level, doesn't matter how low they take the base pay. Those orders will sit. Eventually they will come up. And eventually, if you get the right order value, whether there's a tip there or not, it doesn't really matter. If it makes sense within your profitability profile for your business, then you're fine. So essentially what I'm saying is that base pay, which is really misleading when you see somebody post something and say, well, DoorDash is lowering their base pay. So what? We're going to demand from DoorDash a certain amount of value out of each order. Whether there's tip there, whether there's base pay or tip, it doesn't really matter. We're saying for us to go to work, this order must represent a certain order value. End of story. If that doesn't exist, if we can't meet that, well, we're not going to do business. And if we, as drivers, continue to focus on order value and extracting the most value out of orders every single day when we're out and making the best decisions that we can make and making profitable decisions, then things like lower base pay won't matter, because what will happen is it will get bid up anyways. And I understand there's going to be people out there that are going to take that, but listen, they're going to take themselves out of the economy because they will realize that, you know what, we can't survive. And if someone's willing to take a negative value order where they're actually losing money on the order or making so little that they can't make enough to hit their own personal goals, eventually they're not going to be around as a driver and a business owner, and they're going to go out of business and they're going to find something else to do. So my message is just keep doing what you're doing if you're doing things right. And doing things right is setting a order value guideline for yourself of exactly what type of profit value an order value you're trying to hit. Focus on that. Shut down the noise. Don't worry about base pay, because we're not working for base pay. We're not working for tips. Those are all pieces of the puzzle. What we're looking for is, if you're trying to generate $20 profit an hour, then you need to understand exactly what type of order you're looking to get, what type of order value you're looking to get. That might be $25. That might be $30. You might only need $22 in your market, depending on what's going on. Maybe you're okay with getting $15 profit after, taxes, $10, whatever it is. You set your standard, you go after it. You understand the amount of money you need to earn per minute when you're out. Use your chart if you're using one, so you know what it is you're focused on. Have that number ready to go. Have your divisor ready to go. So when you accept an order, you understand what the time frame is that you need to complete that order. See how it goes. See if you were successful. See if you were able to make it a more valuable order, and go from there. If you do all that, everything will fall in line. Base pay, tips, none of that really matters. What really matters is, in the end of the day, or did you get enough value out of your orders that you took? And did you make the right decisions when you did that? And if you did, then you will have made enough money. Anyways, guys, I leave you with that perspective to consider, digest, as you're moving forward on this morning, and hopefully going out and making the most profitable decisions that you can possibly make. All right, guys, we'll be talking to you soon. Good luck. Be profitable. And remember, every profitable outcome begins with a profitable decision. Talk to you soon. All right, guys, Dad Dash here, and wanting to put together this video on how you can calculate order value while you're out in the field here. So I'm doing this video sharing the screen here. I think it's easier to go through the calculations. And of course, as you watch my ride-alongs, I make these calculations live on the fly, but I wanted to slow it down a bit, not be under the gun of orders, and just take a minute here to explain to you how to use the chart here that I've talked about regarding calculating order value. And this is probably one of the most important exercises you can do when you're out, and that this will absolutely supercharge your ability to earn as much as possible without having to make, and it will help you make better decisions. And as I've preached in my videos, making profitable decisions equals profitable outcomes. It's completely linked. And the only way you can make profitable decisions is understand how to quickly make a decision and figure it out. So we're going to first off take a look at this order that's up. And that order this is an order I picked from my files. I wanted to use it because this is something that somebody would look at and say, well, how profitable is this? And how can we make this a profitable order? And what would be the circumstances one would want to take this order under? This order is, was one I got. It's for a local convenience store. And you can see the stats here. It's $5.75, 1.7 miles. So the immediate thing that would want to be done here is you'd want to look at two things here. Right off the bat, the time, which being 10:32, and the delivery time, which DoorDash gives you. Now, Grubhub does not give you the delivery time, and there's no way to estimate besides looking at the map and trying to make a decision based on your market research and your knowledge of the market on just how long you think it would be. So Grubhub leaves you kind of a disadvantage. Both DoorDash and Uber Eats give you the ability to have an estimate based on their system on what you think it is, and you can use that. I do a comparison on that, and then I also use my knowledge of my market to determine if I think I can complete this order within the whatever goal I've set. So in this case here, looking at this order, it's 1.7 miles. I know you can see I'm right near the store. So I can tell you that this would probably be about a 2-minute ride to the store, and then probably about maybe a 4-minute ride to the customer's house based on the mileage and everything in the area that I'm at. So knowing that, I know I've got about a 6-minute ride time to the store back, and say 2 minutes in the store. So I know I've got about 8 minutes probably in activities, and then I'll probably need another 2 minutes of drop off. So my estimate would be I could get this order done in about 10 minutes. So let's to my chart here. So order divisor chart. So I keep this on my phone. I also keep a little card up in my visor, and I'll show that in another video. But how I use this information is I will look at it and determine at the beginning of my shift, what am I shooting for? And most of the time I'm shooting for 25 an hour. So the first thing I'm going to do, I know I need to divide any order I want to look at to find out the minutes by 41.4 cents. So first thing I'm going to do is take $5.75, divide that by 0.414. That gets me 13 minutes. Now, I've given an estimate here of 10 minutes, and I think I could get this done in 10 minutes, which means I would be far exceeding. So what I've determined, obviously, as I told you, by looking at this order, and I would go through that exercise very quickly to know I'm thinking about a 10-minute mark. Now, I like to leave a margin of error in there. So in this case, I would know I'd be cutting this very close, but I believe I could get it done within about 10 minutes, which eyeballing that means I'd be about 57 cents a minute. And you can see that would be well over $30 an hour. And obviously you can see this is an order that if I got to the store and it wasn't ready, then I would need to start doing some calculations immediately based on whatever time frame I was told. But looking at this order on the outset, that the order value here would be that I would be looking at. I would be looking to determine, can I get this done in 13 minutes? Now, the next thing I would do to see is this an order value that I think is worthy of my time, is I would take the amount of minutes that I see, which is 17 minutes, and divide that by 575 by 17 minutes. So 575 divided by 17 minutes, which tells you that, let's see here. times 60. So that's about 33 cents. Now, as soon as you have that figure, you'd be able to very quickly look and see, is it on my chart at all? And you'd see it's between $20 and $21 an hour. If you want to get your actual order value, you just times it by 60. And there it is, $20.29 an hour. Now, for me, from an offer perspective, this would be low. However, depending on the time of the evening, depending on what's going on, this would be an order that I would believe I could make valuable to me. So if I did not have confidence that I was going to be able to find better offers, and if I had gotten a string of maybe low ball offers, I may consider saying, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and take this order and make it happen. Now, I know I'm going to have to hustle, and I know that I'm going to have to be constantly watching this order as I do it. And I would also want to be confident that I have some cancellation availability in my cancellation rate to know that if I got to the restaurant and this thing turned into a 10 or 15 minute wait, that I got to get out of the order. So that's the knowledge, that knowing the value of this order, that you need to get this order done within 13 minutes of accepting it, meaning you would need to have this order done by 10:45 p.m. in order to make this a profitable order of $25. And then you would know that if you got it done in 17 minutes, okay, you'd be at $20, just a hair over $20 an hour. And you know anything over 17 minutes, you're dropping and dropping and dropping. And, you know, if you have a break-even point that's lower than $20, well, I would caution against that. But if you do, you can kind of start to calculate where it's going by simply starting to calculate and saying, well, if you're at the restaurant, so you got to the restaurant and it's 10:35 and they say it's going to be 10 minutes, and once you accept the order, you can start to put together your information. Because once you get there to the pickup and they tell you how long it is. So let's just say I got to the pickup here, it's 10:35. And then I was able to, and I talked to somebody there and they say it'll be about another 10 minutes. So I know I'm leaving at 10:45. At that point, I can run the address in DoorDash. Uber Eats doesn't allow you to do that. So it's a little bit of a disadvantage with Uber Eats. But you can run the, you can run the figure and see, all right, how far am I to the address? Run it through Google Maps or an external app. And then figure out, okay, maybe it's 5-minute drive away. So now I'm thinking, okay, it's 10:45, 10:55. I grab it, minute to walk, minute to deliver, 5-minute drive out. I'm looking at probably, 10:52. I'm looking at a 20-minute order. 575 divided by 20 times 60. It's going to tell me that's 1725. That might still be okay for you. You may still feel okay with it. At least you have the knowledge to know, hey, this is where I'm going to be at, and I don't want to get in the weeds where suddenly this order, which could very quickly happen, becomes a $5 or $8 an hour order if you go too long or too deep. Because take 575, and let's say this becomes a 35-minute order, you would then be in the situation where you'd be making $9 an hour. So you know where you don't want it to go, and it allows you to know at your point of cancellation. On the flip side, you also have the opportunity to where you can utilize the longer miles and saying, okay, if I know I can, I get a larger order and I know I can get it done faster than what I think it would be, it gives you a lot more leeway to get the order done faster and use that order to finance the rest of your hour, or maybe you find